somewhere where Storm Shadow player is much closer to the ball than any of the Typhoon's defender, and as such, that shot was nigh unstoppable. Very well played, found out, and creativity right now from Storm Shadows is showing up. Even if when the movement all across the pitch is a bit chaotic, they know how to convert that moment, if not into a goal, at the very least a shot in action. Drops one from the skies as well, 2-0.
100% participation from both Action and Semhez. They seem to be the dynamic duo for the Storm Shadows roster today, and Reedy's just there for the ride. Wanted to get in the frame and have the good picture day themselves after the goal goes through right before the halfway point. And this is everything that you could ask for if you are the Storm Shadows. Getting 2 goals and decent lead early on before it passes the halfway mark of game 1. This is a good way to start your first day of the true LAN events outside the friendly competition where everything matters here.
Yeah, this is the thing. This is what I've been doing for the last couple of years, of course, and this is the main event, where right now AFG still sits as the big all winners,
the reigning champions
from Shadows. Yeah, the biggest there could possibly be. Again, so far in LAN, they are undefeated for 2 years in a row and on a winning streak of series, and even not dropping any games on a particular LAN event, so that is crazy. Everybody's here just to try and defeat Air Force Gaming. But let's see whether Typhoons or Storm Shadows can actually go and get anything out of them. For now, they just need to play themselves first.
Yeah, that's the question. Can they get something here? Semhez, if they weren't in position, would have been an open opportunity, but a great stop from them instead. Midfield progression from them as well, and trying to get the 50, but didn't want to overcommit too far forward. Went for another pass, though, and is trying to pressure the defense, try and see if there's any mistakes that come out from it, and an angle that they can find that isn't quite well defended. Kind of the way that the first 2 goals went. And an interesting pitch, actually, opening an opportunity, but not the angle necessary for the finish. Reedy, though, almost gets the connection. No dice on that one, though.
Oh, awkward. The ball just volleyball straight up. And nobody can really make a touch, but it was a dangerous moment in front of Typhoon's net. Right now, they're on the offense, looking for touches themselves. Stelios finds himself quite often just a player who dumps the ball straight backhand. More often on defense. But then again, if he can find P on the other side, as you've already talked about, P has been the facilitator, really creating chances and converting chances for Typhoons yesterday in the series. Now with 30 seconds remaining, with Typhoons being down 2 goals, something needs to come quick. So far, this has not been their game.
Yeah, unfortunate for them. I mean, they've had a couple of opportunities. That was a really good one there from Bale, actually, and the follow through as well. Just a little bit too fast as the defense. And I think if the Typhoons can keep the ball a little bit closer to the nose of their car and without giving up so many opportunities to the defense to stop the shots in progress, then there might be a better chance for the Typhoons. But good look for the Storm Shadows. And no being okay, there we go. I was going to say, that's devastating to not have the fist bump that you were waiting for after the victory. Trying to fix some of their comms as well, make sure everything's all charged and ready to go on that one. But yeah, I mean, looking at the performance, not too surprised, right? They're the Storm Shadows for a reason. The other teams, the Typhoons, not the A and B teams, but I mean, that's technically what they are here for what we see in game number 1. So I'm more excited to see what the adaptation is. Stelios, as they talked about, the sub for this team coming in, usually it's a coach and manager. So now this is where I don't necessarily think getting paid the big bucks, but that's what they're here for, right? Is to coach their team to turn around and adaptation into game 2.
All right. Yeah, once again, we didn't really have a big cut on him, but Stelios always, after every single game, he talks to his team. He tries to make sure that the winning parts stay there, the losing parts get adjusted, and for the next game, Typhoons will be looking even better. I think you hit the nail on the head right there, Vaudeville. The little moments here and there that the Typhoons need to adjust still happen, but this time the woodwork was on the side of Typhoons.
That's just deja vu from the first game as well, right? In the opening 30 seconds, we saw a post and out. luckily this time it didn't seem like they were really in position to stop it either way, so really bailed them out that time. And speaking of bail, they are trying desperately to get for this ball, but not really having much boost to break out their side. So the boost starving strategy is already being enacted in the first 40 seconds by Storm Shadows, and trying to show how effective that was last time. But a lot of resources now available to the Typhoons. They were able to free up their fuel tanks as best as possible to at least transition downfield, but they're grouped up a little bit too much, and it feels like it might just be some early morning jitters or early afternoon, I guess, at this point, for them to figure out exactly what they can do. Or soon to be afternoon, excuse me.
Let's see, do we have any photos of their breakfast? No, only stuff from yesterday.
Yeah, what did they eat for breakfast? Maybe they didn't have the most energy that they could.
Goodness, but from what I've seen and from what I've heard, they're being fed so well. Everybody's singing praises to the chef that's working on the location. So I hope the Typhoons, if they haven't had anything, they better grab something, a little snack in between this series and the next, as they need all the energy and all of everything that they can get. For now, though, game number 2, without any goals scored. A couple of demos coming in as well. Demos in the previous game haven't created any huge chances, but no. I'd say they have removed some of the cases. Storm Shadows were demolishing advanced Typhoons players, so the attacks were just broken down because there was nobody to pass to.
Yeah, I like the defensive styling and posturing that we're seeing from Storm Shadows, and the angle could have been a little bit tighter, as it would have been a goal if it was on target. Unfortunate for them, they didn't quite have it just then, but the consistent pressure from Storm Shadows, eventually something has to give. That's what happened last time, right, where we saw the first goal at the 2:48 mark, and then one just like 12 seconds afterwards. So the Typhoons, I think their eyes are on the prize of getting a goal in this series, get past that first hurdle, have the lead, and then figure out the game plan from then on out. And that might have been what Stelios was talking to them about. It's like, okay, make sure we got boost, make sure we're not overextending, and then also try and see if we can secure this first goal. And Stelios getting close to it, but no power.
Not this time around. So Reedy plays it slow, gets bumped out of the way, so Typhoons regain the possession. But once again, Typhoons comes in, and all of a sudden the rotation of Typhoons is just done.
Speaking of the last game, 13 shots is what we saw from the Storm Shadows compared to the 6 of the Typhoons. So I think it's a different story this time. Typhoons have had a lot more offense in this first half of the game, and we haven't seen 2 goals scored by this point. So already doing that much better, measurable compared to the last game. But the Storm Shadows themselves, they're being a lot more patient, I would say, even with the pressure we're seeing from Typhoons. Cool, calm, and collected, not too worried about it, just waiting for their time to strike. And do you like that, infield passing play from Typhoons, the demo to clear the way, but they need the execution.
Another bump.
Okay, the bump.
Oh no, too high from Stelios. But yeah, you can see Bale just went on demo, continuing on going boost, bumping up the players. If you're so advanced and you know that maybe the pass is not in the option, yeah, just go for the opposition players, remove them, be an absolute nuisance. This time around it did not work out,
so
but
close.
Maybe that's one of the reasons why Storm Shadows are playing so carefully. They know that this is a probability that if they're not careful enough, get one player out of position, the other one gets bumped, and all of a sudden just one player left to to make any saves. Oh, there's somebody was out there, but Reedy cannot hit it on target. Wow, we're just being denied left and right of any sort of goal.
They just want this to go to a 0-0 OT, maybe have it go by faster so that they can get the breakfast that they might have missed earlier, who knows. But Reedy trying desperately to secure this one. Sam can't get the angle either. Actions there for the follow through. No dice again, and they're going to have to go back to the drawing board this time. A whiff on either side. Jorby calls us whifty-whifties, and Reedy tries desperately to pull from within for some sort of chance for the Storm Shadows, but it's still not enough.
Alrighty, up in the air, action. He's gonna play it to the side. Not gonna making it time for the boost, but he sort of removes P from the contention. And now, with the remaining bits of boost and remaining bits of time, action, no, still intercepts Storm Shadows' last attack. We've seen some great buzzer beaters yesterday. This time around, he has the task of carrying all across the pitch. And until the last moment, he was the only one. P goes up in the air, already removed. Overtime is looming. We need to have extra time to figure out who's taking this game number 2.
I mean, Storm Shadows, if they get possession of the ball, they have a really good chance, as long as, you know, they bait Typhoons out, make them use their resources, and, you know, this will be kind of a reset compared to what we saw throughout most of this game so far. The beginning salvo from Storm Shadows was solid, but was thwarted by the woodwork. So Typhoons, once they get their wits about them, they get the boost together and, you know, have their composure as necessary on defense, they'll be fine. But this kind of first 40 to a minute that we see in OT is very dangerous for both squads, though. And the save somehow came out, but it wasn't enough. The P does get the goal.
Right. That was them were right here somewhere where it completely just took out even our vision of the whole play. This time around, Woodwork and Typhoons are a friendly bunch. I cannot say that right now on the cameras they look relieved.
Yeah.
Look at the sellers. He is so serious about whatever just transpired. I'm sure they've done their fist bumps, but they are not too content about that how it went. Still, they win. It's a tie series now. And we're going to be moving into the game number pretty quickly, looking at the stats. Yeah, it was on 3 shots that Typhoons made it over the Storm Shadows,
wow,
who are for the most part dominating this game.
Yeah, what is that, 9 shots that we see from the Storm Shadows that time? A little less than the last game. They had 13, so 4 less opportunities, and we saw, you know, 2 goals, so could be why they were kind of stuck in their half a little bit more. Even with only 3 shots, it felt like the majority of the pressure was still in favor of the Typhoons. There's just more transitional opportunities that were either saved or barely off the post from the Storm Shadows in game 2. So, I mean, Typhoons, they learned from their mistakes in the first one, knew to not overextend, make sure that they can at least conserve their boost resources as best as possible, and then at least have something to go for these challenges, because when we saw the overextensions in game 1, they were capitalized on a couple times for those 2 goals by Storm Shadows. So they keep business up as usual for Typhoons. They'll be able to maybe take this next game and catch Storm Shadows off guard, but with the constant pressure and shots from Storm Shadows, something has to give.
And immediately some of them go. And not just go, they go in. Really doesn't spend any time to make sure that RF Storm Shadows start the game number 3 with a bang. A long shot that usually gets saved, but this time around, Typhoons could not place a player in the net.
Yeah, awkward rotation too from the defense. You saw 2 of them in the corner, one trying to kind of cut across the goal box, but was way too far forward. So seemed like a miscommunication from the Typhoons on that one. Storm Shadows happy to capitalize on it, especially after having basically an open net to shoot on there. And now everyone has gotten a goal throughout the series from Storm Shadows, only the single one from Typhoons. So they have a lot to prove to themselves and the fans watching at home to show that they can actually take at least a little bit more pressure against the Storm Shadows team.
And it was just seeing that Reedy was allowed to take another shot, pretty strong one. And again, all the while as Typhoons are rotating and are not able to throw a player in front of that ball. So if Storm Shadows have sort of found the rhythm of the play of Typhoons, it's going to take a lot to unshake them from that and really get them off the beat. So for now, 1 goal is all that they have, though, but attacks keep on coming from Storm Shadows. Action does not get it. Reedy, there's a demo in the net, and that allows him to sneak a second one in.
Pressure getting it to the Typhoons, the miss from the P on the back wall, and then also the dodge from Bale to try and avoid the bump/demo play from Action, and they still found a target regardless of if the first one was able to weave and bob out of the way. So great looks from Storm Shadows. I mean, working in tandem to get that goal, and if they keep that up, they'll be able to secure this game fairly similar to the first one.
Reedy already off the kickoff was going for an aerial dribble and almost gets it in as well. Bale tries to replicate it to the best of his abilities, but oh my god, the crossbar, the woodwork, both yesterday and today are having so much work to do. I guess that's in the name, woodwork. What about this? Hat trick in under 2 minutes from Reedy. He is on point and on fire today.
Yeah, Reedy's doing a great job for this team specifically. You know, high flying. Well, not really high flying, honestly. I think it's just been good positioning for the most part. Their team, clearing the way for the second goal. Kickoff, potential bar down and out. The woodwork denies again, but Stelios gets their first of the day.
Alrighty. Typhoons on the board in this game number 3. Stelios with a goal, making sure the Typhoons still have time. And at the same time, they have plenty. We've seen 4 goals already. We're not even at the half-point mark of the game. Oh, careful, careful. Stelios needs to be very quick right on the net. Makes it in time. But our Storm Shadows are going to be very happy to once again lock Typhoons down in their own side of the field and just keep on pressuring until Typhoons crack and can see.
Couldn't tell if that was a flip reset or not, but they went for a fake out of sorts to try and cut the defense off guard.
With a chance. Pass Reedy.
Flick. No, they can't get it in, and a double commit on the sidewall too. Disaster striking the offensive attempts from the Typhoons yet again.
Oh my God, Bell with a perfect chance. Look at that, Bell once again going for bums, but somehow as we cut to the goal again, the goalie is still there, unfazed, absolutely. Typhoons with chances, and they are both, they're creating these chances. Our Storm Shadows really overextended on that previous attempt when we've seen a counter from Bell. But right now, they really need to tighten up just a little bit. Otherwise, Typhoons are going to be way too happy to take all of these chances.
Yeah, there's been, some solid opportunities so far from the Typhoons. They just haven't been able to get that execution. I mean, that's what was missing in the first game. We saw, a lack of it as well in game 2. Even with the minimal shots, they still had a couple of chances that they were creating, even if they weren't on target necessarily. And Stelios somehow getting an awkward flip reset off of that ball, but didn't need to go for it either. He, though, might be able to get something if it drops down the perfect spot. No, they've learned to not overextend because last time it bit them in the butt, and they do not want to get another goal scored against them.
That was close. Again, the ball was just sitting there, just bobbing up and down for anybody to take. I love how that attack started as well as Stelios just doinked it upwards. It was easier for his teammates to take and much harder for Storm Shadows to get to. He without boost, putting it to the corner, also I think getting a little bit of a touch in action as he was going down. Stelios, ball goes up yet again, and as the smoke dissipates, we are seeing Typhoons in the attack. They've definitely had more time with the ball and more time spent on the orange side of the field, but it's not yet generated a goal for them. And they're not just looking for one, they're looking for 2.
Storm Shadows are looking for more as well to see if anyone other than Reedy can get a goal in this game, but no dice that go around. Bale, they've been going for a lot of aerial maneuvers, and I think the problem with going for these high-flying plays is that they're going directly from the back wall or their box as well, and it's been a difficult journey for them to keep the momentum and actual power behind the shots because it's just 1v3 and you're doing an air dribble to the other team. So need to mix things up a little bit more if they want to get a goal from that, or at least have some sort of contingency plan afterwards. But less than 8 seconds now as it ticks down. Storm Shadows take game number 3, get the lead back in their favor, and now a similar story to what we saw in that first one.
Yeah, Storm Shadows with a confident performance, and while the second half of the game was looking like Typhoons had the control, that control did not result into goals being scored, and with the scoreline already being 3-1 before we even reached 2 minutes played, this just stayed as is. But this brings hopes for Typhoons that there are opportunities for them. There's definitely ways on how to tie up Storm Shadows a bit and not allow them to play with their wings spread and fully execute their playstyle. So let's see what they're going to be having in the next one. J-Wood right there, or G-Wood, standing up, talking to his Storm Shadows team. I was expecting him to be playing today. Maybe he's going to be playing on the future series because there's 4 players on the Storm Shadows side, and they said that they're rotating back and forth. Well, I'm pretty sure on the Typhoon side of this room, it is once again Stelios just cheering up his team. And when it comes down to calming the team down, we've heard yesterday that it's P who really tells everybody, hey, calm down, everything's fine, don't you worry.
It did look like from like a little bit of the screen that we could see for the scoreboard that there was a lot more shots from Typhoons this time. The problem was they just couldn't get that final touch. The defense was too stalwart from the Storm Shadows. Iron shuts and could not be breached whatsoever. Fortunately, no battering rams available in Rocket League, so I'll have to go back to the drawing board and figure out some other mechanical or medieval machinery to work with. But maybe it's just the P just going down the side lane and catching them off guard.
Oh, look at that, just across waits. I love that little pump of the brakes. And then while Action PG, once again, Bale has one goal on the field right now. That is to be the biggest annoyance for his opposition. So altogether, all of these moves net Typhoons the opening goal of the game, number 4. And it is looking like a great start. You've said it. They need to score a goal and then adjust their play style and try to just really not wait it out. It's impossible with 5 minutes on the clock, but at the very least to make as good face as possible. Let's see how this continues.
Shout out to production. It was 7 shots that we saw from Typhoons in that last game. So one better than the first one, and they actually got a goal from it too with Stelios. So a little bit more consistency carried over from that second game where we saw the goal in OT. A little faster of a goal too, because they didn't have to wait for the entire regulation time to expire for them to get one on the board. And of course in this one did a little bit better, but who did really good in game 3? It was Reedy. They got 3 and they're going to continue that here.
Quickly checking, Reedy hasn't actually scored anything in the first game of this series, but recently the Horn of Plenty has opened up.
Yes.
And just Reedy left and right. I'm pretty sure Storm Shadows are happy whoever is scoring. And if Reedy's feeling it on a day, then yeah, give them the ball. Allow him to go high, low, whichever way Reedy goes.
9 shots is the minimum we've seen from Storm Shadows as well in this series, which is kind of a crazy tally to have, especially with the Typhoons, having a lot more offensive pressure in the last game specifically. The P, though, is doing a great job with these shots on target. Bale tried to just soft lob it and see if it would catch the defense a little bit off guard and maybe jump too early and get a follow through afterwards. But pressuring shots is going to bounce back and rebound towards them, and that one's going to bounce off of the crossbar again and out.
That was a lovely and incredibly dangerous shot, but does not count for a goal. It tickles the nerves of Typhoons, and it is Reedy. Not a goal-scoring position, but let's see where he goes. The play can unfold at any moment. Action is going to be looking for Samhez. Reedy is there somewhere as well. They're all on the flank waiting for somebody to push the ball through enough. And this would have been an opportunity if it didn't hit the top lip and go backwards. Or Storm Shadows, we're not expecting P with a demo. Samhez. Yeah, there's another demo. And Typhoons are just removing the players of Storm Shadows one after another.
This game is one of many firsts for the Typhoons. The first time that they've gotten the lead, in regulation, and then also able to get 2 goals in a single game of this series. So great look so far for them to, improve as they go along throughout the series, adapt and overcome and beat the odds if they can. But there is 3 members of the Typhoons, and Sam has still somehow sneaks it past.
Oh my god, Action PB steal of Bile is just dirty, and then you have this freeze frame of everybody there. Somehow hit the one spot where Typhoons did not have a player, which seemed not impossible. We were tied again. We're 2 minutes and 2 seconds remaining with a score 2-2, with 2 games won for Storm Shadows. No match point just yet. We're playing best of 7, 4 to win across the whole series.
So on the other side of things, we do have a result here, Jam, of AFG and Netherlands. What is your prediction on what that result was?
Netherlands 5, AFG 1. Doesn't even matter that there's only 4 wins in the best of 7.
Yeah, currently 3-0 right now for AFG. 1 game away, match point for taking that first best of 7 for them. But you know, the Netherlands again, you know, the new members participating in this event specifically, you know, it being on their homestead as well. It's a great experience to play against, you know, top level competition in a LAN environment and kind of learn from it as well. I'm sure they had a great time yesterday too. Even got a win during the friendly portion of things. And a great save here though from Stelios, getting back into the action itself. And it's been pretty action-packed, I would say, in this game in comparison to the last, where we saw a lot of opportunities just did not go in the favor of the Typhoons, and really back and forth in terms of goal scoring between them as well.
I feel like Typhoons are looking faster and much more willing to go high, and just they're playing with a bit more freedom than I've seen them previously. They looked a bit just stuck on their own half. He drove past it.
Oh, so close.
The plan was looking great. Now, do they have any follow-ups? No, nobody is home, so its action's going to be starting a dribble. Beats one. Already has teammates in support. That's Reedy. Has been really good so far with goal scoring. And their Speed has been really good with the goal scoring. Everybody's incredibly great between these two REF teams. But this is smelling like overtime audible.
Yeah, definitely looking and looming towards that as well, unless Sam has something to say about it. Action also has a great setup potential, but Reedy was not in position for it either. Double commit just to send this one to the ground, and that's a smart play, honestly, by the Typhoons. They wanted to make sure it gets a reset of the momentum because it was mounting in favor of the Storm Shadows, and I like the fake kickoff option here.
And I like how Action has reacted to it as well. At the very last moment, he does not send it straight down where a goalie from Typhoons is already waiting now to decide. Typhoons still get the control of the ball, but not in the way that they want it. And as such, they cannot start anything. Taking the ball, our Typhoons versus 2SP. It's going to be just running a block. Thankfully, Bale is back where he can receive this wild pinch. There was a lot of power behind that. Sam has already with a goal in this game. Really cannot make a hit on it. Going to be stealing the boost as well, so it is really almost catching up, actually overtaking P. Down to Bao, Stelios. Neither of Typhoon players can make an immediate shot, and we're still stuck somewhere between the Storm Shadows net and the midfield.
Bale has been searching for boost for like almost all of OT at this point. They kept getting it stolen underneath their nose as soon as they tried to go for it and just try to contest at that midfield initially, and since then just didn't have anything to work with. A tough go of it for the Typhoons, and still working out relatively in the favor of the Storm Shadows as long as they get an opportunity towards the net is the big thing. They've had a couple of chances right outside the box and setup plays, but no executions either. There's one from Reedy, but it's not quite on target just yet.
Stelios collects it, just dumps it somewhere so that the RF Storm Shadows are not being given a free ball, but there's no exact semblance of control right now. Typhoons previously had a little bit more of that cohesion. Right now, Bell once again goes for the bumps. There's plenty of players. P puts it up high. They're going to go off the backboard now, just calling off the whole team. Typhoons are going to go back to their own net and try again with the boost. B, no action is already there. Again, backboard defense really on point for Storm Shadows.
And just keeping the box locked down too for Storm Shadows, right? We have seen a couple of attempts, but they've been thwarted every go around. Storm Shadows reading their counterparts of the Typhoons like a book so far, and I mean, this just goes to show that they have the experience, they have the actual data against these Typhoons roster and know what they can pull out. But the problem is for Storm Shadows is the pressure is still continuing. They need some sort of relief because eventually something has to give either one way or the other, and it looks like still favoring possession-wise the Typhoons.
They're in the attack right now. Bao immediately, as he loses the ball, goes for one of the players of Storm Shadows. Knows that he has his teammates in support and he's not going to be leaving them empty on the other side of the field. Reedy, a big cross to the other flank. Sam has is already waiting. Reedy and Sam has two players scoring the goals for Storm Shadows in this game. The B is all alone, but Sam has managed to make there in time. This could have been a great pass. was intended for P, but Storm Shadows take the control back to themselves.
Yeah, an awkward cut that the P was trying to make there. Not the best positioning that they could have hoped for, especially they had to make the most of the opportunity that was sent towards them. And this is an awkward spot for the defense of the Typhoons. Bale takes it away and makes it so that they don't have to just reset all over again with their momentum in this series, because if Storm Shadows take this, they'll be on match point. Only one game away from their victory in the series. Typhoons, though, they want to tie things up, make it so that it's evened up for Game 5, and anybody's a ball game there as well.
Bale having to go all the way back to his own net to collect boost. Now P and Stelios without anything. Bale going all solo. Nobody's, again, close enough, as Typhoons were just struggling to find anything for their tanks. Stelios, I see a demo away from the screen. And if at the very least it keeps the Typhoons, allows them their possession to still stay with them. Alright, Storm Shadows always looking dangerous, and that action shot over the hood of Typhoon's defender finally breaks the deadlock after 4 minutes and 24 seconds played. Storm Shadows, game number 4, win.
Nods of acknowledgement from the team. No pop-offs needed. Job's not done is what they are feeling at this point. They're hoping that they would have gotten the victory sooner, especially after almost having an entire game of overtime being played. So that was a good look, I would say, to keep the composure for the defense of the Storm Shadows, especially after all the adversity that they faced with salvo after salvo, shot after shot. It was a Gatling gun, essentially, throughout that OT and the second half of the game from the Typhoons. But the defense was just too strong. There wasn't enough speed and momentum, I would say, from the Typhoons to get an actual game-winning goal to close things out for them. So that's one thing that's been going out well for the Storm Shadows, is their defense might be the one contingency that they need to win this series.
And it has been working for them really well.
Yeah.
With all of the chances, as you said, that Typhoons have been creating.
5 saves from action. My God. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is. He has been going amazing. And, of course, scoring the game-winning goal as well. So no wonder he is at almost 1,000 score in that game. Nobody's even coming close. He has, point-wise, he has outdone both of his teammates. That's how well Ashton has been playing in that particular game. Set up his teammates as well with assists. So he is the man doing everything. Alrighty, Typhoons previously scored first in the game. So let's see how they start this next one. I predicted 4-2 overall in the series to Storm Shadows.
You did?
Yeah, so this means that Typhoons need to win this one, and then Bob's is Action's uncle, I suppose. Storm Shadows, again, an opportunity out of nowhere. Samuels gets bumped out, gets a small shot, but Bale, I think, trying to play mind games with Action, like, oh, I'm not going to hit it, you hit it first. Loses track of the ball. And of course, Action is all way too happy to just take the first one for Storm Shadows in this game number 5.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in, right? If you are the Typhoons, it feels like the opening kickoff of every game, honestly, so far has gone in the favor of the Storm Shadows, and might be something to work on as the day progresses. Again, you know, even losing any series during this group stage doesn't exactly matter as much. It helps you with having an easier path, I guess, to those grand finals, but you make the bracket either way is the big thing that these teams are, you know, thinking in the back of their mind. So can't be kicking yourself too much while you're down, especially after a goal like that goes through. You've got to shake it off and just continue forward, and that's exactly what they're doing on defense. Even with the demos that are being rallied against them, Typhoons still manage to at least progress it down to the orange half.
Okay, how about a pass? P collects it, but Stelios is still in the way as that shot is going off. Couldn't really drive out. Well, they're going to try again. Idea was great. They bring the ball in, and with the number advantage, bums, demos, whatnot, they are trying to bring it through across the line. Going to try again. Oh, team pinch opportunity. P flying in. Pass from Bale. This time around, again, not a chance that they managed to convert, but it's looking positive. Update on the scoreline between Air Force Gaming and the Netherlands team. It's 4-0 to Air Force Gaming. Again, it's trial by fire. for the Dutch team. As
Yeah,
GG,
I mean,
what else can you say?
That's your hardest opponent that you have to play in the or the group stage, excuse me, here as well. So, hey, get it out of the way, and then the rest of the day is easier from then on out, markedly. So,
better to suffer early. Yes,
yeah, I'd rather get my toughest opponents out of the way personally. I mean, especially if it's a team like Air Force Gaming, you know that they're going to be the team to beat in this competition. So you get that early footage, you know, okay, this is what we did well, this is what we can work on, and use that in your other matches and kind of grow from it. But a team that I feel like needs to grow here is the Typhoons, right? We've seen them growing in terms of offense, but it's the finishes that have been lackluster at best, and that's been the biggest thorn in their side so far, especially with these constant counterattacks that they keep getting caught off guard from.
They tried it, Bell tried as he might, puts the ball to the side, beats 2 players, but then Samhes is already there, and this time around nobody can stop him. Storm Shadows with 2 goals, trying to close this series as early as they possibly can. That 1 win from Typhoons notwithstanding. Stelios will be taking it up to the sky again. They're looking for passes. I was fully expecting somebody from Typhoons already be at the end of that salvo that Stelios has started off. Nope, we go all the way back to the blue side where they have the boost Typhoons, they have the players advancing. Question what they can create out of this. So far, just these 50-50s that Storm Shadows are there for and are winning great. Good little chip. I love the idea from P, but is that defense from Storm Shadows always there in time?
That's the thing. This defense, it's not necessarily like reactionary. They just know where the ball is going in well enough time because the speed isn't quite there on some of these touches from the Typhoons. So easy enough for the Storm Shadows to save, but even then, I mean, kudos to them. So many teams who are facing this many shots against their goal line give up goals left and right, and Storm Shadows haven't been known to do that so far this series, and could be part of the reason why we might see them progress pretty decently throughout the bracket. Again, though, 2 days of competition make it difficult. Got to keep that consistency going. Both of these teams were 2 and 3 during that Swiss stage, 5 rounds that we saw yesterday. So had some room for improvement, to say the least, but also, playing some people who are on different pings is a different style than just your counterparts that are on land here as well. And 40 seconds left, the Typhoons might have a couple chances remaining to bounce back, but the Storm Shadows are in the driver's seat and they're ready to get this one on the road.
Sam is waiting for touches from Typhoons, doesn't rush too fast to the first possible opportunity, notes that he has the time and pretty sure knows that he has his teammates supporting his back. Ball dropping down, 3 players from Typhoons who are trying to push the ball into the net by any means possible. But even when Typhoons bring their whole roster in front of the Storm Shadows net, it unfortunately doesn't help them. The Storm Shadows are just too strong. And as a result, this series ends up 4-1 in favor of Royal Air Force Storm Shadows.
GG's across the board, of course. Great potential that we saw from the Typhoons once again, and of course good hugs around having that competitive spirit with them. But they're all friends. They'll come from the same division of the Royal Air Force as well. But even then, I mean, a great showing. Technically we got like 6 games worth of gameplay, right, with the overtimes that we saw. So it did deliver on what we wanted from this series, to say the least. And I think the big thing for any team that's maybe watching these games back in between breaks and things like that are going to be going up against Storm Shadows is like, okay, we got to find some way to deal with this defense. The bumps and demos, they were working. We just didn't see enough of them, I would say, to get rid of a couple of members at a time from the Storm Shadows. And now with being able to choose where you respawn from the demos makes it a little bit easier, less RNG on that end. So not as easy of a disruption as it used to be as well, but who knows? I mean, we could see some changes from the Typhoons as we progress throughout the group stage itself. But Storm Shadows, they start off strong and looking pretty good as a contender for a potential grand final spot if they keep this up.
Yeah, they are looking great, and it's so weird to say that the bumps did not work, despite Bile basically making his game plan to, okay, I'm just going to be looking for the opposition, because we're going to be the 3 defenders of Storm Shadows. We need to reduce that number to 2, 1 maybe. Yeah, it still did not work. Another team might approach it differently, but it is a tough nut to crack, Storm Shadows, so kudos to them. Again, nobody is out today. Eliminations matches are going to be starting tomorrow. First, we are playing this group stage / round robin kind of thing. And 1 match of the upper bracket today, but it is tomorrow when the teams are going to start getting eliminated and when the real action surely is going to begin. Air Force Gaming, Space Force Gaming, the 2 RAF teams, Storm Shadows and Typhoons, and of course the Dutch roster. It is the Netherlands military, which I've checked out, and I've previously said that it's just like the Royal Netherlands Army. It's also the 2 members of Royal Netherlands Police. Limbiki and Heave are representing that, while Instinct is representing the army part of the thing. They're saying that there's different branches of the Royal Netherlands forces, but they have the same mentality. So think of that what you will. I think maybe that's the reason why they are a team together.
I think we're ready for this interview, if that was the call for that as well. So take it away, Elliot. Tell us what the winners have to say.
Thank you very much to our casters. I am here with 1 winner and 1 loser, both from the Royal Air Force. Reedy, well done. Bale, I'm very disappointed in you. Reedy,
not surprised.
You got the result over the line, but it did look a little bit shakier than I expected.
It was a bit rough, but we still came out on top. We just spacing was a bit off. Maybe a bit of nerves. First game on stream, maybe not warm, but yeah.
And I know that you guys had a bit of a rough day yesterday with server issues, and has that played into the mentality this morning? Is that why it took a little bit to get settled in?
Maybe a little bit, but yeah, I think it was just first game nerves. Yeah.
Typhoons, Bale, guys, you did take a game. And you looked incredibly offensively strong, basically the entire series, but not able to capitalize on your chances where you had them. What went wrong?
Yeah, I mean, I actually disagree. I think offensively we did pretty poorly, to be honest. I think we could have definitely done a lot better. We've took more games off than before. It's been a lot closer before as well, but we just weren't clicking as well as we'd hoped, to be honest. But hopefully it improves as we go on.
First game nerves?
Sort of. Bit shaky, but it's fine.
Reedy, obviously we can hear from across the room, right? Stelios in between matches, giving his old, RLCS coach vibes. How are your team handling that? I know you have G-Wood. Is he stepping up to the plate?
G-Wood he's taken the day off, as far as I know, and he's just sat back, and any chance he gets, he's just telling us, chill out, relax, mental reset, and just get on with it.
Yeah. And how helpful is that?
Oh, it's very good. It's when you're playing, you don't really notice the mistakes, but having that 4th man just to watch what's going on, it's definitely good.
And Bale, how much do you rely on Stelios for his leadership in the game? Is it helpful, or is he a bit too close? Like G-Wood is on the outside, so he has that kind of fresh perspective.
I do think he helps a lot, with building morale and stuff like that. But still, we're not too unhappy, because they are, on paper, they should win. They're higher ranked than we are. But still, we'll do better, hopefully, throughout the tournament.
Well, I certainly hope so. I would like to see RAF first and second. So, guys, thank you very much for coming and talking to me. Best of luck as the day goes on. And now let's throw it back to our casters. What do you make of that?
just to kill the hurt. I'm not nice, but would you do that dance? I don't wanna think about the things we'll do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, would you make that move? It's a bad idea, we should think this through. Since we're standing here right now, boy, light me up a cigarette. If just one taste is all we get, then put my song on the cassette, yeah. Let's do a run, rush and roulette. Boy, light me up a cigarette. If just one taste is all we get, then put my song on the cassette, yeah. Let's do a run, rush and roulette. Blinding lights never fade. Once you're in it, bet you can't escape. Hate the pressure, I love the pain. Pull me harder than you push away. I don't wanna think about the things we'll do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, would you make that move? It's a bad idea, we should think this through. Since we're standing here right now, boy, light me up a cigarette. If just one taste is all we get, then put my song on the cassette, yeah. Let's do a run, rush and roulette. Boy, light me up a cigarette. If just one taste is all we get, then put my song on the cassette, yeah. Let's do a run, rush and roulette. Boy, light me up a cigarette. If just one taste is all we get, then put my song on the cassette, yeah. Let's do a run, rush and roulette. Rush and roulette, rush and roulette. Sweet as paradise, forever in your eyes. No one could ever put a price on us. No. When my heart stops beating, I still bleed for you. When my world stops turning, I still burn for you. 'Cause baby, you are the twin flame, you are the ending, honey, I need you when the world stops turning. I still burn, I still burn for you. I still burn for you. I still burn for you. I still burn for you.
That's a good question.
Ooh, that was the wrong person to ask. I'm so bad.
You can answer this one in Dutch.
Ga deze antwoord niet bevragen.
It's fine.
Dangerous territory. I think probably the rank I'm at right now, to be honest, DS1. No. I think so.
Ik hou het gewoon op mijn eigen rang, op wachtmeester.
Let's go for it then. So you have AR, recruit, right?
Ik hou het ook op mijn eigen rang. Marché de eerste klasse.
So I'm not AR. Okay, fair enough. I'm making that a somewhat experience. One silver. Okay, 1 silver.
Supposed to be a fun question, guys.
I would say a sergeant.
I'd say sergeant as well. But we agreed on the sergeant.
I'll go chief then. I'd love to be a chief.
Well, hello there. Welcome back. I'm in the player lounge right now, the Alienware training facility. And I'm having a little game of ping pong with my good friend Chowder from Air Force Gaming. Chowder, how you doing?
I'm doing great.
Can't complain. And Air Force Gaming, you dropped a couple of games yesterday, one of which was against the British Army, not on LAN either. And, you said, the team said it was fair and square, but no one who was actually on site managed to take even a single game. Can we expect that kind of performance from AFG all the way through today as well?
I hope so. I think we've been playing a lot as a team, been a team for probably a year and a half now. Pretty coordinated together. Everyone here is pretty skilled, so I think we're going to be able to go without dropping a game.
Dude, the fact that you said you've been a team for a year and a half now makes this hurt even more, because you just told me that you are moving to Space Force in 2 months, is that right?
I am.
So you're going straight over to the Space Force gaming team as well, right?
Yeah, I will be.
That is crazy, which means that next year we are going to see you going head-to-head against your old AFG teammates as a member of the SFG.
I will be.
Come on, how are you feeling about that?
I'm excited. It's always fun playing against people and especially, people you've been with a team for so long. It's going to be fun playing against them.
Dude, the attitude, the mindset, a sneak peek into the mindset of a team that has never lost a game in the AFBI competitive history. We don't count the friendlies, surely.
Of course not.
Of course not. Look, what do you want to say to everyone at home and maybe to your team as you guys get started with the real matches today?
It's a fun tournament. Everyone here is great people, great vibes, playing against the same people. It builds an attitude of competitiveness that you don't get when you're playing online. So it's a fun tournament. We're all having fun here, but I think we're going to take the win. So
are they going to take the win? Is anyone even going to be able to get a game when he can play ping pong and deliver an interview like that? Chowder, thank you very much for joining me. It's been an absolute pleasure. Let's find out if AFG can hold up the standard, can live up to the hype. Let's go back to our casters, and this time round, it's Vodable and Relic.
They kept that going so much longer than I thought they would, Relic. That has to be like a
was
record
quite
or something.
I have my OCD though is pick up the ball. Somebody please. I can hear it in the background. It's still bouncing. It's still going. Someone pick up that ball. But also #Rostermania. Hello,
That's
Chowder
true.
moving to Space Force in 2 months. That's kind of crazy. And it does mean, I remember way back when Chowder was the new addition to Air Force. He was that transitional player. And now he is transitioning away to a different department entirely. We love Cat Cam. We love Rocket League Vodable. And we've got a repeat of our... locking back in, we've got a repeat of our first match that was on stream yesterday, actually. A match that you yourself covered as the Typhoons take on the RAF Typhoons take on the Dutch, who of course have come off the back of a pretty... They've come off the back of a pretty, chastening defeat here with the aforementioned Air Force. They've picked them off 4-0, but this is the team that was top of the Swiss yesterday versus the team that is still looking for that first series. Was it them who needed the series win,
They
or
got
was
a
it
series,
the Tridents? I might be getting confused.
Towards the end, yeah.
Yes, they did get one eventually, but that one was not against the Typhoons. They lost in a 3-1 manner. So a chip on the shoulder for the Orange Army.
Yeah, they kept it kind of close throughout a couple of those games. Did get the one win. I think it was in game 3 or 4, and then fell afterwards too. So unfortunate for them. It was game 3. Actually, game 4 was the one that was won to close out the series there from the Typhoons last time. So they kind of, had some good experience yesterday to get used to, the setups there at the actual Alienware training center facility that Team Liquid has. Shout out to them, of course, for having this be a thing, but also shout out to the players too for getting hyped for the match as well. I love to see that, all the energy that we've been wanting from these players. But both these teams, one of them guaranteed to get a win here, which is a good thing too. They want to start on an easier side of the bracket. I don't think there's any easy sides of the bracket, though, to be fair. I'll have to see what they can do, though. I'm really curious, what the Netherlands military are going to be changing from the last time they played against the Typhoons. I mean, the Typhoons specifically, they look pretty decent against Storm Shadows, but in the interview, I know Elliot was wanting us to give our opinions, but, we kind of Donowalled him. It's just saying that, the military, or the Typhoon specifically, didn't feel as confident on offense, so maybe they can work on that a little bit more in this game against the Netherlands military and improve that throughout the group stage here, Relic. Well, Relic unfortunately did get dropped or something, so we'll get him back in the call in a second. Maybe he had a feline friend turn off his PC or something, who knows. But either way, for this game specifically, the Netherlands military team, I mean, looking at their matches yesterday, they took the one game against the Typhoons. They took 2 games against U.S. Army Esports Gold, so kept that really close, but went to 5, and unfortunately they didn't take it. Took one off of the Royal Navy Krakens, and then they got their first win 3-2 against the Tridents, and then closed out their day with another Game 5 loss against Air Force Gaming Bravo. So a lot of close games that they had as well. So a tough spot to be in on their side, but again, we'll have to see what they can do here on their end as well. But even then, for the RAF Typhoons, I think looking at their side of things, what they can do is just execute a little bit better in this series against the Netherlands military. I mean, they looked really solid the last time they faced them off yesterday. That was our first series of the day that we saw too. But even then, actually getting to witness, the P having some great passing plays back and forth with their teammates and being kind of the facilitator in a lot of those games too was a great look as well. Oh, I like the camera setup that they got, recording some content. Okay, that's nice. That's nice. Nice to see on that end as well. But getting ready, doing some training packs in the background as they are preparing for their match as well. Some stretches there from Stelios. Gotta be as limber as you can here too. So we'll see what this Royal Air Force Typhoons team can do. But also on the end of the Netherlands, again, we'll see what they can do. And we got Relic back here. We had the solo show for Vaudable for a little bit, but thank you for saving my vocal cords.
Well, you know what, Vaudable, if there was anybody who I would trust to run a solo show, it would be you. So I am sure that the viewers were kept in wonderfully safe and surprisingly soft hands. I would know. But anyway, less about that and more about these teams, because quite frankly, I'm really excited. Exactly. I'm really excited to see what the Netherlands military can bring to the table this time around. I think for anybody in this round robin, they look at Air Force Gaming and they're thinking, that's the free hit. I tell you what, Monster, really happy right now. Great work in providing. Not even an advertisement, but hey, Monster, thanks. Not sponsor. But yeah, I think this is a great opportunity to bounce back again. They've got that little air of, there's a little bit of revenge in the air, of course. Because I do remember that final game versus the Typhoons, where the Typhoons kind of just ran away with it, after what seemed to be quick. Where's the no-scope? You gotta finish it off, brother. Well, maybe in-game. RAF Typhoons blue, Netherlands military in their customary orange. Let's get this thing started, a best of 7.
That's right, another best of 7 here. On the other end too, as we're waiting for the other side of things too for round 2, we have, I believe it is the Storm Shadows playing off against Space Force in the background of the stream. So we'll keep you guys informed with the scores as we get them from production. That one's definitely gonna decide how things go, and that somehow decides that the ball does not go in, and it goes the other direction. Is that gonna be saved? Okay, Bale does get to it. I would have been devastated for the Typhoons if that would have been a goal afterwards.
Ah, so we're choosing violence this morning, are we? I am okay with that, even if it's going to pull on my heartstrings a little bit. I am fascinated to see how that Storm Shadows Space Force series ends up. If you weren't watching yesterday, they faced each other then, and it was a 3-0 sweep, but it really shouldn't have been. I mean, it was a battle of defenses, a battle of iron wills, but here's the iron will of the Dutch military to force a save from Stelios.
I'm really curious what we see offense-wise from the Typhoons. They didn't feel as confident, you know, the performance that they had against the Storm Shadows. They said they've played them closer before, and, well, Instinct, speaking of offense, is going to get our first one in this series.
Yeah, so P, difficult situation, has to put it up high, but then Stelios is in a position where a little bit more power generated and you at least take that out of danger, out from the goal mouth. Unfortunately, didn't get enough power, allows Instinct to get the poach here, which ultimately sees the Dutch military go 1-0 up.
Good look for them. They kind of improved as the day went along. I mean, so many game 5s that they went to against tough squads in the online friendly matches as well. Unfortunately for them, didn't quite get the wins that they wanted against the teams that are in person as well. But even then, the first 2 minutes gone in this relatively. The Netherlands military are not giving Typhoons any room to breathe, and I think they might have been paying attention in the interim of their loss to Air Force Gaming and just saw, oh, you know, they struggled when the pressure was applied to them defensively, but Bale's not struggling to get that goal. My goodness.
No, indeed. I mean, P has a nice cut-in moment into the fake. The defense don't really know what to do with this, and Bale's already been called onto this moment as that third striker rotating in. Nice, easy finish to apply. Tie game.
Those are the kind of finishes that we're missing from the first series from the Typhoons. So the big thing is, can they keep them going? 1 goal is not going to be enough, especially because it's only tied at this rate against the Dutch themselves, and they're flying in as best as possible. Instinct got the first goal, and that was looming and lurking in a dangerous position for the defense, but they'll be able to get to it relatively easily and keep that transition going.
Heave. Oh, wait, hold on. Heave? Oh. Stelios waiting until the absolute last moment to make the save, and then there's another one as well. The bicycle kick save, fancy feat. Here's Limbaki, infield to Instinct, who tries to bait out Stelios, but here's Bale, great covering run, travels the other side of the field, but he's able to avoid the bump.
Good positioning, I'd say, for the Netherlands military squad, specifically on defense. I mean, there was kind of a wacky play that we saw from the Typhoons that resulted in a goal. 360 though from Instinct as he gets it in, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, just gonna put some style points on that one.
He did complete it in game. If I had my hat on, I would be doffing it to you, good sir. Fantastic work. I mean, it's really disrespectful for the Typhoons. I mean, they got absolutely dunked on there, but oh well. 2-1, the Dutch aren't going to care.
Oh, they'll just celebrate again, especially after the World Cup victory yesterday, but we'll talk a little bit about that later. Typhoons, though, they do not want to experience that kind of fury as we saw in that matchup as well, so they got to put the pedal to the metal themselves and get on the board again, tie things up like they did before, and might not be as easy, especially with Heave in position. But the follow-through there for Stelios.
You know, I think this wasn't exactly how the play was intended. I think P wanted to get the second touch here, but maybe Stelios actually coming in and saying, look, I've got a way better attack angle here. I can shoot it low, which quite often Vodable is the best way to go. Everyone in net is expecting you to put power behind it, to go for one of the top 2 corners, but actually striking low gives you a little bit of a better chance, given that most people are looking for that pre-jump.
I think that's the thing that was lacking last time from the Typhoons as well in the previous series, is actually like going for gung-ho for those follow-throughs, because there were a lot of chances for that. They just weren't in position in time, and they didn't have the momentum afterwards to actually convert towards a goal. So now those conversion rates have increased, and I'm sure their bosses are happy about it. But we'll see if the market is fresh for them to get another goal in the lead.
Well, there's still some bartering to be done, isn't there? And turning up to the stalls right now, the Typhoons looking to put some chips down on the table. The Netherlands military, though, call the poker face. It's a nice loft infield. P looking for a bump. Again, he's done very well to avoid those bumps and bruises. Stelios, though, making sure that there's a demo on the way out, meaning this counter-attack is very light and is stopped in its tracks. This is unfortunate for Limbeki, who's got to go all the way back to his own backboard to deal with that. Could have been dangerous, could still be dangerous. Stelios! Oh, he finds it! 3-2, 2 seconds left.
Massive goal, potentially game-winning, especially with 2 seconds remaining. Dagger in the heart of the Netherlands military, and they were not expecting that fury from them. The dish down from Bale was frame perfect as well. Kickoff goal won't happen, so it will be the Typhoons, reminiscent of the first series yesterday, taking game 1.
Reminiscent in terms of end result, yes. Reminiscent in terms of how the game actually transpired, absolutely not. The Netherlands with a far better look, far more punchy. I think in terms of their passing plays, far more convincing than at any point we saw in that previous Typhoon series. I think the unfortunate thing for them really is that when there was the couple of opportunities to get a couple of goals, maybe 3 goals ahead of the Typhoons, because the Typhoons were able to survive those assaults, it meant that slowly but surely over the course of the 5 minutes, they could build themselves into the game. Fine margins here, but the Netherlands military at the very least know that they can hang 10 with this Typhoons team.
Yeah, last time it was a 0-second goal win for the Netherlands military. I was thinking of a different series when I was thinking the one that actually was a 3rd game that was taken by a different team. But the Typhoons specifically, I mean, more goals than they've gotten in a single game so far today, which is a nice look from them. Aside from, actually, no, yeah, this is the most we've seen from them. We've seen, you know, a couple of chances here and there, but unfortunately, they weren't able to get the victory in the last one because 2 was the highest that they could get. So already overcome those odds in the last moment from Stelios. And I think that's also the most goals we've seen from Stelios today. Limbeki, though, gonna make me be quiet for a moment after they pop off with this one.
Limbeki rises into the sky like a salmon rises out of the water with supreme velocity, and the connection was gorgeous. 2 Typhoons racing back. Stelios gets a piece of it, but the power generated means that touch can only divert it further into the net. Great goal.
Yeah, beautiful play, and a kind of a set piece for the Netherlands military. That's the, I believe, 2nd time now that actually we've seen this series, the Netherlands military start off with the lead. So big game changer for them in comparison to the last time we saw these 2 teams face yesterday. But again, they already started off with a win in this moment in time, in that far ago. So not exactly where they wanted to find themselves, but as competitive as it could have been, right? It went in the last like 2 seconds. So yeah, you can't really fault them too much for that. And already starting off strong with a bounce back with Limbeki getting that first goal so quickly into this game too.
One thing to take a lead, another thing entirely to keep it. And it doesn't matter whether you keep it for 1 second or whether you keep it for 5, because quite frankly, it's a difficult task nonetheless, especially when the Typhoons are in the mood. But that's a little bit loosey-goosey from the P. Limbeki leaves this to heave. Bale goes high. Instinct has just enough boost to make the connection and further frustrate the Typhoons here in midfield.
Potential here for the Typhoons if they can get the angle the P was looking for at Bale. Great setup too. Stelios with the drop down. No, it's not on target. If it was, would have been a surefire goal to tie things up. But longest lead we have seen thus far from the Netherlands military against the Typhoons, and well, they need at least a cushion to feel a bit more comfortable, because a lot of these pressuring chances and peppering shots from the Typhoons are making me a little worried for the Netherlands military defense.
Yeah, now we're into the second half of the game. I think a second goal would be, I mean, a second goal is always welcome at any time. I think at this particular moment, you know, the Typhoons, true. I can believe that the Typhoons can score one goal. Whether they can score two, especially when the pressure's against them, I'm not entirely sure. So for the moment, the Netherlands military will look to play keep away. They will look to try and find a shot opportunity like this one in particular going wide. Nice crossover as Instinct takes over control, but P picks his pocket.
Maybe that's what the P stands for, pickpocket. Who knows? But they do need to at least pocket their team a little bit more so than what we saw last time. The demo from Heave on Stelios relieving a lot of pressure here as well for the Netherlands military squad. Bale, they've been really a great team player and playmaker for their team, like we saw in the last game. Some great setups, but they've been kind of going more for solo efforts, and the rest of their team hesitant to go for these challenges. They don't want to get counterattacked, and I feel like they're just hesitating a bit too much, especially with a little over a minute remaining.
Yeah, the Netherlands military here, I wouldn't say turtling up or parking the bus per se, but they definitely have regressed. Shot towards net, Limbeki meets it quite well. I'm going to put you out of your misery, Vodable. It does indeed stand for Pierce. Yep, it is just his name, but it is a name that we love, and we'll see whether there is a piercing run here to be had from Bale. He is watching brief, picks it up. Great interception from Instinct, not giving them a moment's notice. That's loose, but nobody punishes, and Bale can only stop it at the midfield line for P to move forward now. But there's Instinct with full boost. The Netherlands are comfortable.
Can't be too comfortable though, especially with two members of the Typhoons right towards their box, bearing down with the ball as quickly as they can. There's the centering shot, and what an angle! My goodness, the P ties things up with 17 seconds remaining.
Yeah, emphasis on the word comfortable. Limbeki just doesn't get there in time. The ball hits that wall, favors Pierce, but even then, there's still so much to do. Generating the power and also getting the car at an angle. Straight off kickoff, the woodwork comes to the rescue. All of Typhoon's hard work almost undone in an instant.
Left in the smoke is the chance of a lifetime for the Netherlands military to take advantage before our OT that we were denied in the last game in the last 2 seconds, and now it has been actualized here. Netherlands military need to take advantage of the momentum that they had in their favor. Yes, it reset for mere moments, but it's not going to last for too long. Typhoons, we saw how dominant they were, at least with shots and opportunities in regulation. So one good chance is all that they need, and they almost had it there.
Oh, Mbeke, heart-in-mouth moment. He knew that there was a Typhoon that was just absolutely tearing down on him, and it's a good thing that he got the touch first. Otherwise, we are talking about the full Typhoon turnaround. It is another goal, of course, Vodable, within the last 30 seconds of a game that changes the status from an overtime to a win scenario for the Typhoons in game number 1, from a Netherlands military win to an overtime here in game number 2. And it looks like all the momentum here is with that team in blue, but he can't find the drop down. Instinct gets away. Bale with the drop off to Stelios. Backboard infield and a throwaway from Limbeki. Only as far as P though.
Instinct's the only one with boost right now for this Netherlands military team. That's not the spot you want to find yourselves in defensively against a team like the Typhoons, who have turned things up to 11 since the last game. No more jitters, no more shakiness on offense, but defense might be a bit of a struggle if they can't keep this one going. There's a light touch from Limbeki, and it's not enough to get them the goods necessary for a victory. They want to tie the series 1-1, but Typhoons, they just need possession of the ball, and they might be able to take make it. The demo, though, does relieve some pressure. Instinct with another opportunity. It does get denied by the wayside from the P.
The swamp terrain is out. This ball is slowing down at the worst possible moment for the Netherlands military. Nice pickup from Limbeki. Tries to muscle his way through, but Stelios has got some biceps himself, flexes them. P now, great flick, but Limbeki rushes back to be the hero at the other end.
Oh, pulls from within to get that save. Bale realizing that the Netherlands military team is kind of floundering in front of the net. Like a fish out of water. Don't know exactly where to go for the ball. That should have been it. Flip reset was available, but didn't have the momentum to go for the finishing touch that they were wanting. The P is still just being a thorn in the side of Netherlands military. As soon as they get possession of the ball towards the box, they're not going to have any lane of entry towards the net. Bale stops it yet again. So many opportunities. More so, I'd say, in overtime than in regulation for Netherlands military, but no dice again.
Almost a triple commit, you could say, for the military here in the Netherlands.
Ow.
Stelios, infield, miss. Limbeki, oh. P goes for power. The power shot goes wide. Instinct misses out. Heave with no boost. Backboard. Stelios misflips. Miss input. That's so unfortunate. It gives Instinct precious time to drive forward. Heave goes towards net, but Bale corrals this under his control. Limbeki can stomp on it, but it ricochets wide. Instinct keeps the pressure on. Limbeki gets the shot away. Stelios save. Heave now coming forward. Heave, flip reset available. Tries to buffet his way past two, but Bale is the savior.
Only 7 shots, if I tallied correctly so far, from the Netherlands military side, and 2 members of the Typhoons have 10 total combined, so do pretty good on the aggressive side. It doesn't matter when Instinct gets the shot of a lifetime. Nobody can stop this man.
He just keeps the card close to his chest. He doesn't get that shot away. It's almost kind of a fake in of itself. Stelios is expecting that ball to be traveling far faster than it actually does. Great mind games from Instinct, who helps the Netherlands military to tie this series. Almost over half a game's worth of overtime, by the way, Vaudible. If this was a best of 5, I'd be worried for the Typhoons. I think thankfully for them, because of this elongated best of 7 series, there's plenty of time to sort of dust off the shoulders and say, okay, let's reset, let's go again. It's still very early doors.
Yeah, they got a lot of chances to still bounce back, and so many shots on their side too. I believe it was 12 that they had for their team. So even with all that pressure, it just did not prove to be enough, and goes back to the issues that we saw from them in the last series against the Storm Shadows for the Typhoons, is that the execution just was not there. But the Netherlands military, got to give the credit where it's due. Even with low boost, they somehow managed to hold off, whereas the Storm Shadows typically had boost to work with and didn't have to worry too much. Good defensive posturing there from Limbeki, but they got to be careful because there's more power from the P with this shot.
Back turned to goal, ball heading towards net. That is an unenviable position for even the most storied of RLCS pros, and you didn't have any boost as well, Limbeki. I think that was a bit of a doomed scenario. You shouldn't feel too bad for that one. But for the Typhoons, they can feel great Vaudible. It's the first game in which they've taken the opening lead. Oh, and here's a second for free.
I just wanted to see if that one would go in. Bale was free, and no, it bounced off the defender, I think, at the second too, and they still were able to control it. That's crazy wherewithal from Bale, even with no boost towards the end. Faked out Limbeki, could have gone for the simple shot, but even after the disruption from the defender, it didn't matter.
He's a tall, stern man, isn't he? Completely unfazed from having to face 2 very difficult situations to read. But here he is now looking to try and generate something more creative for his team. Bell does well to lift it over the on-rushing attacker, though. His Instinct, and that's a good challenge. Stelios, that's towards net. P is trying to generate the power to drive this one under the bar. Now the breakaway for the Netherlands military, but Stelios sees the eye of the needle. Jet gets a shot away for himself, but P to put away. Oh, it's 3-0 within 60 seconds.
just goes to show how quickly things can flip on a dime in a series, a best of 7 even. And you were talking about, you know, if it was a best of 5, maybe Typhoons would have had to worry. They're proving that they didn't have to worry ever, regardless of how long the series is, especially with 3 goals in a minute. It's more goals in a minute's time than we saw throughout almost through all that series, the last game specifically, and the P, of course, getting a hat trick already.
Limbeki is just witnessing a horror movie right now. He has been the last man for every single goal. And the worst thing is really there's not been much that he could have done about any of them. Usually I would look at it and I'd be like, well, they could have done a bit of this, or maybe positioning could have been better. No, he's just been super isolated. The Typhoons are on a roll. They can't stop scoring.
4 goals on 3 shots, by the way, is what he's got so far. So that's just some crazy stats that we see from the P here. And I worry for the Netherlands military because last time we saw a game win, you know, the first one that they had against the Typhoons go in their favor. It was kind of, I think it was 3-0 in that second one that we saw as well. So the Typhoons just proving, hey, you take a game from us, we take a mile against you, and they're not going to stop anytime soon. Netherlands military maybe at least get one and go to Brazil potentially, but we'll see how it goes. Typhoons have woken up.
Yeah, where's Ron Burgundy? Because this has escalated, and it has escalated quickly. The Netherlands military, I think, completely at odds end here. I think, quite frankly, the first call of order is try not to concede anymore and maybe work from there. The Typhoons' rotations are so good. Wow, P from the ceiling. P! Oh my, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He didn't get the drop down shot, but he stayed active in the area and he scores another one.
But P's just soloing at this point. Even, yes, there's assists that are credited. That is 5 out of the 6 goals for one member on the Typhoons. I was saying, you know, where's the P been this whole time with like the goal participation? We saw, you know, the 1 goal in the last game. We didn't see any in game 1, and they're like, okay, you know, time to clock in to my 9 to 5 of goal scoring, and well, now they're here.
Look at the positioning of the 3 Typhoons. I mean, you could have thrown a blanket over all 3 of them, and that wouldn't have been a stretch of the imagination. Double commit. They're vibing, they're feeling it, and the Netherlands military are so starved for boost that they can't even web together any sort of competent counter-attack. Finally, some time spent in the blue half. It feels like a lost forbidden land. We've not seen it this much over the course of game number 3, but with 2 minutes left, will we even see any goals for the Netherlands military? Because the Typhoons are at it again.
This is really the difference between the Storm Shadows and the Netherlands military is the defense, right? We saw, even with all the shots and pressure and possession from the Typhoons in the last series, still stopped every single time, except from a couple, of course. But for the Netherlands military, unfortunately, something had to give. You know, went to that long OT, a bit exhausted of their efforts and kind of mental game that they were playing with their opponents. And you know, after that, the floodgates opened, and well, unfortunately, they were not prepared and didn't have any insurance to cover them afterwards.
They could do with the sun that I'm currently suffering under right now, just to try and dry things up a little bit. It's been a very dry delivery, though, from the Typhoons. Reports of our demise have been greatly exaggerated, they say. 6 goals, 60 seconds and change left on the clock. It's just admin from here on out.
Yeah, we had all those goals in the first 2 minutes. Like, 1.5 minutes, honestly, which is just crazy to think about. Like, what a change of pace from the last series into this one, and that as well. Somehow getting that save as Bale, just hitting it off their own crossbar and out. It's like wacky scenarios is what this game was.
Do you think the conversation was, hey guys, do you think 6 goals is enough of a lead to park the bus with?
I mean,
do you think that's okay? Do you think we'll be okay with 6 goals?
Yeah, I mean, I like to reference the World Cup, a decent amount since it's going on. It's kind of relevant. It's just like how Canada was, you know?
It is indeed just like how. Can you tell the Vodable is Canadian, everyone?
Yeah,
Can you tell? Can you? That is a man who is proud of his country. But for the RAF Typhoons, they are going to be very, very proud of this performance. The Netherlands military were most pleased to get the opening game win. But since then, an overtime defeat, certainly unfortunate. For this, an absolute rout. It's back to the drawing board.
Ouch. That's all I got to say about that one. Blink and hopefully forget. Close your eyes for a moment and then, get ready for the next game. They're typing to each other, it looks like, as well. I'm curious if there's any, friendly smack talk going around. But either way, yeah, you just kind of brush that one off after the third goal goes through, I would say. Definitely the fourth, especially the hat trick being scored by the P in 1 minute and 6 seconds, by the way. So doing a great job for their team. Almost the funny amount of seconds, but it is what it is.
I mean, it's such a stark contrast to that first game for the Typhoons, where they basically had to steal away the win with seconds to go. Here they get their business done, and they get it done early. But I imagine that the Netherlands military can at least take some comfort and some relief from seeing no goals scored for the entire second half of the game. At least they did sort their defense out.
Want to know what's crazy is that they still had 7 saves.
Yeah.
There were 6 goals.
So it was working. It's not like they just stopped shooting.
Only 2 shots, by the way, for the Netherlands in that game specifically, where we saw 17, I think it was, for the Typhoons, if my math's correct. Yikes. So, don't have that happen again. You'll be good. That's all I can say,
Yeah, just don't concede 6 goals. It's as easy as that, right? I mean,
if it was easy, then it wouldn't have happened, to be fair.
Very true. I do note, by the way, Bale moving on to the Nissan Skyline. I am always intrigued whenever players change their vehicle of choice. I'm pretty sure the Skyline running a different hitbox too. I think Bale was on the Fennec before. So anyway, we'll see. It's all placebo, really, at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And right now, they're feeling good still, the Typhoons, although they haven't scored 3 goals in the opening minute. What they have done is they've had lots of shots on target, but they've had to be alert on defense there.
So close, yet so far. I mean, that would have been, wiping the slate clean for the Netherlands military if they could have gotten that goal, and still have chances, of course, to get the opening goal for this team. Also, shout out to Heath, rocking the Susquehanna Sonics decal. That's a deep cut.
I was gonna say, I used to work for them.
Oh man.
They were fun team streams. They were a lot of fun.
For sure.
A frustrating team to watch, though. They were very mid-table.
Yeah, reminds me of when I did Shopify Rebellion. Oh, so many round 5s. But hey, everyone goes to round 5 in the round robin here, so.
True. Everyone gets a taste of it. And that was almost a taste of gold for the Netherlands military, who have definitely had their fair share of chances. I mean, both teams really with good looks. That's a nice recovering demo onto Heath from Bale, just again limiting the amount of attackers and therefore the amount of passing channels that the Netherlands military can operate. This one to go around the world, but here's Limbeki. It's a simple shot. It hits the backboard. The defense don't know what they're doing, but Bale gets a crucial touch to save.
Almost had me singing Gangnam Style there for a second with how many hopes there were off the post, but even then, Netherlands military doing what they can to keep the pressure going, and there's another great shot from Heave, but there's not enough hose behind it either. They need to keep the pressure up. It's a Heave Ho joke, by the way.
It is the Heave Ho joke. It's not 2022, but is Thai coming back? Will either of these two teams be looking for a new face by the end of this? Because it's been a real slobber, just a real knockout sort of match where both of them have been throwing punches here and there, and they're all sort of beaten and bruised, but there's not been that final blow, that final decider. I mean, Heave is the furthest man forward here for the Netherlands military. It's just a throwaway moment as we enter the final 90 seconds.
It's crazy that it's feast or famine with the goals in this series. You know, we saw 5 in the first one, then 3 in the second, 6 from the Typhoons in the last one, and it's a potential for a 0-0 overtime right now. And I think a lot of that has to do with the Netherlands military being on offense, even more so, forcing the Typhoons to kind of take their time with their attacks and their approach. And I think that's what was missing from the Netherlands. You know, the pace of play was already established, the goals already were happening, and once you get past like 3 or even 4 that early on, it's like, okay, you know, play our game, see what we can do, talk amongst ourselves, strategize for the next one. And it's good that the Netherlands military were able to adapt to that way. The big thing though is that they just need that one goal.
I think there's been really intelligent demo play as well, but that's the opportunity. He's back, but Stelios gets caught on the post. It is a villain. It is an enemy to all players, and it strikes at the worst time for the Typhoons.
Ooh.
Wow, that's a loud celebration. Oh my goodness.
But is it an early pop-off from the Netherlands military team? Less than 30 seconds, the P is there, flip resets come through, Libeki misses, Heave saves the day for now, but needs to deflect it away, and they do just that.
Instinct uses the bottom of his car to get a little bump. It's intelligent, but here's Pierce! Oh, it hits the post! Bale waits, but Libeki stands strong. He throws it away. Pierce with full boost. He's not got the lift that he was looking for. It's up high, hits the ceiling, down to the ground. Pierce called off by Bale. The pop-up. Bale, Pierce, and it's completely spiked ultimately by that Netherlands defense, who were all rocked up in net ready to defend. Tie series? What a series.
This is what we've been asking for. Ooh, telling them to be quiet. The goals that they had in the last game don't matter because they got the game to equalize it here. And now we'll see who takes the lead, the advantage, match points to whoever wins game number 5. And be that much closer to having their first series win in the actual LAN event, the group stage here for the Allied Forces Esports Invitational as well. So, I mean, who do you think it's going? I think, you know, a lot of these series Relic go back and forth to the case. It's like, okay, it should be Typhoons now, right? Taking this next one.
It's impossible to tell. They've all been such different games that there's no rhyme or reason. There is no pattern to read. If I'm a scientist, I'm going, did I get something wrong?
The data's not adding up. But, you know, caster math also has its own difficulties there. So we're not going to try and run the numbers ourselves. We got experts for that. But the Typhoons specifically, I think the one thing I want to see from them, Relic, is just getting out of their side. They were stuck in their half for like 90% of that last game, and that's why they weren't really able to put up too many numbers.
Yeah, I mean, the shot opportunities that they did get were good opportunities. It required good defending to match what was put in front of the Dutch military, but I completely agree with you. I think they lost control of that midfield, which is what gave them so much joy in game number 3. And so right now, the Netherlands military, the Orange Army here are feeling like they've got a good playing pattern. That's a decent shot, but there was no follow-up and maybe a bit of conservatism there, because with 2 players rotating back, I mean, there was a free shot on net opportunity that's gone to begging.
No, might be a chance here for Limbeki if they can get a centering shot. Unfortunately, the boost did not respawn in time for them to get a full tank of gas and actually take it forward. Oh my goodness, no pass needed. The P is actually going to get barred down and in.
Yo, what a read from Stelios. It's a lovely little extra, like, floated lift, utilizing the corner. And he's like, yo, Pierce, do your thing, please. And what a shot it was. The Netherlands military was there, but the accuracy was just too good.
That's what we saw in that game 3. Also game 2. I mean, the P has scored the most goals for the team, to say the least, after the 5 we saw in game number 3. But even before then, you know, had the most consistency so far. Only 2 games they haven't gotten a goal in. of this series, and that's the one that we just saw and the first one of this series as well, which could have easily gone to OT between these two teams. But depending on how the series goes, the Netherlands military might be wanting that first game back, especially with that 2-second goal that we saw from Stelios way back when. And well, being down now and not having possession of the ball as they would like is not the spot that the Netherlands military want to find themselves in, being down currently.
Yeah, whenever the Typhoons have taken that first goal, whenever they've taken the lead straight out the gates, I mean, admittedly, there is only a sample size of 1 to work with before that, but it did lead to a 6-0, so I feel like that sample size of 1 is worth listening to.
It does carry the conversation a lot, especially with angles like that being enacted, but it's not enough. No power behind it, unfortunately, even after they pull from within for it. Stelios is playing a lot more confident, I've been noticing, with these cuts of rotation and the speed of play and the pace that they've been putting behind the ball touches as well, but hasn't been enough for that cushion goal that they've been wanting. But again, you know, we've had every type of game in this series and then some. So it could be low scoring, it could be 1-0, it could be heartbreak for the Netherlands military. Instinct wants that back.
It's good to hear that Instinct had exactly the same reaction that I did, by the way. Just a, It's interesting actually listening into the comms for a little bit, all of the furious clicking that is going on. These players are working overtime to try and outfox their opponents, but it is currently the Orange Lions of the Netherlands military that are still in need of a goal to tie this game, let alone take the lead in of itself. And it's good pressure from the Typhoons here, just keeping this ball locked in the orange half. Piggy, though, finds the angle, scores the second.
Hear the pop-off from the Typhoons. They are roaring ahead of the competition, taking the initiative for their potential first series victory, unless the Netherlands military have something to say about it in these next minute that they need 2 goals for, and almost have to kick off again, but not enough.
He won't get the clearance. Stelios is there, pops it up, double commit. One of them at least gets it. It's Pierce with another save. The Savior medal, so dangerous at both ends of the pitch. That's a pretty nasty pinch, honestly, that does not favor the Orange Army whatsoever. P, another double commit. Instinct takes control. Runs out a boost, loose, but Bale cleans up.
That's what they need to do for the Typhoons defensively. Just go for these immediate 50-50s, not give the Netherlands military time to figure out their game plan as they get possession of the ball and put them in odd spots for these challenges. That could have been perfect if he dropped down a little bit faster, but no boost in the tank. Here's the counterattack, and that'll cement the game.
Oh.
Ouch.
Boost giveth and boost taketh away, or should it be the other way around? Giveth boost and taketh away boost, and he really wanted to be giveth the boost, because that would have been the difference, right? He would have been able to re-angle the car and get that pinch shot that almost certainly would have got in just by the virtue of the angle that he was attacking it with. I mean, hey, I did say that you can't ignore the single sample when the Typhoons take the opening goal. They won that first game in the sample size by 6. And okay, they scored half of those goals this time around, but it's another clean sheet. The Netherlands just can't get back into the game. Put your tongue away, sir.
They're having a silly, goofy time, and that's what we like to see. You know, these players having a good show of it as well. I'm really excited to see what this next game has in store. You know, as you mentioned, the sample size of 1, which is now sample size of 2, when the first goal is scored by the P specifically. It has been, the Typhoons have been getting at least 3 goals so far, and not a single one from their opponents in the Netherlands. Claps across the board as they get into the kickoff for potentially our final game of this series. Typhoons look to close it out.
What are you rocking, Bale? I recognize the car, but I've not... What is that? It's one of the OG cars. Doesn't matter what it is, because This is an ominous sign, an ominous omen.
We just talked
If
about
you are
this.
the Netherlands military, it's a lovely read off the backboard, by the way. Lovely goal from the P. But now the Netherlands military is going to have to do something that they haven't done all series long.
Is it the X-Devil? Could be wrong.
It
I'll have
is
to look
the
at it
X-Devil.
again.
It's the OG X-Devil is what it is. Actually, no, it's not. I don't think it... you know, I'm going to look at my Rocket League cards.
Yeah.
To Fandompedia or whatever it is. Oh no! While I'm looking that up, Vodable, let's talk about how the Netherlands military are in real peril.
Maybe they were also looking it up at the time, and that's why nobody was really there for the save. Libeki went for it. Heave went flying. Unfortunately, no connections in sight. They're just having to go back to Craigslist and figure out where the ball's at.
You know what? It does look similar to the X-Devil. It is, in fact, the Zippy.
I was just looking at that too, yeah. Similar body style. But yeah, I don't think I've ever seen anyone playing the Zippy in a competitive game. So this is the first
in
for
a
me.
competitive game,
And
yeah.
I've been casting this game for almost a decade now.
If there was anyone who did play the Zippy, it would have probably been Flakes.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh,
but anyways, I'm looking back at some of these cars, like the Triton and the Vulcan and the Takumi, and I'm like, oh, classic days of DLC packs. Do you remember those, chat?
Oh, man. Takumi was always my go-to. But we need to figure out what the go-to is going to be for the Netherlands military here specifically, because they need to break the mold, you know, think outside the box, whatever analogy you want to use. Find another path forward and make their way towards a potential comeback, because again, the stats don't lie, at least for now. Whenever the P scores first, they at least get 3 goals, and well, here's another one from the P.
The other half of that stat is that they don't usually concede. I mean, I guess if there is any sort of silver lining to take for the Netherlands military, is that they have 3 minutes and change to find those 3 goals. I mean, a goal per minute is not unheard of. But in the form, or rather the lack of form that they find themselves in by virtue of the Typhoons playing so cleanly, that's a tough ask.
I mean, the big thing, you know, if they... Okay, I was going to see if I could cast a curse it. The big thing, if they can't get a goal...
Sabotage!
Almost used my powers for evil. But Netherlands military, I think the big thing for them is that, hey, they've at least gotten 2 games against this team.
Oh!
Hey, they got the goal, so there we go. Posture it up, and now she'll go through.
Completely against the run of play. What a placed shot from Instinct. I mean, they're coming from this basically the same side of the field that the pass into the box is coming from. That's how difficult a task they had to be able to then wrap their car around the ball and get that shot away. So that is a real boost of confidence for the Netherlands military. 1 down, 2 down. Is the turnaround on?
This is what we have been missing from the Netherlands military team so far in the series, is that comeback ability. I mean, that's kind of been the issue, though, for both teams, right? We see the 1 goal be the victory to get us to a 3-2 for the Netherlands military. And also, you know, the overtime win, of course, from Instinct specifically. So coming back from a 3-goal deficit, even pro teams kind of struggled to do just that. I know the Sonics have struggled when we're seeing them in those team streams. Oh my goodness. But even then, the Netherlands military, so close to potential greatness, but they still need 2 more. That's a tough task to fulfill if they want to come back and force a Game 7.
Yeah, of course. It's just one thing to get excited, like, whoa, they've almost tied the game. But it's like, yeah, they've almost tied the game.
Exactly.
Not taking the lead. There's still a long way to go before they can force that Game 7 scenario.
I like the pop-up there from Bale. Actually gives them a little bit more room to work with defensively, and the positioning we've been seeing from the Typhoons has been spectacular on defense. I do have to give them credit where it's due. It's why, you know, when they have the lead so far ahead as they have, that they've been able to, you know, as you say, park the bus as often as they like and not really feel too much pressure, even with it mounting against them by the Netherlands military. They're playing keep away at this point, though, and the P is just going to be freestyling against them.
Yeah, but at the same time, the Netherlands military have taken a huge duck off their back. It quacks a lot. It's very noisy. But because they got those 2 goals very quickly, it means that they've given themselves the freedom to just relax a little bit and play with the time that they have. Because of course, they don't want to be overcommitting. They don't want to be opening up for countering opportunities for the Typhoons, given their strong defensive shape. 50 seconds, though. They're going to have to get on with it now.
I'm just excited for Elliot to interview the Typhoons if they win about the Zippy decision and what prompted that specifically. If it's a good luck thing if they win, but it's a bad luck thing if they lose, you know.
Well, they switched onto the Skyline and they ended up losing that game, so it was
exactly
not a great string of results so far for the
Garage
maybe
roulette
pressing the random key choice. Garage roulette indeed, but I tell you what, that wheel it's slowing down, isn't it? The metallic ball is going to find a home here, and is it going to be in the back of the blue net? Well, it's not looking likely, is it? Stelios in the midfield. Instinct. What a crucial interception from Bale. Awkward drop, and that is put away. The Typhoons survive the storm put forward from the Netherlands military, and they take this series 4-2.
I just see the reaction from Stelios there. Yeah. You know, just won a very intense series. Of course, they're having good sportsmanship, going and shaking the hands of their opponents as well. And that was a great series. I mean, both of our series so far today have been spectacular, and I'm expecting some big things before. That's potentially the last we'll see of the Typhoons, at least today specifically, because we're trying to show each team during the group stages twice. Depending on if they get the 3rd or 5th seed, though, we could see them one more time at the end of the day. We still have that specific matchup in the bracket stage to go at the end of today's show. But, I mean, Relic, Typhoons, I think they definitely figured out what the issues were in that first series and iterated on it just enough to be like, hey, this is the execution we were looking for, and this is the one player, Pierce, to pierce the veil that was ahead of them and take the victory there.
I think we witnessed a bit of I like to call them a Dragon Ball series, where they kind of help each other level up in different ways. They push each other to become better and better as the series goes on. This Netherlands, it's a training arc, exactly. We're into the hyperbolic time chamber, or the room of spirit and time, if you want to go all manga on me. But the Netherlands military, I think, again, far better looking outfit than what we saw yesterday. I think defensively they are so much better. I think that individually we are seeing mechanics from the likes of Instinct, for example. They're able to pluck goals out of nowhere, and that is such a crucial X factor to have if you want to go ahead and win series against good teams like this. But the Typhoons, as you say, they're able to analyze and identify, and I was picking up on Stelios being such a key asset to this team yesterday, where it's good if you're able to reflect on a series and adapt how you play after that series is completed going forward. It is even better if you can do that on the fly mid-series, and that's exactly what we saw. Great adaptations. They're well deserving of that 4-2 victory, and that means that they go 1-1, of course, after losing to the Storm Shadows earlier on. And just as I mentioned the Storm Shadows, the result of the other series has come through, and Space Force Gaming has managed to pick up a second victory over them over the course of this weekend, but it was much closer than the 3-0 we saw yesterday. 4-2 this time around. Audible. I believe that we've got our man on the mic potentially.
Yeah, I do. Absolutely ice cold, P. Well, sorry, we're having a conversation before the conversation. Let me start that again. I'm just always in awe of how stone cold P is. Like, every single time I look at Pierce, he's just taken the ball over 2 people and then air dribbled it all the way into the net, and it cuts to his camera and he's just... Yes, I have scored. This is information. This is information to me. I'm joined by Stelios, the team captain for the Typhoons. Thank you very much for taking a W there. I get to feel proud. You get to get one on the board. How are you feeling?
Very happy with that win. It was definitely not an easy one. The Dutch made that really stressful, really awkward for us. We had to make a few on-the-fly changes, but overall, we're definitely happy to come away with the win on that one. And of course, I've got to give a massive shout out to P. absolute demon. It was simply his series. Me and Bell did our jobs, don't get me wrong, but I've got to thank P for that one personally, honestly.
And look, I was asking you before we came live, what did you change in the middle? Because it did feel like there was a switch up.
Yeah, so quite simply, the Dutch boys, they seemed to be quicker to the ball than us for a lot of the first couple of games. Even the one we won, I felt we maybe didn't deserve on the balance of things, and which is to their credit. They made things very stressful for us. So they were hyper aggressive, they were bumping a lot. So for us, it was about slowing down, banging the ball long when it was right to do so, but also going for more bumps and more aggression of our own. And when we did that, I feel like it turned the tide a little bit. It gave P the space he needed to make his solo plays, and me and Bell were able to sweep up the goals where they were left for us.
Yeah, actually, that brings me on to what I was going to ask next. God, you're too good at this. It's like we planned it, right? This is a team game, right? Inherently, like no matter how good one of your players is, unless you are playing people who are new, you're not going to win 1v3, right? But the kind of flip side of that is that there are often times where one player is just on it, right? And in that series, it was Pierce. So how do you and Bale, like, is it a conscious decision to be like, this guy's killing it, let's work around him, and how are you handling that in real time?
It's a great question, and absolutely it is a conscious decision. When you have a player on your team that is having a great series and is peaking, you tend to play around them. So for us, it was about me going for more bumps, Bale making more infield passes, and we freed up the space for Pete to make a solo play. And simply, it's just staying close to him as second man and sweeping up any loose balls that didn't find its way into the back of the net from a disgraceful, outrageous double or something like that. So yes, it is absolutely a conscious decision for sure.
Well, Typhoon's on stream twice in a row at the start of the day. Maybe a little bit less stressful from here on out. But if we don't see you again, do you have any words for your adoring fans at home?
Thank you for watching us, thank you for supporting us, and I do also want to shout out the US Air Force and Rally Cry for this amazing event. Year on year on year, they deliver something better and something better, and we love it. From all the RF guys back in England watching to the guys out here, it's a sheer pleasure and a privilege. Thank you.
Wow, iconic. What an absolute silence fell across the room there. That was incredible. Thank you very much for joining me, Stelios. Incredible stuff there. That was Stelios from the RAF Typhoons. And we're going to take a look at the replays from that match as I give you just a little titillating taste of what is yet to come. Don't go anywhere.
I guess you know what I've been looking for. Success and glow. Don't mind to start a war. I move so fast. Don't ask me to go slow. I got everything I need and I'm ready to go. Got the sugar, got the face, got no time to make amends. I'm the product, I'm the brand, I'm the one, I am the plan. Pull the strings, call the shots, set the tone, lead the charge. I got everything I need and I'm ready to start. Everybody wants the fame, they all the same. I don't even know the name, I take the blame. They don't even understand, they claim what's mine. I'm fine, I'm doing me, I'm one of one, I'm done. Don't need no stress, I'm blessed, unforgettable. And if you wanna get it, then you gotta be incredible. Got the sugar, got the face, got no time to make amends. I'm the product, I'm the brand, I'm the one, I am the plan.
Over a century ago, our founders made a promise to each other, to their families, that they'd always take care of their own. And that promise is still at the heart of everything we do. And how our members know, we'll do what's right for those who served, their spouses, kids, and then grandkids. USAA, taking care of our own.
one time that you've blamed lag for a miss?
Regularly, actually.
So pretty much every time I play the game, anything bad that happens, my controller disconnected, I lagged out, I've never missed a shot.
Previously, I had really bad internet, so this is real. I had packet loss the whole game, but now I have an internet cable, and now I don't have it. I still say I have it.
It's always my teammates, bro. That's just it. Like,
my internet, like where I'm from in Montana, it's not great. So sometimes the lag blame is believable. Most of the time, it's not. It's always fun to blame it on the lag when you know it was your fault.
I'm saying the worst is when like you're convinced it's lag, you convince yourself, and the replay happens, and it's obviously your fault. There's no one else to blame.
Lagging on 0 ping.
And we're back. I'm joined in this segment by the Royal Air Force Storm Shadows team. How are you doing today?
Yeah, great. Yeah, amazing.
10 out of 10. Absolutely fantastic. Are you enjoying the matchup so far?
Yeah, I think we've played well so far. We got unlucky on our last one. Oh, sorry. We got unlucky on our last one. Our first game was against the other RAF team, conveniently enough. So I think we played well against them, and there was definitely comedy across the whole series.
Well, listen, we're doing something a little bit different now. You guys have a bye in this round, so we've pulled you aside for a little bit of something, what would you call this? Maybe something like today's terrific teams taste test tier list. Are you ready?
Sounds good.
Sounds good? Well, here's what we've got. A collection of Dutch snacks and food items for you to rank on our taste test tier list behind you. Now, I'm sure you guys are familiar with the concept of a tier list.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I think we've got it.
You think we've got it? Well, in that case, guys, I think let's just start from here. And actually, behind you, right there, we've got the stickers for what these things are called. So maybe what I would like you to do is grab one and then try and match it up to that, and then all of you can taste it.
Right. Get the first one right.
Yeah.
All right, how are you saying that word?
Go on. Stroop waffles? That looks about right.
I think we're going to give him that. Stroop waffles. All right, give it a try.
Oh, I'm spot on. Oh, I'm dig in.
I'll take a little piece.
It looks nice.
Our tier list has 7 categories.
Oh, it is actually really nice.
That's really good.
Oh, what are we thinking? Tending towards tasty?
Oh, we've just all finished it, so...
Tempting, tasty, terrific?
It's got to be above
Thoughts?
B.
I think we'll go A. I think A.
A or,
That's
A
really
or
good.
S.
I'm going to buy those when I go
We'll
home.
we'll put it as A and see what the rest is like.
Yeah.
Seeing what the rest is like. What's next up?
Oh, there's a sticker.
Hang on, yeah, we've got pictures down there. Sorry, I did not do a good job of explaining that to you, but we've got the picture.
No, go A and see what the rest are. There you go.
Go A first, and then after you try the
then we
rest.
can level the rest. Go on, mate. Pick one.
All right, let's get on the next one. He's going left to right.
Yeah.
He's a man of simplicity.
Go on, read it.
Let's get a pronunciation. You guys have seen this word before.
No, it's the same. Go on.
Drop.
Drop.
You sound like a kid on.
I'm not going to correct them
On
because I
spelling bee.
don't speak Dutch.
Drop.
Is it like droop?
Is it like droop? I don't think so. I
gotta be
know.
the
I can
fish
hear my
one.
producer in my ear who does speak Dutch, and he is telling me how it's pronounced. And I'm not telling them because I think it's funnier that they continue to get it wrong. Drop.
I reckon it's that.
I think it's one of those.
Oh, is it that one?
I should have let you be wrong for longer before I told you. So this is going to be drop. Well, try it and find out.
2.5.
Taste it and tell.
Yeah. It's not half, is it?
Oh, it's quite. It's quite strong licorice. Yeah. Straight to the board.
Not a huge fan of licorice, but it's
Yeah.
all right. It's not
wow,
bad.
traumatic.
Yeah, not a massive fan.
The bottom tier, though. You think nothing could be worse than licorice?
No, I'm going to agree. I can't finish that.
Traumatic.
Pull that straight back. Pull that straight back.
You know what? Not allowing me to bully them into changing that decision.
Are these different?
Wow.
Oh god, that's horrible.
I think they are. I think each bowl is different. Did you all pick from that bowl?
Yeah, we just
maybe
did
give that one a nibble as well, and then.
Oh, that sounds. Yeah, it's literally the exact same. Sweet. Cheers. Cheers.
Yeah, I'm not.
I'll leave that for someone
No,
else.
I'm not a fan.
I'll leave that for someone else.
Left a half-eaten
that was
drop on the
a really
table.
nice one.
Goodness me.
Not. Yeah. No.
Should we taste something else?
Yeah, absolutely, please.
A palate cleanser. What's next up on the?
What do you think that? Should we try and pick
That'll be the best.
That's got to be the longest one.
That's got to be the biscuit.
Yeah.
That's got to be the longest one.
I'm gonna guess that means biscuits with sprinkles.
No, you got to read it as a Dutchman.
What does it say?
Besquit mes muses.
That says met.
I said that like Spanish. Yeah, I've done really poorly there.
Bescuit met mijus. I don't know.
That's spot on.
There, see?
Absolutely correct. Very well done. I didn't know you spoke Dutch, but you did guess correctly. That is what it is. So take a crack.
Have enough form on your own.
Oh, good.
It looks like toasted bread. Oh. I thought they would be stuck on.
It's got like the consistency of overdone toast. However, it's nice.
Yeah, I'm not planning the whole
I like
thing.
it. I like it.
It's very dry. It's quite dry. It is quite dry.
I'll finish that one later. That's nice.
Really?
Yeah.
I think that's a C.
Mixed opinions?
A C, a middle ground.
Tolerable.
Yeah.
It's a bit dry.
With a glass of water, it'd go down nice.
Yeah.
Needs a bit of Nutella, doesn't it?
I can't tempt you to
We can go with a C. No, we can go with a C. Nah.
See, don't let me. I'm just here for
I was tempted to eat it. It does look nice.
It is nice.
Yeah, it looks really nice.
Should we go B? Tempting. It is tempting.
My mouth is
If I
very
saw
dry.
that, I'm going to be tempted to eat it.
Sweet. Just eating sand.
Well, that's 3 down. What's next?
Go for the fish.
I'd say that one, mate.
Herring. Herring? Nice.
Herring.
Herring?
That's a bird, mate.
Well, yeah.
That's a heron.
Heron. Oh, my bad.
We'll just stick to playing Rocket League.
Yeah.
Well, give it a try then.
Since you're closest,
Am I the only one having this?
Just dig right
That
in.
is not how this works at all.
I think you dig in.
It's a team effort.
No, you've got this.
It's
mate.
today's
You're a
terrific
one-man
teams
army.
taste
For
test
missing
here,
them
Liz.
2 open nets, this is your fault. Yeah, no, that's fair. How was that?
Nice.
He's holding back.
I like that.
Every...
No, it's good. I'm not going to go out of my way to eat it, but if I'd eat
It's
it.
awful.
It's all right. It's just fish.
I don't like fish.
It's just fish. If you don't like fish, you're not going to like it. Yeah. But no, that's okay.
Yeah, really nice that. Yeah, lovely. Right, where's... yeah, just...
I think that's a C. Is it tolerable? Are we going to go tolerable?
No, wait.
No, I could eat it. Like I could finish it. I'm not going to, but I could.
This is supposed to be a snack, by the way.
I'd go tolerable.
I'm not having that as a snack.
I'd go tolerable.
We're going here. No. We're going here.
All right.
That is not allowed to
Is it like raw salmon?
Well, that's the fish.
It's herring.
Yeah, fair.
Maybe it would have tasted nicer with the addition.
I found it interesting how visceral a reaction you had to that, and you were still like not as bad as licorice.
Yeah, that was pretty.
Yeah, no,
horrible to
licorice.
be fair.
Yeah,
that was very
10 times
strong.
worse. That's very small.
What is that last?
Ossenwurst.
Ossenwurst.
All right.
Is that good?
Sounds German. It did sound pretty good though.
I'm going to assume that it's the meat.
That's the only one left. But no, you've done well there. Well done, mate.
You know what they say about assuming.
Yeah, that's it. Gonna get a nice small piece.
Do you want to split it in half? No? Right,
Yeah, I will go in.
Yeah, do you want to split that in half?
Just buy it. Oh, I see
It
that
looks
finger.
like some.
Is it nice?
I haven't even tried it yet, mate. Give me a chance. It doesn't taste that bad.
Get stuck in.
It's kind of just like thick salami. Like it's got a similar taste of salami. I like it. That's good. I'd eat that. I'm gonna go A there.
I had a sprinkle on mine.
What who dropped that there?
Yeah, I don't know how that got there.
No, that's
Weird
good.
combo. It actually
That's
tasted
good.
alright though.
Yeah, I'm gonna go A. Just behind the Stroop waffles, I think. Or should we put Stroop waffles up to S? And
I
then put it
reckon
in A?
we swap them two now. We go, that goes S, that goes down, and then we put it as B.
Oh, so you wouldn't put it as A?
I don't think
No,
it was
that's
that
good.
good. I don't know, I feel like it...
Yeah, I'd say
Yeah.
put that S. Yeah.
S for Stroop waffle.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
That looks good.
Today's terrific teams taste test tier list, and the final board is in. Let's take a look. So we have Stroopwafel. I'm not going to try. As in S. We've got the Ossenborst in second place. We've got that's terrific, then tasty. In tempting, we have our we've got the biscuits with the sprinkles, and then nothing in either tolerable or tasteless, and then terrible on the herring, and traumatic for the
that was a
licorice.
pretty traumatic experience.
Yeah.
So, that was pretty horrible.
Are you content with this list?
Yeah, that's a good list.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that.
Smash him. What would you? I mean, actually, that's what the list says, isn't it? I was going to say, what would you try again? But I think
we'll
that's
take that
very
with
fair.
us.
You'll take that with you.
Yeah, I think we
All
can
right.
take it.
Well,
Yeah.
thank you very much, Storm Shadows. Enjoy the
Thank
rest
you.
of the day. Enjoy the rest of your plate of Stroop waffles.
Pleasure. We'll take that
And
with us.
let's
Got
throw it
that,
back
got
to
that.
our casters for our next series of Rocket League.
Oh, sorry. I was getting some snacks because we're not getting anything. So, like, what on earth? I'm getting some pea chips, caramelized onion flavor.
Ooh.
Welcome back, Relic. It is time for us to dive into yet another one. Any comments? Oh, yes. Good placement. I only have a water bottle with me.
Sorry, did I change the was I showing the brand? No, I'm kidding. None of this
you were
sponsored, by
showing
the
the
way. None of this sponsored. And actually, we should give a great shout out to the wonderful USAA who are supporting us at this wonderful event founded over 100 years ago by 25 military members with a mission to always take care of their own. Learn more at usaa.com, and also shout out Team Liquid. This is theirs, an Alienware's training facility, and everyone is loving it almost as much as the Stroke Waffles. I imagine, Jam. I'm also a big fan of that, and I hope to be a big fan of this upcoming series. The Netherlands military, of course, they're looking for their first victory. Space Force, fresh off their first victory of the day.
Yeah, and that match between the Dutch team and the RAF Typhoons was a nail biter. I was watching it from the sidelines, and while the Netherlands military did not win, I think they really made a point of saying that they are the team to be reckoned with. So even here versus Space Force Gaming, it is going to be a tough event. Still, as the favorites, I think is those three on your screens. There's going to be that Space Force Gaming. But yeah, let's see what happens. Fruit Loop, Sizzly, and Andreas versus our wonderful Dutchies Instinct, Limbiki, and Heath.
Yeah, I think Space Force are going to be feeling pretty good. I think that series that we casted yesterday, Space Force versus the RAF Storm Shadows. We thought, well, those two are going to be facing each other again today, and there's a strong feeling that 3-0 sweep was a little harsh, nay, very harsh on the Storm Shadows. So to have gone ahead and beaten them again with a 2-game advantage. They call themselves the Vibes team, and I imagine that the Vibes are immaculate. They will be in the blue, and the Netherlands military will once again be donning the orange as they go ahead and seek their first series win of the day.
Oh, and actually, yesterday I've been told why they're called the oranges and everything. I'm not sure if you've talked about it in the previous stream. Let me actually quickly find it. It's basically because the king of the Netherlands comes from the province that is called the Orangian. And so in honor of the king, it's that. Shout out to Petit Piety, one of the wonderful people in the Dutch Rocket League scene. And I believe he's both like a caster, sometimes producer, but yeah, he's one of that wonderful slew of folks that does Rocket League in the Netherlands. Love them to bits. Had a chance to work with these folks multiple times.
We do Rocket Benelux, wasn't it? I do. I mean, listen, it doesn't matter whether it's, I like to call it meat sports or esports. The Dutch fans will always turn up in their droves. They will make a lot of noise. And they were certainly making a lot of noise whenever they scored against the Typhoons just 20 or 30 minutes ago. But I think they're going to be overall maybe not as loud, but pretty happy that they're keeping Space Force well contained right now. The airlocks are tight.
It better be. Nobody in space will hear you scream if all of a sudden the things go spoof. But for now, no opening goals for either of the teams. The fact that Space Force Gaming could not immediately unlock said airlock /gate / whatever is that the Netherlands military is working really well, keeping the ball away from Space Force Gaming and not allowing them easy chances. No chaos in the defense, nowhere, and even pressuring right here. Limbiki goes high up on the wall to contest the ball versus Space Force Gaming. Now 50s versus Fruit Loop. Ball going all the way back to your own side.
Here's Sizzly. Not had much chance to drive forward with the ball, has they? As you rightly say, Jam, the Netherlands military has done really well at just stymieing any sort of progress up the field that Space Force attempts to make. His instinct to show off some really strong aerial mechanics in that Typhoon game. Heave on target, wow! And as has been the case many times over this weekend, Adres Camillo comes to the rescue.
You've watched the previous series of Netherlands military playing versus RAF Typhoons, and they didn't win. They got a couple of games and scored a couple of goals. What would you say was the best, their most frequent way of how they scored? What's their best high chance thing that they've utilized in the previous series and will utilize here, perhaps?
High press turnover, or off kickoff. They really do like to catch opponents when there's not much time to respond and get into a defensive position. I think that when opponents have the time to set up their defensive stalwarts, then they struggle to break through even the midfield. But currently we're looking at a team that's doing really well at just getting these shots away first and foremost. And that means that Space Force is committing the boost, Jam, and so they're not able to attack as frequently as they would like.
Again, Andres in the net. Puts the ball to the side with pressure still coming from the Dutch. He's looking for a touch to bring the ball in front of the net. And there's still players of the Netherlands military collecting the ball, not allowing it to stay on the orange side for too long, and they're always trying to catch Space Force Gaming. Maybe overextending a little bit, maybe not having anybody in the back. For now, nobody has blinked first, and we already have played 4 minutes. Heave maybe with a chance, but this gets denied and redirected.
And that was the best chance, I would say. Simply has to get that on target. And we are talking 1-0. With less than a minute to go, that does put Space Force slightly under the cosh. Of course, with a kickoff scenario, it's kind of 50-50 as to how that is. But the important thing for the Netherlands military is, at least for the moment, they are still maintaining a very impressive clean sheet. He's throwing this one away downfield now to Instinct.
Up in the air, Andres will be looking for help. Fruity Loop and Sizzly both going for the ball. To the corner it goes, and Heave collects his boost. Very important. Vaudeville highlighted the importance and really the effect that boost starving had on the multiple teams so far in the tournament. So this is good that the Netherlands military keeps on their boost. But speaking of last-second chances, though, this needs to be cleared yesterday. It was not. Overtime hits Space Force Gaming Netherlands military. Game number 1. We need some extra minutes on the clock.
Well, if the Dutch should have scored, Jam, then I feel like overtime is a fair reflection, because Space Force really should have put that away as well. They hung around. They were not able to find the answer to the questions that the Netherlands military were asking. But this is a really lovely drive forward, securing the 100 boosters, Andres, as Fruit Loop goes over to collect and corral on this far side. Infield pass, but that's well dealt with by Heave.
Up in the air, that's Heave with the ball again. Just keeping it away so that no follow-up attacks can happen for Space Force Gaming. A lot of back and forth. And whichever team can keep the ball with them for, let's say, a period of 10-15 seconds might set something up. There's Heave. Limbiki already going to the center, but Andres is bumping him out on the corner. It's going to be Instinct with the ball. Climbs up high. Waits. And as he was waiting, Space Force Gaming is already setting up the players in all the right position. Sizzly, no boost, gets deked out. There's Fruit Loop, and Andres already waiting. There's not an opening for any team to take, but Sizzly takes one bottom right corner post, sends the ball away, and Andres needs to be stopped and cleared out right there. Fruit Loop on the backboard, she goes. No dice still.
You could see the grimace from Sir Sisley. There is absolutely a different energy, as I predicted. It's a bit more serious when it comes to the official in-person event, and Space Force are getting frustrated. Heave will not get that free shot downfield. Fruit Loop had rotated back and picked up the 100 and now sits in that anchor slot, ready to pick up whatever pieces might be laying on the ground. But Heave, again, a fantastic clearance. They have been brilliant in setting up these transitional plays for the Netherlands military. For Instinct, Fruit Loop, the savior.
Okay, 2 minutes play, dangerous shots on both sides, and nobody can find a goal just yet. Fruit Loop saves and shots, her name. So far still looking for the opening goal of the series. Limbiki leaves the ball to Andres. That's the opponent's player. Andres bumps out the defender on the backboard. Limbiki has to clear it out.
My goodness. Fruit Loop can't get it past Heave. He's so Grizzly. Fruit Loop, great bump, but the shot goes wide. Sir Sisley just hasn't found their shooting boots just yet. Fruit Loop loose, and there's Heave again on hand. Prioriting boost, great second challenge win. Now they're going straight for the 100 pad in that far corner. Great pass onto the backboard. Here comes Heave for his own pass. Can't quite get there in time, and so Sisley keeps this one high. But Andres Camillo to step forward.
He's going to take the boost of the Netherlands military as well. So these little things, little by little, can combine into all of a sudden you're out of position, you're out of boost, even if the rotation happens like 20 seconds later. It's time for everything. Andres is going to be receiving this wild pinch. Up top he goes, already on the ground. Instinct is waiting. Fruit Loop shot, dangerous, just a bit too high off the crossbar. But Instinct's dribble up front, or at least he's going to get the boost, and if his teammates are already there, yeah, they are gathering up. The Dutch want to strike in force.
It's a mistake or creativity that's going to create the breakthrough here, isn't it? Creativity in the sense of finding that one piece of brilliance or that one fantastic pass, or a mistake by overcommitting, a mistake by perhaps missing a ball that you really should be hitting. Fruit Loop, Sir Sisley over the top of everyone. Sisley second touch. It's Andre Camillo, can't get it in. Tried to sneak it near post. Limbeki on the counter attack wins the challenge. Sir Sisley though now looking to counter. Fruit Loop in support. Instinct, great work to meet the midfield. Heave with the follow-up challenge. Instinct, nice touch, but Fruit Loop is already back in net.
Well, ready there. For a moment it felt like Space Force Gaming were out of players to retreat back. As camera pointed down to their net, now they're ready. Fruit Loop in the net, another player coming on through. Rotations have been impeccable. But at this point, it's getting a game of, a shot from Instinct on target, but that's a sick save from Fruit Loop. At this point, it's the game of endurance. We're almost close to 10 minutes played with a little bit of break in between, but you wouldn't even call it the hydration break. As it stands, is just one little pause and back into the action we go. So who is more strong mentally, has the best stamina? We're about to find out in this first game, which just barely started.
Yeah, there's going to have to be some risk-taking at some point, cutting in on rotation and nipping in to take the ball away from someone before they get that crucial touch. There's Instinct. Double demo on the far side, so briefly a 2v2. Fruit Loop getting tripped up over Instinct there. He makes its way to the backboard. Sisley up high. Nice carry, expends all boost. And Limbeke will take it out of his hands. There's Fruit Loop now, looking for Sir Sisley. Instinct, that's going sideways, not lengthways. Andre Camillo. Camillo round the corner. Limbeke, big save on Sir Sisley. It's just not his day.
It's just not working out. Space Force Gaming surrounded the Dutch, and yet still the result is a 0-0. Couple of touches here and there. Who's going to be first to this one? Nobody wants to take it. And since nobody takes it, the Space Force Gaming coming in with a shot. Fruit Loop showing a great view of the field. Andres, another Cookser pinch, but he'll take it to demo on Fruit Loop, and Sisley has to rush back. Can Limbiki take anything out of this? No. Returns to Space Force Gaming. Ball gets bumped out. He tries as he might to keep it on the blue side, but still clears. Keep on coming through.
Instinct. Bumped out the way by Sir Sisley. No mercy there. Andres Camillo. It's a nice challenge win. Sir Sisley, wrong angle really, just trying to disrupt and interrupt. Fruit Loop chips over one. Andres Camillo back to Fruit Loop, doesn't reach Fruit Loop. Instinct nipping in. Instinct runs out of boost. Another save for Sir Sizzly. Heave, that's gone. Doesn't even go towards net. It's more of a pass, more of a cross than a shot on net. So Sizzly over the top of one, but there is Instinct again. Midfield monster, box to box. Heave going backwards. Instinct waiting for boost. Fruit Loop misses the ball entirely. The center for Andres Camillo. It's Limbeki on hand again off the line.
Still needs to stay right there with the remaining bits of boost. Heave rushes it down. Limbeki already in the backboard of the opponent. Fruit Loop will be waiting. Oh, this is an awkward shot to take. But Fruit Loop makes yet another save. 7th. Their name in the corner with no boost, but already with players in support. Demo on Andres. That's 2 versus 2 up front. Its possession is once again with Space Force Gaming as Instinct lets the ball go.
Nerves jangling, no one wanting to make that one error that changes the narrative completely. These two have been at lockerheads. You cannot separate them. They are so close. Another 50 challenge neutral, as if to prove the point. Instinct round the corner. Great block by Fruit Loop. Turns around, misses the ball. Cross pass. Sir Sizzly sends it straight back to that right-hand side. A whifty. Fruit Loop. The lift. Harried by Heave. Over one. Limbeki on that backboard. Keeps it close to their chest. Out of harm's way. Andres Camillo steps in. Sir Sizzly continues to move forward. Backboard. Heave deals with this. Misses out on the 100 boost. His teammate doesn't though. Limbeki falls to Instinct. Goes to the right-hand side now where Andreas Camillo is yet again. Back into the hands of the Orange Army. Throws it downfield. Sir Sizzly meets it towards net. Is this the moment? No, it's not. And Fruit Loop missed inputs. Unfortunate.
Andres, thankfully, is in the back at Space Force Gaming. Just very careful, and now everybody in tow will be waiting out. But this is a chance for a Netherlands military. The ball lingered in the blue half. That's the best way to describe it, I think. Heave, ready in the corner. Fruit Loop will be taking out the boost from the Dutch. Since nobody goes to the ball, Heave just sends it. Most importantly, not where, but away from where they are. Fruit Loop's Page goes across the goal line. Sir Sizzly together with the rest of Space Force Gaming piling on the pressure on the Netherlands military.
They manage to suffer. They manage to sustain that clean sheet. They break away, but they give away possession yet again. Instinct, the lift. He has no boost to work with. Goes for that 400 pad. He's got it. Here's Heave. Wins the challenge over Sir Sizzly. That's a great setup, but no one there to capitalize. Over the top of everyone. Miscommunication. Andres Camillo does it again.
My God, we almost played 3 straight games of Rocket League. Just barely not hitting the 10-minute mark in the overtime together with the regulation. I see Tofu in the background going, what on earth just happened? even between the games.
Respect.
Amazing. But wow, it took them such a long time, but the breakthrough finally happened. Space Force Gaming find 1 goal to put them 1-0 up in the series. Now everybody's going to be happy for this little break, just to rest their poor fingers. 15 minutes of straight Rocket League. Yeah.
Wow. And neither team, I don't think, can be disappointed in any way, shape, or form. What an incredible defensive performance from both teams. And what did I say, Jam? It was either going to be a moment of pure unbridled creativity or a mistake that sees the deadlock broken. And it was just that one moment of hesitation, that one moment of miscommunication in the Dutch back line that sees Andres Camillo step forward, find that second touch, find that all-important goal. By the way, it's just game 1. It's best of 7. How long is this series going to take? It's going to be 6 p.m. by the time we're done.
Forever. Yes, and we still need to do many more after this. This is only our 3rd series of the day, folks. We're having so much fun already. I hope you're having fun as well. Alrighty, well, they know how to score now. They pointed where the net is, and Fruit Loop very happily scores the first one. We had to wait 15 minutes and 30-something seconds for the first goal in the previous game. 9 seconds in this one. How about that?
Of course, it was always going to happen. The dam has been broken and the water is now flowing. But for the Netherlands military, they still need to score that first goal in the series for themselves. Double commit off the backboard. Fruit Loop a little too eager, but Andres Camillo was there on hand, required the save away. So Sisley sideways. Instinct can't quite get that little lift over the top of him. Fruit Loop again creates something of a neutral challenge. It favors Andres Camillo forward to Fruit Loop with no boost. Fruit Loop the lift back to Sir Sisley, a bit too far back to Sir Sisley, but he managed to get it under his control. Then Bakey registers the save, throws it away. Instincts wins the follow-up challenge. Limbeke's carried on his run along the floor here. Bit of a speculative clearance, but that's going to be easy enough for Fruit Loop.
Instinct immediately collects at midfield. Already with a challenge from Fruit Loop in the air. The net is open, but the angle is not benefiting Limbeke. Needs Instinct to rush in, and that he does. Tie game Dutch military.
Such a difficult skill to try and pinch this into the goal mouth. I think somewhat helped actually by that last defender coming in and actually sort of stopping the momentum of the ball, which means that it softly runs into the welcoming arms of Instinct, who, I mean, that's probably going to be one of the easiest goals he scores all day long. Certainly a lot easier than what he was attempting to do there with the dish.
Somehow, though, sometimes these sort of sitters are the hardest ones to score. Open net, everything.
True.
But for a longest while, our camera angle was not showing how close the Space Force Gaming players were. But for the longest time, there was nobody in the net for SFG, and that rarely happens. And quite often we look, and even with the demos or great beats, you turn the camera back to the net, and all of a sudden there they are, like ducks in the line, making sure that nothing gets past them.
Ooh, nice work here from Heave. Instinct, that was on target. Did require the hit onto his own backboard from Sir Sisley. I like the effort here from the Netherlands military just to try and force Space Force Gaming into a maneuver that makes them uncomfortable, and unsettles them in defense. Although the ball won't be going anywhere anytime soon, not until Sir Sisley has a say about it, but he is demoed for his transgressions. Fruit Loop with a response. That's an open net, not for long. Instinct on hand. Limbeke into the middle of the park, but Sir Sisley will be here to pick up the pieces. Heave, though, sneaks the ball under them, and we've got ourselves lockerheads. Fruit Loop. Sir Sisley's. They're still on that other side of the field. They are still determined to make this a 2v2. Full respect for that. Limbeke taking out Fruit Loop. Instinct keeps an eye on this, and they're going to be coming dangerously close to Sir Sisley. Good job to not interfere in what's going on there. It's full house rules in effect. Limbeke with the save. Limbeke. And I do like that they've just completely removed themselves from the game. They've just decided, nah, we've locked bumpers here, and we're not going to move for the rest of the game. Oh dear. Oh. There you are. There you are. If Jar of Jam, if you are still here, by the way, maybe you'd like to unmute and talk about this goal from Magic.
Yes, I should. I want to. You know what? Great. Thank you. I did not know. I was so excited for this. If you only heard what I've been talking about, but you didn't because I forgot to unmute myself. But yeah, the deadlock is finally broken. Andres is scoring the second one for Space Force Gaming, but for a good moment, everything was nice on the field. Just a friendly belly up kind of gameplay. 2-1 in Space Force Gaming in a game that really has been sort of theirs at the beginning to control, but then went back into a neutral state for a little bit for the Dutch military. Is now back with Space Force Gaming, but it's only 1 goal differential, and Dutch know how to score. We've seen them do that plenty. So let's see what happens in the remaining 50 seconds.
I do think the 2v2 slightly disadvantaged them. I think mechanically speaking, Space Force bringing better aerial presence, better individual creativity to the table, maybe outside of Instinct, who might be up there for one of the better individual players out there on the field. 30 seconds to go, though they're going to need him and everyone else, and indeed whoever else is supporting the Netherlands military to raise their arms, to raise their voices, to try and find that goal to tie things up here. Space Force doing really well, though, just to retain possession. To Fruit Loop, though, finds that dagger, finds that third goal. Most likely, Jam finds the second game win.
The best way to describe this goal is kablam. Again, goes off the defender of Lembiki, but it was really a play in the making. You could see Space Force setting up their players for a strong shot in front of the net, and that they got. Sir Sisley wants to add yet another one. He's the only one of this team so far in this game that hasn't put themselves on the board, but has been working out pretty well, and no complaints about his style. 2 games down once this ball touches the ground, and both of these games go in favor of Space Force Gaming. But with the exception of this quick 2-goal salvo from Space Force, this was yet another tight game.
Yeah, I think Space Force are having to be far more patient than they want to be. We highlighted their defense yesterday, but we do know that they have, all 3 of them, really strong offensive chops too. I think what's playing into this current series is Sir Sisley, as you rightly highlighted, not able to score a goal in this game, had the lion's share of chances in game 1 and didn't put away any of them. That can be frustrating on an individual level, that, you know, you're saying, well, I should be doing better here, and I should be far more clinical on this one. But then it's down to the rest of the team to say, well, look, it might not be working out for you, but you're still a great player, and if we're scoring, then maybe it's worth shifting things around, maybe passing off, and I think that's where we saw Space Force Gaming really open up a bit of daylight in game number 2. Jam is the responsibility is shared in Rocket League. It is a team game, and the team definitely picked up the pieces on that occasion.
And honestly, if anybody would be thinking about teamwork, about thinking about their service members and squad mates, it would be folks working in the military. Ooh, exactly. Great shot by Heath. So yeah, this is a perfect opportunity to show just that how much can you support your teammates, and that is a teamwork overall. Heath wants another attempt going up high, but so far stuck by Space Force Game.
Andres Camillo. Oh, that's a nasty bump. Again, if Sir Sisley ain't going to be getting on the end of shots, he can certainly be a bully and open up the pathway for both Fruit Loop and Andres here. Andres, again, really standing out to me as one of the players of the weekend. Just so many clutch moments all over the field to pick up. He's almost putting together his own highlight reel. That's a beautiful save from Heave, from indeed the man of the moment who had the shot.
Yes. Still, Space Force Gaming really making that orange side of the field their home, and Andres Camilo keeps on adding goal after goal. Sisley's 50 was great. Fruit Loop then keeps it away, and the demo surely helped to make sure that nobody from Netherlands military can stop that shot. 1-0 on the board, continuing their streak.
Netherlands military, we saw in that Typhoons series, they do struggle to overturn leads. Whether it's 1 goal, whether it's 2. Definitely not 3, as we found out with the Typhoons, and so the three is the magic number, it seems, when you want to beat the Netherlands military. But for the moment, at least, it is still pretty close. Jam, still that 1 goal disadvantage for the moment, and still the lion's share of the game to go. No need to panic just yet.
No, absolutely not. We're just starting in, with the exception of the game number 1, Netherlands military always scored something, but for now, the names on the board that happen are all from Space Force Gaming. That explosion just propelled the last remaining Dutch defender up in the sky, feeling as if they were going to space, but no, the Space Force Gaming striking with yet another one. And off the kickoff, let's see maybe if Dutch military can bring back that powerful kickoff strategies that helped him out previously.
Was that supposed to be Andres Camillo's goal? Yes. Am I also relieved that Sir Sisley has finally scored? Also yes. Not as relieved as the
Can we
Space...
go
Never
in?
mind, Space Force can't be relieved because Heave comes in like a freight train.
Wow, that just sits there. And Andres Camilo, he had a tough moment because hit it anywhere wrongly and it goes off instant and straight into the net. So could not keep it away. And for the Netherlands military, didn't take long for them to find something right here. An update from the other series, Air Force Gaming versus RAF Typhoons, 3-0. Air Force Gaming still with one match point and potentially, definitely one more game remaining. We'll see how it goes.
I mean, they want to keep their unbeaten record offline. They've already had their unbeaten record at an AFI event taken away from them, so they are desperately wanting to make sure that those slip-ups do not happen ever again.
Again, I'm still trying to find out what does it take to beat Air Force Gaming, because there must be a secret. There must be some sort of a kryptonite kind of thing that really would stop them in their tracks, but so far nobody was able to find it, and they're so great at what they're doing, and they're so great as Rocket League players. Again, I believe they had more experience in Rocket League than they had serving for their respective Air Force sides, so that's good. Anyway, back to the game. Since that one comeback goal from Netherlands military, we haven't seen anything since. But again, it's not the game that is running away from the team in the orange. I'd say quite the opposite.
We will watch that Chowder transfer with great interest. As Chowder's going to Space Force.
I might be out of the loop.
Oh, right. So, well, first of all, let's talk about Fruit Loop, who almost had a goal conversion there, denied by the Woodburg. But yes, Chowder is transferring to Space Force in 2 months. So, presuming that there is an AFI 2027, the original transitional player for the Air Force Gaming, remember when Chowder was a new player, by the way, is going to be the player leaving. So it's going to be interesting to see who they will be replacing Chowder with. And it'll be interesting to see whether the Netherlands can find parity in the final 45 seconds here.
Alrighty, keep on pushing, knowing that the Netherlands military stands a chance with Chowder moving on to a different team. I think this team that they're playing against, but not right now.
Yeah.
Right now, playing versus Chowder will be incredibly tough. This ball pops up very precariously in front of the net, but Fruit Loop is there to take the danger away. Best chance for the last couple of minutes for Netherlands military, and Limbiki and the rest of the Dutch are still keeping on pushing. I feel like these last 15 seconds are going to be all in front of the blue side of the net. Does the clear come? I wouldn't say it's exactly a Bale clear, but Andres keeps the ball tight, close to the chest. That's all that they need. Attempted to net Limbiki at the bottom. 2 seconds remaining, and we are tied.
Big pop-off from the big man on the left-hand corner of your screen, folks. Sir Sisley can't get there. Limbeke does. 2-2. 2 seconds left. Kickoff. Is there a goal in such minute amount of time? Here is the goal scorer now. Limbeke. Fruit Loop takes out Heave. The ball hits the ground. OT.
What? Again? Okay. 9 minutes? Well, we'll see Limbiki immediately with a shot, but nope. Denied. Space Force Gaming does not let these in too easily, and I think there's fire in the bellies of the Netherlands military. Look how fast they're crushing on top of Space Force Gaming.
I don't think they've eaten stroopwafels because this is spicy gameplay right now from the Netherlands military. Limbeke, nice little bit of control, but Fruit Loop reads it, waits, is patient. Patience doesn't quite pay off though. Oh, Limbeke with a misinput, unfortunate. But says Sisley actually doesn't read that correctly. He's taken out by Fruit Loop on the other side of the field. This allows Instinct to move forward with the support of Limbeke there. Heave though has respawned, finds the shot, goes wide. Limbeke didn't want to commit. That goes high for Andres Camilo, drives towards the ceiling, over to Sir Sisley, but Heave intercepts.
To the corner it goes. Fruit Loop takes it away from any oncoming Netherlands military players. Chance on the other side. Boost is at a premium right now for Dutch. Limbiki with the rest of them just barely scrape it out. This was rolling, and if Space Force Gaming players were anywhere close, a small tap could have decided this overtime. For now, we play on.
Oh, confirmation it is Limbiki? The double E in the Dutch has betrayed me? Really? My goodness. I feel heartbroken after learning a little bit of Dutch specifically for this event. I'd be even more heartbroken if I was the Netherlands military and I end up getting scored on again in overtime. I mean, especially after, what was it, the 10 minutes that we went through in game number 1. The dangerous period here, though, has again been well navigated.
Sir Sizzly twirling, but mostly for style rather than any substance. Space Force Gaming pressure. They want, again, the more Sir Sizzly and the rest of SFG spends in that orange side of the field, the less the Dutch can try and make attempts on the other side. There was a little bit of hopscotch competition from both of the teams. Everybody jumping, but nobody really going for the ball. There we go. We wait. Andres, really one of the top scorers today in the series for Space Force Gaming. One demo. He's hunting another player, but the ball is not on target. But now the Dutch know that there always might be somebody just chasing them out. This was as close as Space Force Gaming got to the goal in the last, let's say, 5 minutes.
Heave won't be wanting to go to those 5 minutes, of course. We've already elapsed half of that time limit, though. Another half a game of Rocket League. I mean, these two have basically played a best of 5 in terms of time. Double demo. Fruit Loop with the Exterminator medal, by the way. It is not often that you see those pop up nowadays. Here she is, moving in field for Andres Camillo, looking for the bump, finds the bump, but there is no forward momentum from her teammates. So Sizzly tries to harass Limbeke, who drops down. Fruit Loops there again, but the shot goes wide.
Oh boy, the overtime just keeps on going on. I've heard the lunch is available at the venue, but it might grow cold by the time Space Force Gaming and Netherlands military finish up. No, I'm pretty sure they can make something. Maybe the wonderful chef. Again, I don't know the name of them. I don't know anything, but I've heard that the chef is really good at the location. So I'm sure even if everything goes cold and gets eaten, Space Force Gaming and Netherlands military can get something demo. Does not really open up. Heave is right there and it goes all the way back to the blue side.
Andres Camillo, pickpocketed. That's a nice throwaway from Fruit Loop, but Eve reads it. Not really too much in terms of the forward momentum, but there's the shot net, and Fruit Loop can't save it! Dutch military, Netherlands military, Orange Army on the board!
Oh, he is not, cannot be stopped. Instinct. Yet another win for the Netherlands military. And they are happy as clams. Look at them. Yep. Good stuff. And yet another overtime, but this one finally going to the hands of the Dutch. Bravo. Again, brilliantly played, brilliantly survived throughout the whole thing. It is a game of endurance when it goes into the overtime, and they kept their heads. Bravo. 2-1 in the series, while Space Force Gaming is still in the lead. It is not a sweep, and we are going to be looking more for the next game number 4.
I'm not surprised that Fruit Loop was looking at her watch there. This might very well become one of the longest series in AFI history. Certainly, if these two teams have anything to say about it. News from across the room, Jar of Jam. Air Force Gaming completing that 4-0 sweep over the RAF Typhoon. So, unsurprisingly, they lead the table with a 2-0 record and a +8 game differential.
Of course they do. Well, we didn't expect anything else from them. Space Force Gaming wants to start us with a goal, but Andres' shot is not good. We're looking for maybe more opportunities. Flying in on in. I'm pretty sure that's Fruit Loop. No, that's Sir Sizzly trying to make sure who is who in his big smorgasbord of players. But even Fruit Loop's attempt does not go in on through. Start once again fiery, sparks flying on both sides.
Papa Zyonix has been good to us recently, but this is my plea to them. Please fix this bug. It is very frustrating. We now have to learn the
Well, there's
looks of
Limbiki.
the cars, as well as the cars themselves. We do at least know who each of the people are when we go on board with them, thank goodness. And Limbeki, like you say, is the one player who seems to have avoided the numerical curse that afflicts our screen.
Okay, Instinct has a red Galaxy car, Fruit Loop has a blue Galaxy car, Andres has just this purple kind of thingy, and Sir Sizzly, I think has a bit of green. No, actually also has this sort of plain. So between Andres and Andres Camilo, he has a bit of a, whatever, like a lot more reflection on his car. So I think we got Space Force Gaming covered.
Bit of an orange hue, you could say, on that purple car. A little bit vaporwavy vibes, albeit without any of the wonderful vaporwave decals that we have in this game after the, I don't know, what was it, 10 years that we've been playing this game. Feels like 10 years, honestly, this series, with how long it has been going. Just 2 minutes have elapsed of this game number 4, 3 minutes left on the clock, therefore. It's simple maths. I can even do that. Backball pass, but no one there to receive for the Netherlands military.
We finished this series, then we cut to Tofu Elliott, and he goes, "Welcome to Allied Forces Esports Invitational 2027.
Yeah.
Everybody on
He's going to have gray hair.
Yeah, everybody on Netherlands military have Ripman Winkle beards and everything. Instinct has a shot, has a goal. Again, it's the Netherlands military. We have the army and the police, but they love striking from the sky just as any of the RAFs or Air Forces or even Space Forces.
Really lovely moment there from Limbeke, who just gets that hit off the backboard, and so the ball lingers, and it's so awkward for the defending team when that happens, because unless you're in the right place at the right time, you ain't dealing with it. But Netherlands military ain't gonna deal with this kickoff goal. Tie game.
That's quick hands and wheels from Anders. And as quickly as we saw Netherlands military, well, quickly is a relative term, I suppose, or midway through this game, just as we saw the Dutch goal, Space Force Gaming quickly restored the status quo. Oh boy, these overtimes, or these tie situations, are definitely looming, but so much time to find something else. Space Force Gaming, as a reminder, are up by 2 games in the series.
Oh no!
1-1. And Anders keeps on collecting goals, definitely continues being the top scorer of the series.
Oh, Instinct just gets it all wrong. Launch awkward, ball coming in awkward. They get the touch. It would have been better if they didn't have one at all. Jam, a freebie. You can't give those to Andres Camille.
Not at all. Heave on Sizzly. Now we know who Sizzly is, but everybody else is a bit of a mystery. Collecting the ball and going up high, looking for bumps. Look at that, almost swiping on 2. Now returning all the way back to her half. Fruit Loop with an aerial dribble. Already denied by the Netherlands military. Gameplay slowing down as everybody just bringing the ball back and forth. There's going to be a player for SFG. Just stopping, not enough boost. Keeping the ball high, but yeah, indeed, they don't have much to work with. Somewhere 100 boost gets collected. And the ball gets across. Space Force Gaming. 2 is not enough for them. They want 3 and more.
Ironically enough, playing a little too fast for what is needed here. Netherlands military was so starved of boost that Space Force pinging the ball around and playing keep away, when honestly a bit of slower play would have probably opened up a better opportunity for them. I do find that to be quite ironic, but either way, even if you are playing keep away, that was a good opportunity there as well, mind you. There's still 60 seconds just about to try and get this one over the line. Now it is a perilous lead, 1 goal. But Jam, when you are keeping possession so well, it's a little bit easier.
Yeah, that's what's currently working out really well. Andres, a hat trick from the sky. 3 assists for Sir Sizzly as well. This duo has been generating goals for Space Force Gaming in this 4th game, and shots just keep on coming in, and there's nothing that the Netherlands military can do about that.
Man is a psychic type because he used Future Sight. He was off and running before the ball had even hit the orange D there. And well, the Netherlands military, for as spirited a performance as this has been across the entire series, things now looking stock. That needed to go in. The infamous ding of the woodwork, just rubbing salt in the wounds.
Great opportunity that was for Heath. But they'll have to return again with something else. 24 seconds. That's a 2-goal difference between the two teams, and big launch might find yet another one for Space Force Gaming. Fruit Loop now adds one to her name, and Space Force Gaming pretty much sealed this game as a done deal. It's understandable though, Netherlands military had to push on forward, try to fight something on the other side. The only way you can do that by committing absolutely everybody.
Yeah, whatever Hail Mary is in Dutch, they did that. And obviously the consequences are stark. And like I say, spirited, great fortitude, stubborn from the Netherlands military. They've taken the game off Space Force. That in of itself is incredibly impressive, again, given the progression that we've seen from them throughout this weekend. But the reality is now this, jar of jam. Space Force are on to match point.
It is the fact of the situation, and they are looking like the team most viable to take this series as a whole. Again, with lots of overtime, so we're talking about a close series overall. Right there, okay, no, they need to pick me up. Somebody, Stelios needs to come in, maybe even Jerome, as he's also a cheerful guy, needs to come in and cheer up these Dutch boys. After the first or second loss, they were like still smiling. Over right now, it's slump. They are shrimps in their chair, and they immediately need to straighten up.
I think, I mean, a nice smile there from Instinct. I think, look, it is a bit deflating, right? I mean, you've picked up your first win in the series. You had to go another 2-3 minutes of overtime to get that one over the line, and you lose by 2 or 3 goals, and you know that can be hurtful. But they should still take great stock in the fact that they are pushing Space Force into really uncomfortable areas where they're needing to take risks themselves to score these goals at all. And look, they're having to go out with these double demos just to open up shooting lane opportunities. Well, lean into that, Jam. Like, find the frustrating moments for Space Force, and maybe, just maybe, there is more to be said in this series yet.
Well, I have a plan for the Netherlands military. It, I suppose, requires a little bit of, I have a plan, and requires a bit of a pre-planning, I suppose, because what they need to do is right now let into the room on the other side some people in traditional Dutch national outfits. The wooden clogs, the krapklap, which is a little bib that you wear, some hats and everything, and just start singing songs behind the Space Force Gaming team, distracting them. Netherlands military is going to be okay. But yeah, well, this is not in action. Sir Sidley can just freely score.
I think just proving your point, Jam. They didn't take your advice, and there's Sisley styling. Really unfortunately, Beaky getting a piece of it, but again, just diverting it further into their own net. Just over a minute elapsed, then Space Force take the lead. It is all to do for the Netherlands military.
Fruitloop immediately intercepts the ball as Netherlands military trying to clear it out to their own side. The ball just keeps on being down to Andres. Oh, so dangerous. But again, you can never leave anybody from Space Force Gaming with the ball. It's always going to be a threat. Fruitloop versus Heave. Looking for a boost at this moment. And Sir Sisley just pushing it on through. Andres already waiting. There's too many players up front. And Sisley breaks the axles of everybody, but doesn't have enough space to put it in.
They are lucky that it's a 3-person team, Netherlands military, because that was almost the most outrageous goal that you will see all weekend. And still they on-come here, Space Force, with great vigor, great assault. Still, they can't find that second goal, Jam. Will that come back to bite them in the derriere?
This so far has been the best goal that has not been scored. And with only 1 goal differential, well, the Dutch can now start moving on forward. This is still a lot to work on. So far, I think throughout the whole series, if we look at the stats, it would be Sir Force Gaming. No, that's Sir Sisley and Space Force Gaming. Their shot, Fruit Loop stops it. But it has been Space Force that have been adding more shots when we look at the scoreboards. For Netherlands military, quality needs to come before quantity.
2 minutes and change. And it's Fruit Loop who takes command of the situation. Straight to Heave, free shot. Here's the follow-up. Is there a third? It's quite delayed, and Andres will make sure that the delay is punished. Tries to launch a counter, but Heave is a counter of their own. If that's on target, that's a goal. Bit haphazard here, another backboard hit. And again, no follow-up for the Netherlands military.
We're moving the ball to the side. Besides the follow-ups, they also need to be thinking about their defense. Instinct with no boost. Now Heave is helping out, but now Heave has no boost. And already beaten to the high ball by Sir Sisley. Netherlands military keep the possession of the ball. At the same time, sort of returned back home with maybe a little bit of a boost situation. But now with the demo, they no longer have the control. Mbiki to the side. Fruit Loop finds the bump on Mbiki again. Shot is not going to be troubling Netherlands military too much. But they're stuck in their side. And if they're not seeing the other side of the field, then no goal is going to happen.
Big panic, big issue. Limbeki steps in. Fruit Loop. It's Instinct, but here comes Andres Camillo. Bumped, not demoed. 50-50, up high. Heave, backboard. Wins the challenge. It's back out to Limbeki. Second hit. Third off the backboard. Set up for Instinct, but Fruit Loop is there. Heave steps in over the top of Sir Sisley. Instinct back to Heave. Infield. Limbeki. Backboard, but there's Andres again. Full boost tank. 30 seconds left.
And it is Andres, of course, rushing towards the blue side. The net is in his side. He has scored on it so many times. For now, it'll just have to wait. Every single time the ball gets launched up high or to the orange side of the pitch, it is always 10 seconds spent. Instinct on a breakaway. Cannot put it in any spot that will help him or his teammates. Ball dangerously dangling. Limbiki needs to be fast here, but off the post and out it goes. We have an serious problem trying to score this goal. Instead, it's Space Force Gaming taking the whole series 4-1.
Oh, as many great scholars have said across history, Jam, patience is a virtue. And patience was in short supply when they needed it most. Just over eagerness to try and squeeze that ball underneath the bar ultimately ends the attack in its entirety. Unfortunate. But I tell you what, I bet there was a few people thinking that this series, Jam, was going to be a 4-0 easy one and done. It was anything but. Credit to the Netherlands military. That was a great effort.
This loss unfortunately finds Netherlands military at the bottom of the standings with 3 losses. And I believe there's only one more series left for them still. RF Typhoons and RF Storm Shadows in 4th and 3rd spot respectively. Space Force Gaming, that win for them propels them to the 2nd spot. And why am I absolutely not surprised to find Air Force Gaming at the very top of the standings.
And that's after beating the Typhoons and the Netherlands military. And so their toughest challenges are actually yet to come, in theory. If you are to look at the table, of course, the stats don't lie. You've got Storm Shadows, you've got Space Force, who are waiting their turns. I would usually say eagerly. I don't think there is ever any eagerness outside of, hey, maybe we can do something when you're fixing Air Force Gaming. But for Space Force and their perspective, of course, that's now 2-0 record. This was a real banana peel series, I feel, Jam. There was a lot of moments where it could have gotten really awry and they could have maybe invited more of a closer series at the end there, maybe game 5, maybe game 6. But they actually demonstrate great respect towards their opponents. They grind out the results, and that's going to serve them well, I think, going forward, especially against the likes of Air Force.
Oh god, that's you need to every single trick in your book to beat Air Force Gaming. Yeah, as a reminder, these teams right now are playing for the seeding in the double elimination bracket. And I do believe we do have Tofu Elliott standing in with our lovely players on the location. Elliott, take it away.
Thank you so much. Once again to our casters, an absolutely incredible performance from them and also from our players on the field. And it wouldn't have been right to get anyone else for this post-match interview. We've got Heave and we've got Sir Sisley. Guys, I mean, it was a much closer matchup than I think the score reflects. Is that fair?
Yeah, I would say probably the most fun team here as well. So loud in that room. I know you guys can't hear it. It was very loud the entire time, and it was an absolute blast.
Heath, obviously losing 4-1, not the result you're looking for, but did you actually have as much fun as it sounded like you were having?
We didn't even get mad. We lost the first one because we thought everything went right and as we wanted to play. So we were just happy and we were glad it was a good game and that we gave it our all, the whole match and the whole series.
From your perspective on the winning team, like what was the difference maker? When a series is that close but you're consistently getting the result over the line, what is setting you apart?
Just comes down to consistency, really. If you show up to the ball, you make your touches. A lot of us had slip-ups in that 10-minute game that need to be cleaned up. But overall, I think it was just being at the ball at the right times, making the saves, and keeping the ball moving.
I think it's fair to say that on paper, the Netherlands military team is not supposed to be competing quite so closely with some of the other teams that are here, and yet every single time we see you guys, you're stepping up.
Yeah, so we knew they were in the finals for the friendlies yesterday, so we knew we had to give it our all. And right when we played, everything went well, except we couldn't score the goals we wanted to. Our accuracy wasn't that good, but for the rest, it was a fairly good game, and it was fun. We were laughing to each other, and we were having fun, screaming, and it was fun, yeah.
And the series and the Rocket League aside, there's a reason we picked you two. What was we saw the Rule 1 and then it just devolved from there.
I already forgot it.
How did you forget?
Yeah, I mean, it was just in the middle of the game and we got into a Rule 1 and we just waited. Yeah, you can't break it. So
you did. You were not in a Rule 1.
We were, like after a while, you get tired of that, so you move on. I was trying to get on his car. I tried to do some dribbling on his car. It didn't work out. That was a rough watch. No, it's just that's what you do.
Well, listen, if you guys face each other again, can we expect a second date?
It depends. If it's Rule 1.
Let's go to the replays from that best of 7.
That match.
wanna read the room, wanna read your mind, wanna read the room. Don't need lies to connect to you. Wonder if sometimes you wonder too. Wanna read your mind, wanna read the room, wanna read your mind, wanna read the them all. No time to control the bomb. When you fan the flame, turn off the arm. Then 8 tides to the octagon. Don't know when to stop. Maybe that's a problem. Feels like it's a marathon, going on and on, going on and on. And 2-1, I'm in the mood. Taking off till I reach the moon. I might just trust if I break the rules. Don't overthink, just make the move. 3, 2, 1, I'm in the mood. Taking off till I reach the moon. I might just trust if I break the rules. Don't overthink, just make the move. Don't need lies to connect to you. Wonder if sometimes you wonder too. Wanna read your mind, wanna read the phone. Wanna read your mind, wanna read the phone. Don't need lies to connect to you. Wonder if sometimes you wonder too. Wanna read your mind, wanna read the phone. Wanna read your mind, wanna read the phone.
place where you and I can tell each other stories.
Over a century ago, our founders made a promise to each other, to their families, that they'd always take care of their own. And that promise is still at the heart of everything we do. And how our members know, we'll do what's right for those who served, their spouses, kids, and then grandkids. USAA, taking care of our own.
Hello, and welcome back to Allied Forces Esports Invitational, the 2026 edition. Jar Jam here with Vaudable. I hope everybody had a lovely lunch. I know that's what the players and staff has been busy with. You've seen them on the screen, that beautiful shot of cafeteria. But we have more games to play, Vaudable. And
we do.
Honestly, we are We're only basically in the middle of the day. We've just crossed that threshold, and now starting on the last 3 matches of the day. These are our standings, by the way, of everybody who has played already. And I see RX Storm Shadows had a bye in one of the rounds as they're sitting in the middle on 1-1. Same goes, I think, for Air Force Gaming, Space Force Gaming sides. Most importantly, though, at the top, surprise to absolutely nobody audible, it's Air Force Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, they are the top dogs for a reason, especially after seeing the performances the past 2 iterations of the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. Undefeated, haven't dropped a game, and that continues to be the case here as well. Have not dropped a single one so far today, currently sitting at 2-0 in the bracket up to this point. So expecting some big things from them throughout the tournament. This is the last time as a full roster together as well, right? One of the members moving over to the Space Force in the next 2 months. So this is a bit of a grudge match, you could say as well for that case.
Wow. But if he's moving to Space Force Gaming, shouldn't Chowder sort of make friends within the Space Force Gaming as he's playing against them? It's going to be very tough to see where allegiances are going to last. I suppose, of course, Chowder is going to be doing it. Yeah, exactly. Because he wants his new team to like him more. No, of course, his allegiances lie with his current roster. But yeah, it's interesting to see that even in our little microcosm of Allied Forces Esports Invitational and these rosters of service members all across the globe, we're having some transfers, and sometimes you can even call it a transfer drama. So I'm loving seeing that what we can create out of these moments. Esports.
Or any sports in that case, transfers happen all the time. So it's kind of cool to see that actually happening in this space as well for the Allied Forces Esports Invitational side of things. And then also just like the other events that go on throughout the year before this. But I'm kind of interested to see if Space Force can get revenge for yesterday, right? They played against them in that grand final. And you were there, Jem, did we see kind of the typical expectations from Space Force against Air Force Gaming? Like Air Force Gaming just kind of dominating for the most part, or was there a decent fight from Space Force, would you say?
It's the former one.
Yeah.
It's the domination from Air Force Gaming. Again, these 3 folks that you see on the screens, Chowder, Crow, and Buck with his glorious mustache, they are on point when it comes to pretty much every single facet of the play. They're fast. Their rotations are on point. You will rarely catch them snoozing in defense or catch them without any boost. They are just a unit. 3-player solid unit. As I say that, and praise Crow a little bit too much. He needs to work a little bit extra to get to that ball.
I just want to see what Space Force can do. Get an opening goal or something. Change the pace, the narrative that has been established by Air Force Gaming of not dropping a single game against the competition. Yes, in the friendlies they did yesterday, but again, those are friendlies, so it doesn't quite count. This is the true LAN event experience here for Air Force Gaming, so I feel like if any team is going to potentially take one off of them and, face off against them again in the final, just based on the results we saw yesterday and in the past, it probably would be the Space Force Gaming roster. So this is a good warm-up. They got to play against each other at the end of the day yesterday. Maybe was a bit tired, who knows? No excuses here though. They just had food. They should be re-energized and re-engaged for this game here, and got to make sure that they get reconnected with the ball there on their own half.
Well, I hope you're energized and everything. I usually get very sleepy after a good lunch. So, better neither of the folks on the pitch right now start just nodding off. I know that they have all of their energy drinks as well. So yeah, they're going to be ready. And right now, while, again, no fireworks, nothing too super snazzy, but both teams are showing solid Rocket League, and both, I think from the both teams, this level, and we're considering them to be number 1 and number 2 teams. Air Force Gaming 1, Space Force Gaming 2. It's to be expected. They both know exactly what's needed of them, and maybe on this particular attack, Andres was trying to set up Fruit Loop, but not to be this time around.
I see something here from Chowder, the upcoming transfer that we'll be seeing for their side of things too, but no dice just yet. It's kind of a stalemate between these two squads right now, and I'm a little bit surprised about that. Almost, and yes, it goes through Sir Sizzly. First one on the board.
My God, that has a lot of finesse to it. Just a little chip, and it goes past Crow, who, yeah, he was working maybe middle of the net, maybe his close post, but near post, but the far post just was not his, and that precision set Space Force Gaming ahead. We wanted to see them score first. They have done so, and now with 2 minutes and 30 remaining, how about we see Space Force Gaming taking the whole game as well?
That'd be crazy to see. You know they want it to make history here. No more flukes allowed for Air Force Gaming, and you can tell that the pressure might be getting to them just a little bit about it. Close one there for Crow to potentially get the goal shooting shot there. Might have been able to be enough to tie things up, but other direction it goes. Potential if there's a follow through. Great backboard defensive effort though from Air Force Gaming. I'm liking the spacing we're seeing from them so far. Just going to take one extra touch for them to get that tying goal.
Andres bringing it out versus Chowder. Chowder solidly stops him, then stops Fruit Loop. Buck comes in for Andres' second attempt, and now everybody rushes back. I don't think Space Force Gaming has a lot of boost, but Fruit Loop flies across and stops what could have been a great setup from Crow. Chowder, Buck, everybody is in. Chowder's going to make another attempt. A double tap, perhaps? Nobody gets to the ball immediately, but Crow's close enough for Air Force Gaming to continue the attack. Clear finally comes in on through. And for now, Space Force Gaming, yes, they need to defend their lead, but they cannot possibly get stuck in their defense. Air Force Gaming is going to crush them if that's the case.
We've seen that happen against many teams so far in this competition throughout the years, but also yesterday for teams facing off against Air Force Gaming. So 1 minute remaining, could easily tie things up, but as I say that, ever closer to the fateful moment of Air Force Gaming dropping their first game in 2 years in this LAN competition. No more excuses at that point.
I can't believe that this actually might happen, but it's Buck and Air Force Gaming. It's Crow, it's Chowder, man. They've been trying to get something out of the hat and consistently did so, but it's Sizzly with a second one. And history in the making just got a little bit closer. A great pinch into a follow-up, and nobody for Air Force Gaming was within the same postal code to make that stuff.
It's as entertaining as it can get between these two teams. 30 seconds might be all that Space Force Gaming need to make history here for the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. This could be their moment, but Chowder is going to try and make it a little bit more difficult. The demo from Buck trying to create some extra space and wiggle room for them to try and find a lane of entry. And there's one from Chowder. Kickoff goal can happen. They're one away from tying it up.
This is usually how Air Force Gaming does it. Even if they're looking like they're losing, all of a sudden a goal, and I'm pretty sure I've seen a kickoff goal from there as well. So Air Force Gaming, their streak is in their hands. Crow rushes in on through, but doesn't get the connection. Bump gets moved out of the way by Fruit Loop, and if Sir Sizzly just drops it down on the ground, followed by Andres Camillo. I'll let that speak for itself.
The first official match game specifically taken against Air Force Gaming in 2 years of the Allied Forces Esports Invitational, and celebrating for good reason. Sir Sizzly, the facilitator of that. The 2 goals. Now they're looking at, potential traitor in their midst, the one who's transferring to Space Force Gaming. Who knows if they can trust them fully in this matchup. Nah, it wasn't about that. It was just Sir Sizzly doing a pretty good job, but also rotations from Space Force Gaming specifically. I mean, on another level, we didn't really see as much in terms of like aggressive shots and passing plays from Air Force Gaming as we're used to, and maybe that sleepiness after eating lunch might be coming to play here, Jam, as you were talking about it.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at the scoreboard for this game. Chowder was not the spy. No, not at all. He had the best result. He scored the one singular goal for Air Force Gaming. He had 6 shots to his name.
But was that to make it,
really, really well.
maybe that was to get them off his trail. Who knows?
Oh yeah, that's what I usually do when I play these kind of games.
Exactly. They're the imposter among us at this point. Oh, speaking of space stations, but either way, Sir Sizzly trying to see if they can continue where they left off in the last game. A game is great, you know. It's cool to break the streak, but you got to get a series for it to like truly matter against this Air Force Gaming roster. And of course, this is proceeding. It technically isn't in the bracket stage either, but even then, a game is a game, and that's a huge momentum swing for Space Force Gaming if they can rally behind it.
All right, yeah. We're looking at two things now: is how can Space Force Gaming use this momentum, game advantage, and how can Air Force Gaming bounce back? I almost said how will they, because it's almost an expected thing, but let's see what can they do with this. Rarely do they found themselves in a chasing position, so this new facet of their playstyle is going to be very interesting to look at.
I think just not overextending too much. That's been the issue with a lot of teams today. And so close for Buck, but ran into
he almost
brick
saved it,
wall
honestly,
of
the
two
way
defenders.
it looked.
Yeah, honestly. Great save by Sizzler.
Yeah, great moment. And C4, Space Force Gaming, C-Force. Okay, we need to have the Marines as well. Crow gets one going for Air Force Gaming in a game number 2. That's the opener. And a couple of explosions here. The explosion was actually on one of the Air Force Gaming players, so it was man disadvantaged, but even short-handed, Air Force Gaming managed to find themselves a goal.
No power plays, only mere moments of waiting to respawn and deciding which side of your own pitch you want to regenerate, I guess, on as well. I'm getting head boops by my cat right now. But Air Force Gaming, lovely, doing what they can. They have the lead now. This is where we're used to seeing them, right? Being in charge and keeping the pressure going, looking for a cushion goal, and they were close to it, but didn't quite have the angle.
Andres sends it to Fruit Loop. Has an opportunity perhaps to send it all the way down the field. For now, they're looking for any other opportunity. Misses here and there. Chowder connects with it. That's 2 versus 4 Anders. It's all perfectly fine. By this point, Crow goes high up in the air. Chowder already waiting down to the ground, where perhaps he was expecting a teammate, but that time around, Buck was nowhere in the vicinity. And to the midfield battle of back and forth we go.
Business as usual has resumed. Air Force Gaming get a goal at the start, and then they try to whittle down the clock second by second, minute by minute, until they are the victors of the game. And you know, dropping a game 1, I'd say, isn't as critical as one later on in the series specifically. I mean, we've seen some of the best teams in the world do the exact same, right? Try to feel out their opponent, maybe not as confident, you know, getting back into the saddle as well as best they can for those matches on that end of things. So I'm kind of curious to see, you know, after the series, what Elliot will be able to get out of Air Force Gaming and see exactly what their reasoning is there too, because they didn't have a longer break. Of course, they still played their previous series against the Typhoons and got that 4-0 sweep before it, so they only had the lunch break to account for.
It's still a very nice break. But yeah, the question is now going to be, has to be asked, what happened? How did dropping one series go? And that's, of course, if we're going to be even speaking to Air Force Gaming, what if we were speaking to the winners of this series, and if it would be Space Force? But before that even happens, Buck has something to say about this. Again, just pushing it on through with a little bit of help from Fruit Loop. That was a tough situation to be in.
Update on the other series as well. Storm Shadow's currently up 1-0 over the Netherlands military so far. It sucks for the Netherlands military team, right? They're new kids on the block here, specifically in terms of the Allied Forces Esports Invitational, and they've kept it close in a lot of the games, but unfortunately have not been able to get that series win. Regardless, though, they will make it to that first round matchup that will be played tonight if they can't get a victory, and we'll have that 5th seed playing against the potential 3rd seed. And could even be a rematch there if the current win-loss record stays. Storm Shadows and Space Force Gaming competing for like that 2nd and 3rd seed currently. But 36 seconds on the clock. Air Force Gaming really just need to keep the pressure up, make it so that Space Force can't really do what they did in the last one, which was, you know, get an early lead and then hold on to the ball close to their chest well enough, stop out any of the offensive attacks that we saw from Air Force Gaming. And I feel like if Space Force can strike early next time, they'll be a little bit better, but Buck's not going to make them have any chances of a comeback here.
No, it's not going to make it easy in this game or honestly any of the follow-ups. That's what I'm expecting from Air Force Gaming. This looks like we're going to be seeing a tight series, 1 apiece. Space Force taking the first one, Air Force taking the second one. And this is the kind of scoreline, this is the kind of domination that we expect from Air Force Gaming. Take the reins of the game and never let go. And this is where all of their superb qualities come in. Again, support from one another, always dangerous in the offense, and not relying particularly on any specific play style, approach to the net, dribbling or air, something in the air. It's a little bit of everything. And they can execute from this little bit of everything in any position that they get themselves in. And they also know how to get themselves in a good position. So again, weaknesses, few and far between, but even Space Force Gaming managed to find one.
I just need to see a little bit more pressure from them. They were kind of stuck in their half, the majority of it there. We saw in the first game only 4 shots from Space Force Gaming. That's all they needed, though, to convert those 2 goals for Sir Sisley, but we saw 11 from Air Force Gaming, and one of them converted into a goal. We'll get the stats, you know, eventually for this one as well, but, you know, seeing how it went down specifically, it just felt like the entire game was controlled by Air Force Gaming. That's typically what we do see in these matches. So, you know, they're talking amongst themselves in Space Force, saying, hey, we did well in game 1. What did we, you know, can learn from game 2 and then go from then on out? And we'll have to see what the momentum change will be. And yeah, only 2 shots from Space Force Gaming that time. None from Andres as well. So getting the team fully involved would be huge on their side of things. And on the other end for Space Force, or Air Force Gaming, excuse me, they had 9 shots. So still a good number on their end.
As it stands, if we would have seen the possession and field domination stat, I'm pretty sure Air Force Gaming would be on top by 60% at the very least. I'd say 2/3 of the time, ball was with them. And that really displayed on the field. For now, it's a new game, meaning that you can get out of that cage that Air Force Gaming has put Space Force Gaming in. Fruit Loop is going to be making a shot, but Buck is already there. And he also has a teammate who won't get the big boost. Actually, no, they still leave it. Doesn't even need it. Somehow, even with this stop on the side, there goes 1, there goes 2. Sir Sisley pretty much sets up Crow with a perfect pass.
Great play there again for Crow getting involved here. We saw Crow get the first goal last time for the Air Force Gaming squad a little bit later on, though, in the game, and now they're trying to just lock in for the series, right? They're like, okay, we had our fun. You know, you guys took game 1, a little bit of smack talk, and then humbled you a little bit for game 2. Now game 3, it's time for us to dominate, and that's what we're seeing so far. 2 back-to-back in quick succession.
You saw just how almost effortlessly Crow got into that ball. And when the time came for a shot, power, precision, and even with Space Force Gaming sort of surrounding the whole area, it was not enough. Crow came in with a serious intention. And this is the Air Force Gaming we all know and love. Every single one of these players can perform individually as well, as we've just seen. And Shouter finds himself a crazy angle. But I think at the end of the day, their real power is in teamwork.
By this point in the last game, we only had a single goal, so yeah, putting things up to the next level for Air Force Gaming. You talked about the teamwork that we've seen from them. Unfortunate for Fruit Loop, if they got the touch, it might have been a chance to deflect it away, but even then, like positioning-wise, Chatter was in a good spot to even force a 50-50 out, and make it so that it went in an optimal direction for Air Force Gaming. And they at least had someone on the follow through afterwards if they needed to do so. But Air Force Gaming now with this 3-goal lead, it's just a waiting game to see what Space Force can do to adapt. It's been over a game and a half now almost that we haven't seen a goal specifically from the side of Space Force Gaming. So need to see some sort of changes, especially with these open opportunities that have been more and more apparent as the games have gone along.
I'm worried that Space Force Gaming just does not have enough time to score, as all of the scoring time is taken up by Air Force. They just come in, spend a good amount of time on the blue side, and then take up all of those time credits, time shares, whatever. Do just score themselves. 4 already barely are crossing the 2-minute mark. That's a goal every 30 seconds. Yeah, Space Force Gaming just don't have the time, and Air Force versus one of their strongest opponents right now is dominating. And so not a single bit of weakness has been shown. They have not lost a drop of their quality. Hat trick for the Chowder, hitting his future team over and over again.
May have gotten a game against us, but you're never getting a goal again, is what Air Force Gaming are saying.
Yeah, wow.
With the last game into this one, that is 8 in a row. Actually, not even 8 in a row. It is 9 in a row from game 1 into this game 3 uninterrupted. Last time we saw a goal was from Sir Sizzly game 1 with 32 seconds left. So a statement and then some being made by Air Force Gaming. They're like, hey, we just need a mental reset. You know, the pressure of holding up the record might have been too much for us, and now that the training weights are off, it's no holds bars, and they're going to be giving this their all.
Yeah, honestly, that is a great sort of historical landmark, something to put in the record books, that kind of a streak. But at some point, it just starts weighing heavily on you. And they would still win the last year's Allied Forces Esports Invitational, even if they would have dropped a game, because they're just that good. So now, yeah, indeed, it's sort of having to think about it, say, okay, the moment has passed. We're starting a new streak, or we can just stop caring about anything of the sort and just start doing what we do
not getting
best.
scored on streak.
Yes, no. Honestly, in the moment of vengeance and vindication, I wouldn't put it past them, Audible. I wouldn't put it past them.
Oh, there we go. As I say that, though, the demo does open up the opportunity for Space Force Gaming to at least get on the board this time. So it won't be scoreless this go around, and that was a great demo to clear the way. And unfortunately for Chowder, they lost that 50-50 pretty handedly. Fruit Loop using the long hitbox of the Dominus to try and see if they can do something with it. But it seems we are setting up for a sunny trip to Brazil.
We're really close to it. Straight off the kickoff, Bug gets the perfect opportunity. So that's a 6-1. In other news, the other match that's currently happening behind the scenes, Royal Air Force Storm Shadows are 2-0 up versus the Netherlands military. I'm going to bring in the updates throughout. And as a reminder, everything is still best of 7 today, tomorrow. Lots of Rocket League to be played.
Still only a minute left in this one, which felt like an eternity so far for Space Force Gaming. Air Force Gaming, they want that final one to get to Brazil and then think about how they're going to close off things with a cherry on top in that potential next couple of games. But they still have to at least get 2 more when they close this one out. I was going to say if, but it's 40 seconds with 5 goals looming over top. It's a very improbable total to overcome, especially against a team like Air Force Gaming. And with 30 seconds left, nigh impossible at this point.
I'm more expecting Air Force Gaming to just put one for the road in that net of Space Force. Yeah. Wow, what a performance! What a by this point it's not a comeback. It was Space Force Gaming winning the first game, Air Force Gaming taking the game number 2, and now finally here I think the analogy with training weights being off the wing spread is the most apt one.
Yep.
Finally, Air Force Gaming can play to the full strength.
Exactly. So now making a statement in those last 2 games, especially Chowder. I mean, got a hat trick, 3 goals back to back to back, 2 in relatively quick succession. But speaking of quick succession, I mean, Crow at the start, I think, really just made it so that there was no chance for Space Force to come back. The yawns that you see there too from Air Force Gaming, they're like, you know, we need some competition here, and we'll see if there's a little bit more. Yeah, they're even talking about it too. It's pretty funny. You know, it's all in good fun between these teams specifically, but yeah, maybe more yawns coming through. Love to see it. But I mean,
yeah, go ahead.
What do you think the Space Force Gaming team can do against Air Force Gaming? Like when it's that overwhelming like offense, so many goals against them. Like, is there anything they can't do? Is there hope here?
Can I be frank?
If you want
As is
to.
with every single team that plays versus Air Force Gaming, the best they can do is not to lose face. That's absolutely
fair.
But the best that they can do right now, it is Mount Fuji, Air Force Gaming. And to stop them, again, when they looked vulnerable earlier, but both yesterday a little bit, like dropping game at 2 here, and as well as the start of this. And even at the start of this game number 4, look at that.
That's a good way.
Rushes towards the net. 2 seconds in and we've already got a first goal. But to matter of fact, that even if there's a little bit of fluctuation of Air Force Gaming level, or at least output, their highs are really high.
Exactly. Try to maintain that composure, I guess, here as well. But that's a great first goal, and I think that's a good, like, a step in the right direction for Space Force Gaming. Problem here, though, is that boost starvation that continues to occur, and that the best teams are so clinical with. When you're on the defensive end, you have 3 people with just zeros in the tank. There's only so much you can do against a very high-skilled Supersonic Legend level team, and that's exactly what Air Force Gaming are. Andres is able to put it through, though. There's a pop-off 2-0. Okay, there's a chance.
God, these celebrations cut through on the microphones as well. You can just see them scream, Chowder lets one fly off his own roof. And 2-0, Space Force Gaming, get in. Look at that. There's so much time still to be played, and if Air Force Gaming can score 6 goals in one game, then I'm sure they have not spent every single one of them in their previous outings. Let's see how Space Force Gaming keeps this lead.
Yeah, that's the big question mark. Can they keep the lead? Well, not as strong as they would like it to. Chowder will put that one through. Great setup from Buck, though. Goes off the wall, gets the soft touch, and exactly lobs perfectly where it needed to be.
2-1. Air Force Gaming claw one back, and honestly, when the moment the ball goes to Chowder, I'm thinking like, oh god, Crow will be looking for somebody. Fruit Loop gets demolished, and I mean, celebrations were short, but they were caught off very quick. Look at that. Chowder waits. Andres gets, again, faked out. He thought the ball was going to go to the flank and then brought in across, but no. Pumps the brakes. Then the moment Andres is already out of the picture with the demo coming in, it's an easy goal to get.
Yeah, the Crow demo for good measure. I don't think they were going to get to it in time either way, though. And here is the double tap. No, doesn't get it that they needed. A sigh of relief, though, I'm sure, from the Space Force Gaming camp, especially because they need a break after these kickoffs. And there's a great angle from Fruit Loop to get the lead again. My goodness.
It just keeps on going on. How did they get it out of here? Everybody just bumps into everybody, and Fruit Loop comes in, says, stop playing with the ball. It is time for us to score. Okay. Very rarely do we see Air Force Gaming sort of bouncing around with no real purpose. A couple of them were bumps and everything. A couple maybe unfortunate collisions with one another. But Space Force Gaming find a third, and I do not have the whole history in front of me of the scores versus Air Force Gaming, but 3 goals versus AFG, that must be up top there.
Yeah, definitely a highlight performance so far from Space Force Gaming. They only needed 2 in the first one, but I think a lot of that had to do due to just the defensiveness that we saw from them. Not as much of an aggressive like forward-facing playstyle from Air Force Gaming because they were down by 2. But now the tie comes in again. This consistency is just suffocating from Air Force Gaming.
Yeah, they bring themselves in. Again, this is looking like a little bit of a different play. Maybe the same flag, sure, but no, they clawed the way off the wall on the oncoming player, and everything works out. They know exactly how to perform in every one of these situations, and they get result 9 out of 10 times, and that's why they're so dangerous. To really stop them means not even giving them a look at the ball and not getting them within a mile of your own net.
I was going to say they might have had a chance there. They could have gotten a follow through, but backboard defense is a specialty for Air Force Gaming, and great transition play too. Sir Sizzly having to force that into the middle of the box and make it a little bit difficult for them to find some boost along the way, and the resources just aren't there. They got to be careful about using too many of them on this defensive half. So Chowder being forced to go back to their own corner does buy them some time, at least, to position themselves in a better spot for a lead that they desperately need against this Air Force Gaming team now. And Sir Sizzly looking for the 1v1, almost got the air dribble bump, would have been crazy, but not a connection in sight.
Oh yeah, I'm loving that we're getting some audio from the game room as the cheers just keep on coming on through, and for a good reason. My God, what a match we are having here. Space Force Gaming is keeping Air Force to a tie, and honestly, with the games that we had earlier in the day where we maybe even haven't seen a goal for the whole regulation, the fact that we've seen 6 already and the game is still ongoing, and through the matter of this being a tie, it's not the absolute smackering that Air Force Gaming unleashed on Space Force Gaming with a 6-0 previous, or 6-1 rather. I'm feeling like we're treated to a lot of great Rocket League, and Crow finally gets on board in this game. Air Force Gaming are ahead. What a ton of action we've seen so far.
And if Air Force Gaming do win this game here as well, they will secure the #1 seed undisputed against the competition, just based on the standings so far. So huge for them if they can get the series win. Again, that also guarantees them top 4 minimum, because they wouldn't have to worry about that lower round 1 matchup, because there's only the 2nd, 4th, 3rd, and 5th seeds that can potentially play into that matchup and get that 5th place. So they want to at least, guarantee themselves the top 4 out of the teams that are playing. But, Space Force Gaming, they've been putting up a great fight. Got to give a shout out to Fruit Loop, specifically the 2 goals that she's had so far here. And we saw, Sir Sizzly in game 1 with their 2 as well. And Fruit Loop actually had the only goal in the previous game as well to kind of shift the momentum back in favor of Space Force going into this game 4 as well. So I've liked the looks from them so far. It's just you're playing against Air Force Gaming. There's only so much you can do sometimes.
Yeah. We can list a whole list of things. So Space Force Gaming's achievements and everything, but there's a little footnote at the bottom. But they're playing versus Air Force Gaming, and what they're doing sometimes can be wild. Chowder and bring the ball past everybody, but right now all they need to do is just to waste time. Chowder brings it to the ground. Crow and him actually worked for an interesting pinch. If only that was goalwards. Would have been one of the goals of the tournament for sure. Now, Chowder only needs to drop it down. Tries to keep it away from Fruit Loop. Close, but no cigar. Air Force Gaming take yet another game and are now on match point.
This is what they've been waiting for. The moment is nigh for them to close out the series. Yes, they dropped the game. Yes, it was very close in this most recent one, but they still came out on top. They're trying to make a statement here yet again in this competition, secure that #1 seed going forward, and just play against the Storm Shadows for fun in round 5. More to determine what Storm Shadows seeding will be from then on out. But right now, speaking of Storm Shadows, currently 3-0 up over the Netherlands military squad, so they're looking pretty good themselves. Likely come down to map differentials between them and Space Force. And I believe Space Force, they're playing the Typhoons in the next round, so very likely Space Force could be that second seed, even if they go down here, because they got a map as well against Air Force Gaming that definitely helps their actual total as well.
Yeah, it immediately separates you from the rest of the crowd and making sure that you have the tiniest of advantage again. If not for the first spot, which might be pretty solidly Air Force Gaming, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
But then at the very least, get yourself separated from the third and so on. RF Storm Shadows, the latest updates. The updates come very quickly. It was a 4-0 victory over the Netherlands Army. So that series is now over, and for Storm Shadows, a chance for a good seeding still stays on. They will have to get back to the field, though. Anders lost the ball. Maybe went a little bit too far ahead, went for the boost, and now he immediately gets punished on the other side. He even got to the ball again. Let's see the replay. As Chowder throws it all up past one, past the other one. He's there, and then he's away.
Bye-bye. Hey, at least it took a little bit more time for the goal to go in this go-around than the last game. Though those were 2 goals back-to-back from Space Force Gaming, so maybe they're remiss that they would not be the ones to score first this go-around. And the last time we did see the Air Force Gaming team score first, they got 6 goals in a row, or 5 in a row, excuse me. Then it was interrupted, and then they got the 6th one just for good measure. So we'll see what they can do. As Chowder's just putting on a show yet again, you know, quickly after the first, a little over 20 seconds, but who's counting? He's only counting goals at this point.
Another day of work at the goal scoring factory for Chowder and the rest of Air Force Gaming. And they are the employees of the month, that's for sure. The amount that they're scoring, the way that they're scoring, looking confident, not dropping a drop of sweat at any point. And going for yet another one, Buck gets stopped, literally stumped by Sir Sisley. But immediately there's somebody from Air Force Gaming to follow up. One of their teammates have started Crow. Cancels his aerial, as Chowder had everything under control. Going to be given Buck back to Crow and dropping down. By this point, we're seeing, again, Air Force Gaming in control. Even when they're giving a little bit of freedom, it's not one of these games where Space Force is constantly just against their net and shot is coming after a shot. Air Force Gaming takes their possession a little bit differently. And they're a little bit more open parts of the play, but when they come back strong, the team in the orange. But this one is one that is going to stop them in their tracks. Look at that. Sir Sisley with 1-2.
Huge goal there for Sir Sisley, but a great passing play from Fruit Loop to make it a possibility. Just the coordination that we saw from Space Force Gaming to get their first game win against AFG, but problem is they're still down by 1, 3 minutes remaining, and need to get possession of the ball and fast. Air Force Gaming are so good off the kickoffs. I do like they were playing a bit more patient on their half of the field, realizing that the pressure that has led to so many of these goals has been off of those kickoffs, and trying to see if they can at least secure the boost before those challenges were coming out. But speaking of boost, they don't have any really in the tank right now.
That's a problem. So Fruit Loop versus Buck tries to push the ball through, will take their boost. That's good. Buck is now left with nothing. Past 2, but not 3, and that third one denies Anders. And this was incredibly close. Great move by Space Force Gaming to just find yourself an opening as it cut the ball across every single player of Air Force Gaming. Fortunately, one more was still remaining. Up high in the air goes the ball. And again, just like on the ground, in the air, that's where Air Force Gaming, unsarcastically, is very confident in.
Less than 2 minutes now for Space Force Gaming to try and tie things up. Need to get possession, though, and get it away from Buck, who was so close to strengthening the lead for AFG. And again, this being match point, they technically just need to hold on to this one goal, but that's so close for Fruit Loop, off the crossbar and away. The passing play into the center. Sir Sisley didn't quite expect it, so was not in position for it.
That was great. But yeah, the angles just did not work out. And sometimes you just admit that even if the setup was great, or at least the opening was great. Again, the angles didn't really work out, but they had a chance, but not every single chance can actually be 100% converted. So they go back in again. Just a little bit over a minute left. Air Force Gaming, if the score remains as it is, or if Air Force score yet another one, goes across, that they take the whole series. They're leading in the series 3-1, in this particular game 2-1, and the timer is ticking down.
Tough spot to be in for Space Force Gaming, especially because it just seems like they haven't been able to catch a break since that first game win against Air Force Gaming. But they've been putting up a good show for the most part, right? We saw, the one goal to bring it within one here. We saw pretty close in the last game as well, until the comebacks just continued from Air Force Gaming, showcasing their mechanical prowess. But even then, getting some boost to work with, trying to push past the midfield line. They just can't get enough time on the orange half to make anything happen. And, well, that could be the final nail in the coffin here. Space Force Gaming now just need to make sure that they dominate against the Typhoons and don't lose that series to at least secure the second seed with 14 seconds left.
Amazing how Chowder still managed to push that ball through. First, he fakes out the player to jump up, goes underneath, and then still keeps on pushing. And even with nothing, it still works out. Bravo, Air Force Gaming. Every single time I watch them play, they are like a perfect machine, programmed ideally to perform to the best of their abilities, and as close to perfect as you can possibly can, because, again, these are humans after all, but these humans play on the highest of the level, and I'm absolutely not surprised that they take yet another dub.
Yeah, a great series to say the least. And again, dropping their first game in the official LAN competition since a couple of years ago, but they still get the series wins. They still have the series undefeated record streak, right? Game differential, it's not a 12, it's an 11, but hey, that's still really good. And Space Force Gaming, they have it all kind of set up in their favor still to make it into that second seed for the bracket, because the Typhoons, they will be facing off against them, and as long as Space Force win that, pretty handedly, they should be fine. But Storm Shadows could potentially, if Typhoons upset Space Force Gaming, it'll be a different story, because we'll have like a three-way tie at that point, because Storm Shadows, if they don't beat Air Force Gaming, we could be in that sort of a scenario, which is very likely to happen based on what we've seen. But Air Force are locked at #1 seed, guaranteed at this point, you can say. Same for Netherlands Military being at that 5th seed. They're not playing in that final round since they've already played their 4 matches as well. Our last matches will be specifically the Air Force Gaming and Storm Shadows, and then Space Force versus the Typhoons for those. So still some good matches to come here, Jam, but a great showing nonetheless from Space Force.
Bravo. They, again, not lose face. That's as much as I've asked for them. And not only they did not lose face, they won the first game, broke the streak of Air Force Gaming that has been going throughout multiple years. So yeah, it is going to be still a long road for them. They're still going to fight for it tomorrow. But for now, let's hear from Tofu Elliott and Crow standing by.
Thank you very much. What an incredible series. Crow, you know exactly what I'm going to say.
Of course I do.
You know exactly what I'm going to say. The very first time in AFEI history, the AFG has dropped a game of Rocket League.
Yep, it was bound to happen one day. The Band-Aid is ripped off, though. I guess it feels good to just get it out of the way, right? It was going to happen eventually.
That's true. I said it before the interview, and you went, and then I have to do the interview.
Yep.
It's got to feel good in a way, right?
Yeah, like I said, it feels good to just get it out of the way, right? Next year, I feel like Air Force Gaming is probably going to not be as tough of a competitor, like losing Chowder to Space Force, and then we don't know yet where the team will go and like who's all going to be playing for it. So, and then I heard the RAF people are going to have some pretty crazy prospects coming their way. So there's even a chance, I would say, that Air Force Gaming doesn't even win next year. But obviously I'd like to stay optimistic and say that we could still win. But,
I love the idea that you're like, there's a chance we don't win next year. This year, zero chance whatsoever this time. One game, plenty.
Yep. I will say that if we're talking about our losses and so worried about one lost game, we're doing pretty well for ourselves. Yeah, so.
That's absolutely true. I mean, the entire time, the only storyline we can think of about you guys not winning every game is maybe someone can beat them once.
Yeah.
Inside one series, not even beat them, but just win a single point. So I mean, look, it's an incredibly impressive record. Thankfully, the record is now over and you can just play like a regular team and still continue to crush it, I imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. I
So
mean,
you think you can go without losing a game for the rest of the...
I mean, I'd like to believe it, but I mean, am I going to just jinx myself for a second time? We did have a teammate lose $50 over that loss, so...
Which teammate?
Buck.
Oh, Buck.
Yeah.
Dude, the mustache is going to make up for it. He could just shave that off and send it.
Yeah. Lost $50 for him, but we'll try to get the double or nothing, hopefully.
And
see
Chowder's
if they give in.
Chowder's going over to Space Force as well, right?
Yeah,
So-
Chowder is going to Space Force.
I mean, and Space Force were already looking pretty strong. Like, they did manage to take a game. They looked pretty competitive. Fruit Loop was scoring.
Absolutely. I
80
think that
goals.
they could be very solid competitors next year, too.
So what you're saying is next year is going to be blown wide open.
I think next year is going to be one of the best years for AFBI, for sure.
Is this the earliest we've ever started building storylines? I don't know. This has been awesome. Thank you very, very much for joining me, Crow.
Of course.
A pleasure to have you. And I'm very much looking forward to see what you guys do with the rest of the competition.
Sweet. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. And to everyone at home, thank you for joining us. We've still got a little bit more Rocket League here today. Let's take a look at the replay from the first ever dropped game from Air Force Gaming.
Over a century ago, our founders made a promise to each other, to their families, that they'd always take care of their own. And that promise is still at the heart of everything we do. And how our members know, we'll do what's right for those who served, their spouses, kids, and then grandkids. USAA, taking care of our own.
Welcome back to another installment of today's terrific team taste test tier list. I'm joined by Nederland Military with Jimmy, Martin, and Gijs. Guys, how are you doing?
Very good. We are excited to be here. We lost every game until now, but it's fun, and we're still here.
Well, here's a game you get to win, because we've been asking the other teams to pronounce these words, and I was hoping you would tell me how they're... I think it went well. I think that everyone's doing a great job, but apparently I'm not allowed to ask you how they're pronounced, and given that you all speak Dutch, our very wonderful producer/director/production team have decided that I shall be the fool in this one. So we're starting on the end. I'm going to hold this up for the camera.
Let's see this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Poffertjes.
Decent. Decent.
Poffertjes.
Try it one more time.
And is this okay? With like a poffertjes. I will take that.
It's okay.
And that's like a profiterole. It's not on here. You're right. They're being freshly cooked. So do you know what? I'm going to move down the line, and we'll come back to that when they come out.
Oh, this is it.
Good luck. I mean, this one seems pretty easy. Frikandel. Wrong emphasis. Frikandel.
Try it one more time.
Frikandel?
Frikandel.
Ah, frikandel.
Ja, top. En de poffertjes. De poffertjes. Try it one more time. One more time.
Poffertjes.
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 Klets.
Thank you very much. Jacob, the absolute goat, by the way.
Yeah, so we're taking a poffertje, right?
The private chef of the Alienware training facility and my personal best friend, Jacob. Thank you very much for being here. Quick interview. How are you doing?
I'm doing very great. Thank you so much.
What's the best thing you've ever cooked?
Oh man, don't start.
Okay then. All right, back. I will choose. It was the aubergine you cooked last time I was here a few years ago. It was amazing. Time to try the poffertjes. Damn, all at once as well. The team spirit with Nederland. Unreal. Whoa! Slammed it. I don't even think Gertian was quick enough to catch the slap. Bang! Straight on, terrific.
But you know why it goes on SD? Because the powdered sugar is on there.
Yeah.
Powdered with otherwise it's bland.
Butter.
So without the powdered sugar, are we saying like a tolerable, a C tier?
Maybe B. Maybe B.
Maybe B. Okay, not that.
Put some Nutella on it, bro. It's still A. Come on.
Okay, well, frikandel.
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 So we're having a frikandel. I'm not sure. I need to taste it first.
That is the idea, Martin.
Frikandel's hot.
Jimmy. Jimmy, come. The camera's over here, pal.
Wie bent?
He's,
Meeting my frikandel.
Ja, B.
B? Tempting?
Big over B.
Tempting.
Over B.
Tempting frikandel. Okay, it's time. It's time for some bitterballen.
They're not on here.
Bitterballen?
Yeah.
Are they coming?
Yeah, 1 second.
They are coming. Jacob's working on it, guys.
Yeah.
Working on it. All right. Oh my. Okay, we've got some.
Good luck.
We've got some Vlametjes.
One more time.
More on the A.
More on the A. Okay. Vlametjes.
Vlammetjes.
Oh, like Vlametjes.
Vlammetjes.
Oh, like a ch. Vlametjes.
Yeah, okay. Good.
I will take. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
That's about as good as I can hope
You can
for.
taste as vlammetje.
Yeah, you don't like?
I don't like vlammetjes. Nope.
But you gotta taste it then. You can put it in the F tier.
For me, it's A.
Traumatic experience for Jimmy.
Sure. For me, it's A.
Oh.
She.
Oh. So plain.
It's so plain. Tasteless?
No, it's E for me, man.
Oh my goodness.
For me,
These actually have pulled beef inside.
Ik heb
They've got
dus
pulled
dan
beef
steak.
inside in the ragu, so the scorching hot right now. So careful with your mouth. boys.
No. And we need to wait.
You hear that,
I'm
guys?
gonna burn everything.
These are scorching hot, so let's leave them to last.
I don't want another bite.
Let's definitely leave them to last. Where did you place our Vlametjes?
It's here, but it's all
Intolerable.
Yeah.
Intolerable.
Yeah.
Is that a mix, like a combination of like an A and an F?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
He's like, oh, this is so awesome, and I'm like, oh, this sucks.
It's mid.
It's mid.
That's mid.
I mean, team effort once again. And then the last one on a tiny, teeny little cutout is, oh my god, Karstengels.
Kaasstengels.
Oh, Karstengels.
Ja, hey.
Karstengels.
Kijk, klets.
First try.
First try.
Hi.
No
Probably so
coaching
hot.
required.
Ik hou van kaasstengels.
I love.
I love it.
Love.
That I don't know.
S?
For me, it's D.
Ah!
It's D.
Martin, mixed signals.
Martin S, man.
He looks like he's enjoying. He put it in his mouth again. D is tasteless.
D is tasteless.
Hey. It's tasty.
Tasty. or
It's tasty,
tasteless?
bro.
Just put it on B then.
What do you say?
Back of A.
Back of A.
Right.
Low A.
Good. It's good.
Whoa.
That's how you do it.
We've got a. You're accepting the back of A.
Yeah.
Interesting. Oh, whoa, hey, whoa, hey, whoa, hey, whoa, hey, whoa. He's moving stuff that he hasn't even tasted.
Muisjes are bomba.
Moving stuff he hasn't even
Bro,
tasted.
I'm trying to.
That's called bitterballen.
Yeah. Oh, you.
I'm not gonna eat it the Dutch way.
Very hot.
Yeah.
It's really hot.
What's the Dutch way?
Put it in your mouth.
Just put it in your mouth.
Don't bite it off.
Put the ball in your mouth.
But it's too.
And burn your throat.
I mean,
Yeah.
And just totally.
no.
Yeah.
No, I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah, it's just breath work. It's all the breath work.
It's all about the breath
Yeah.
work, mate.
If you put it all the way in your mouth, you need to chill.
Show them how it's done then. Shit.
Oh.
That's the breath work.
Start sweating. Start sweating.
Come on. Come on. Come on.
F2.
Go for it.
Well, compliments to the chef. Compliments to the chef. Both of the things that were brought out fresh have made it to our terrific S tier.
Yeah, chef did well. He's crying.
We're gonna get some ice for Gijs and
Ice for Gijs.
ice
Yeah,
for
yeah.
Gijs and Netherlands military are gonna take a much needed break between rounds. Let's kick it back over to our casters for some more Rocket League.
Spicy hot food dishes, I guess, and spicy hot Rocket League that we have here as well, Relic, for our final round of action for the group stage. But, you know, the Netherlands military team don't have to go too far because they will be playing in that final series of today as well against the third-seeded team, which could be decided by this series depending on, you know, if Storm Shadows somehow upset Air Force Gaming, or if we also see an upset on the other side of things with the Typhoons versus Space Force Gaming, and then some tiebreaker shenanigans depending on map differential. So we'll see how things go there specifically. But yeah, the first game, I don't know if you got to see it, that Air Force Gaming dropped against Space Force, and then some pretty competitive ones, but then also blowouts. So pretty intense series.
See, what all of what you were saying there, right, is really, really interesting. What I want to know is, first of all, is Evan and the Rally Cry team ready to hear from my lawyer for the fact that we're not there in person to try Jacob's amazing cooking? My goodness.
It looks great.
Second of all, where is the adjudicator, and why on earth is the tier list going all over the board? Like, you keep things on the left-hand side so that we can see all of the things in one shot. It's just like common tier list courtesy, lads. Come on. Returning to the Rocket League, I mean, we had a sniff of blood in the water when it came to Air Force Gaming yesterday. It turns out that a bit of the fear factor is kind of lost, I guess. You know, that I mean, what's it, that 4-year record comes to an end with no game losses. I mean, that streak is going to be unbeaten for as long as the Allied Forces Esports Invitational runs. I don't ever see that getting beaten, and so that record is probably theirs for the rest of history. But you know, there is certainly, I think, because of course the other match that you alluded to is Storm Shadows up against Air Force Gaming, and I think that the Storm Shadows have probably looked at that Space Force series and thought, well, you know, we rate our defense, you know, we rate our counters, our breaks, and so hey, maybe there's a chance for us to get a game. Hey, maybe we can go one step further. But yeah, it's obviously still going to be a very, very tall mountain to climb, given that the Storm Shadows, at least in terms of previous series against top tier opposition like your Space Forces, again, although it felt kind of weird to say that they lost 3-0, they did lose 3-0 yesterday. They lost 4-2 today, and so with Air Force beating Space Force, they are clearly the favorites here, Bob.
Yeah, I mean, again, guaranteed that #1 seed. Even if they somehow lose this matchup, they'll still have the map differential above the rest of the competition there, depending on, you know, how it would go. But even then, that's more of like a very improbable thing to happen. It's not impossible. It can happen. Anything can happen in, you know, Rocket League, an essential best of 7, but just from what we have seen from the competition that is here in our 5 rounds of group stage, our final one here to determine our seeding for the bracket, starting at the end of today into tomorrow. We'll see exactly where those teams met out. Most likely, though, Storm Shadows should be that 3rd seed, so they'll have a rematch against the Netherlands military squad that we just saw, you know, ranking some of the local food dishes. So that one was just a 4-0 in the previous round, for those who might just be joining us. So could be a similar story, but you know, having to go from playing the Netherlands military squad to playing Air Force Gaming is like 2 different sides of the spectrum based on the standings right now.
Yeah, you are right. Typhoon Space Force is the series being played off stream right now. Yep. Interesting to note the game differential, though, of course, with Storm Shadows and Space Force both being on the same record going into this round of matches. Storm Shadows on +5, Space Force on +2. And so it's not just about winning or losing, but by how much it will determine that 2nd seed going into the elimination bracket.
Yeah, if Storm Shadows get completely swept here, they'll only have a +1 map differential, so that'll be the thing to think about. But Chowder already, as I'm trying to talk about potentials, is just showing all the potential. But that was a great flip reset pass from Buck. My goodness.
Straight on it. Well, as the old saying goes, the hornet's nest hath been shooketh. and they are ready and willing, the Swarm, to get stinging. They are on it from minute one. And the Storm Shadows defense already put to the sword here. The question is just how many wounds will be opened by the end of the 5-minute period.
It's not the kind of battlefield that they want to be playing on, unfortunately.
No.
A knife fight when you have a rocket-powered car, and it's unfortunately not stat-proof.
And here comes the second. No, never mind. Shut up, Mr. Commentator. The Woodwork is the 4th player for the Storm Shadows. And G-Wood here. Oh, interesting. So G-Wood subbing into play. We didn't see them yesterday, but good to see them getting involved alongside Samez and Action PB here. Still haven't learned what the PB stands for, but I certainly hope it is.
Who knows?
Personal best, maybe peanut butter. I would like to see them get nutty out here.
Okay. It's that time.
You're welcome. I'm here all day.
Unfortunately. Air Force Gaming, though, doing what they can to showcase, like, hey, that first game loss was a fluke. They lost the lead early on in that one as well and had to play from behind. And I feel like that's always the biggest, mountain to climb as we talk about, the different elevations of a game of Rocket League and competition in this event specifically. I mean, might just be... That's crazy.
Unbelievable, right? The power generated is actually insane, but there's a breakaway. Never mind. Buck does pay for it with a demo, but they make the crucial save, and there's a response demo too. So all of that pressure is immediately released from the Air Force Gaming perspective. This is a nice pinch though, round the corner. Crow's going to put this down to Buck. Takes it round the corner, metaphorically speaking, into the midfield. Samus has to corral that. They're taken out for their troubles. An attentive bump on the keeper. G-Wood jumps out the way. Buck tries to be clever with it, but G-Wood's there on hand to make the save.
Great save by G-Wood. Like to see them, subbed into the roster for this team, maybe to try and throw Air Force Gaming off their trail at least a little bit from what they're used to playing against them, and bring an unknown element that they haven't strategized against. But I don't know if necessarily like Air Force Gaming needs strategy, right? I think they just go out, they know they can trust each other, they've played together for such a long time and know their tendencies and can come at the perfect moment for when to go for these challenges. And unfortunately for Storm Shadows, they just have not caught a break yet in this game.
Yeah, it's not exactly Spidey sense, but they do have a very good understanding of where everyone should be, and they trust that if there is going to be a mistake, that someone else will be able to cover that off. I will say, I am super impressed with what the Storm Shadows are doing here. They're getting really punchy, very aggressive. That's an awful hit off the backboard. Scrambled away. Chowder getting a demo onto G-Wood just as they picked up the 100 boost. But, sometimes you got to fight fire with fire, and even if the individual matchups don't look too hot for the Storm Shadows, hey, sometimes you roll a couple of nat 20s, you come up trumps, and you find yourself with a pretty decent position, which they are in. They're only a goal down with 70 seconds left to run.
I mean, keeping the D&D analogies going, it's basically like Air Force Gaming have like their own little mind link where they can talk amongst each other without even having to say a word sometimes, and that's what's been working out so well for them. G-Wood in another amazing save. I mean, they've been doing a good job to be aggressive on offense, to just keep Air Force Gaming on their toes, but also being in the right spot at the right time defensively. Sam has an amazing save again.
What did I say? Their defense is good if you're just tuning in for the first time today. Just a shame that the Air Force Gaming squad scored in, what was it, 5 seconds or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Now only 30 left.
And that might be the only goal that we see in this game, number one, but Crow's going to try and make that a different story, but not enough power behind it. Great save by Action as well. Chowder. I like the option to take it back to their own backboard just to keep possession of the ball. I think that's the name of the game here for Air Force Gaming. They know that Storm Shadows are looming, and they just need to bait them out for a potential game victory, and that's exactly what they're doing. Ball rolls on the ground, so close to another dangerous situation, and they're just laughing about it.
Yeah, but yeah, if we had another 30 seconds or so, maybe, just maybe. But we don't have another 30 seconds of Audible. This is not a 5-minute and 30-second game. This is a 5-minute game with whatever additional time the replays give us. And, of course, overtime, of which the possibilities are infinite. And, dare I say, more possibilities than perhaps some would have imagined going into this series, because outside of that kickoff, Storm Shadows were competitive. They were real competitive.
Yeah. That's just the unfortunate thing. A lot of these teams haven't had the best kickoff strategies against Air Force Gaming, and I feel like that's where they get a lot of their legwork put in throughout a series to get the goals necessary for a victory. I mean, we've seen back-to-back goals plenty of times in that last series and throughout the history of Air Force Gaming in their like Rocket League performance as a group of players. But Storm Shadows specifically, they are going toe-to-toe with them, and they've been known to potentially pull off some upsets, get a game here and there against top competitors. So they even kept it close against the Space Force Gaming squad, taking 2 games against them too, so can't be underestimated. No,
that is real unfortunate. You can select where you spawn as well. That was not the place to spawn. Actually, oh man. Oh man, you hate to see that.
Oh, friendly fire happening on the side of the Storm Shadows, unfortunately, that time. We'll take a little bit to recover from that one, but smiles across the board for Storm Shadows. It's unfortunate, but you have to shake it off and continue forward. And Air Force Gaming are still going to take it in stride. They'll gladly be gifted that one, but Storm Shadows, unfortunately, still looking for their first goal.
I'll say again, Buck is one of my... Technically, it is a technicality, yes. No misgivings about what I'm about to say here, though. That's goal number 2, and you could see it coming from a mile off.
Yeah, especially with the demo, the no boost, not the best positioning either, and then no hope. Unfortunately, that's the new Star Wars movie for these 2 teams. Instead of New Hope, it's No Hope.
Ugh. Star Wars No Hope. The Empire stays at home. and I guess the Jedi didn't bother.
Yeah. Oh man, someone needs to make that like a parody film or something, or maybe that's just what the series is gonna be called.
Well, still plenty of time at least for the Storm Shadows. Yeah, there's been some real unfortunateness about this game in particular. But I mean, even in terms of the game, and I realize we're going, oh, if you can't win the game, it's okay or whatever. And now it's 3 goals, and now we might be looking a little bit silly, hoping that the Storm Shadows might be able to get themselves back into it. But it is also still like it's the start of the series. We really shouldn't be writing off the Storm Shadows when they're going against us. We haven't even given them a chance to respond on the field.
I think, against a team like Air Force Gaming, mentally, it's just difficult to recover after kind of mishap like we saw for that first goal. Because they don't give you any time to recuperate and breathe. You only have like the 3 seconds as a kickoff starts, and well, they know they have to completely focus on the strategy for kickoffs, right? Because that's how Air Force Gaming are able to get so many of their goals. Sam has, though, trying to make some good progress towards the box and the goal line itself. It's just, you run into Air Force Gaming, the best team here in the league for good reason, and going for the demos. And I like the 1-backs that we keep seeing from Storm Shadows getting their own aggressive plays, but with no boost, there's only so much they can do.
Well, we saw the interview with Crow earlier, didn't we? He believes that come AFI 2027, to be fair, that's the first mention of 2027 I've heard, so seems pretty early to me. But And we certainly do hope there will be a fight 2027, or maybe there is, or maybe it's been confirmed somewhere. I don't know. Tell you what, that was almost confirmation of a great goal, excellent shot, but for Buck. But yeah, I think that there's a lot to still be happy with here in the Storm Shadows play. They're bringing back the demos. They're trying to disrupt these rotations, trying to play inside the head of Buck. I mean, again, did you see his player cam? This guy is locked in. He's got you read like a buck, mate.
That's a tough spot to be in. If you're Storm
Shadows, open shot!
As they again, so close, and then the demo comes through. Double demo from Chowder to clear the field, and as soon as a fleeting chance comes by, it just gets ripped away like sand in your fingertips, trying to hold on to it. They can't grasp it fully, and unfortunately, they will not be able to secure it that time.
Mental note, sand in your fingertips and or toenails. One of the worst things imaginable. Hate it, hate it, hate it. That and my ghostly pale skin is why you will never see me at the beach. But Air Force Gaming definitely not playing on the beach right now. They are very much taking this seriously. Again, could very well be the end of a legacy here in 2026. It could very well be much closer at an AFI 2027. But there is not much really to be said that is close here, at the very least in terms of scoreline. As spot on, Bod, they have been clinical when they've gotten into position, and they've gotten into position plenty of times to justify these 3 goals.
We've gotten a lot of close shaves from the Storm Shadows as well in terms of potential goals. And unfortunately for them, they just haven't been able to keep their composure at the right time. But as I say that, here it goes. The splash comes through, and Sam they were owed one at this point. 5 shots with a single goal. This one going through, and just an awkward rotation from Air Force Gaming. Yes, there's 5 seconds left, but it's a good consolation to keep their motivations and spirits high into that 3rd game.
And they're on the board. Most importantly, they hadn't scored since then. And so they've at least been able to see that they can overwork Air Force into such an awkward rotation. Still plenty of smiles there from Buck, and why not 2-0 for Air Force Gaming. So far, so good. Everything going according to plan. But this, of course, is the Allied Forces Esports Invitational, and sometimes plans are thrown far, far out the window.
I'm just interested to see what the game plan is going to be for this next one. You know, as long as you don't own goal at the start, you'll be doing that much better, right? So that's the litmus test here.
That was one of the most unfortunate goals I think that we've seen.
I think that's the most unfortunate one I've ever seen.
But it's even more unfortunate knowing that you can change that now. And straight off the rip,
okay,
RAF Storm Shadows looking to change everything right now.
Here we go. That is one way to make up for past mistakes, but also the defense of Air Force Gaming was just not prepared. They didn't expect the speed and ferocity coming out from action on this play. Oh, again?
Oh yeah, a little bit of sauciness in between 2 teammates there.
Oh,
and that's a complete miss. Crow having to run the save. Very fortuitous 100 boost spawn though. Look at that, able to get the demo down as well. Chowder on net, double demo for Crow. It's like if the Rocket League gods existed, which they do. They just blessed Crow with everything that could possibly fall into his lap.
You got the boost, you got the demos, you got the goal, you tied things up less than 20 seconds later. And as I say that, though, what are these kickoffs going on right now?
Storm Shadows have they've uncovered the Temple of the Crystal Skull here or something. Secrets that were never meant to be learned.
Maybe this is the strategy. Just win off of kickoffs. You know, you're going to have to take a lot of those, though, if you're trying to use that as your strategy. And might be a 50-50 chance at this rate for someone to score. And as I say that, Chowder does get the save this time. Goes for the Psycho, on that one. And that would have been insane if it went through.
Chowder surprised by just how much power he generated there. The full-on bog face coming out because of how well he set up his teammate there.
Should have let it
in. Goal. Crucially, no goal. 2-1. Oh, by the way, that was just the first minute of play.
Which is insane to think about. It felt like an eternity, at least for Air Force Gaming. This being the longest that they haven't had a lead so far in this series, because we hadn't seen 2 goals from Storm Shadows or a starting goal from them either. So good look on their camp, their side of things as well. Now they just need to see what Air Force Gaming are going to do in terms of Storm Shadows. Yeah, that's a nice juke for Samhez. And Samhez has been really stepping up big for the Storm Shadows team so far.
Yeah, they were absolutely monstrous yesterday when it came to any sort of action in their own third. I'm really liking that he's getting more involved in plays down the other side of the field now, kind of trying to emulate what we've seen from Andres Camillo over on Space Force. Wow. But that's being launched into space. It's Crow.
If I had a buck for every pun there's been so far, I'd have a lot.
There's a buck in the game.
Exactly.
You've already got your buck.
That's true. So does Air Force Gaming, and they're wanting some more where that came from after tying things up again. Still looking for the lead, though. That has been eluding them in the first 2 minutes. Action now is going to take it in style. 3-2. Doesn't matter that Air Force Gaming are bouncing back so quickly because Storm Shadows have their number right now.
Allow me to flex my Unk status because that was a real action replay. Boom, I feel old.
Remove the M on that one, just boo. But Storm Shadows. This is a monumental shift in momentum from the first and second games for them. I mean, just goes to just show, like, changing your game plan, getting that first goal really just changes the entire shift of play and pace of it as well. And there's so many demos. This is an action movie at this point.
But is it going to turn into a horror, or is it going to be a bit more of a romantic comedy where everyone has laughs and everyone gets a very, very happy ending? Chowder moving into the side of the field here, lays off to Buck, who doesn't quite get it the first time, does the second, the layoff to Crow, it's a shot to the backboard to Buck, Action PB in the way, and Crow is completely flattened there by Action PB. G-Wood with a shot that goes wide.
I feel like it's more of like a Fast and Furious movie. It's about fail, between these teams. Have that camaraderie.
But will Air Force Gaming see the lead again? Oh! Well, I almost dropped another one.
I was about to say.
I don't want to be critical. That should have been 4.
Yeah, that definitely should have been a goal. But, the other family member for Air Force Gaming was the woodwork. So they'll be happy to keep them involved in the play as much as they can, at least on their own side of things.
Shot towards net. Well, good news is Action PB was there to save the blushes of G Wood, who threw a haphazard effort of trying to save that. Double demo here. Crow and Chowder miscommunication. And every single one of those is now going to become a little more identifiable under the microscope, Vodable. 60 seconds left.
Very close to dropping their second game in the tournament here in two iterations. Or I guess 3 iterations now, with this one included, of the Allied Forces Esports Invitational.
Chowder, 1v1. Action PB read him well, read him very well. Crow, right place, wrong amount of boost, but Buck's still there. Sanders was in net, but a calamitous error too far behind the line.
Oh, they were reversing at the time, and they jumped for it too, but the tip of their car, as you mentioned, was barely in the net, so too much power behind the shot. Even though it wasn't super fast, it was enough to just push it past the line and could not get the save. Unfortunate series of events there for the defense, but Air Force Gaming, the midnight bell always tolls when they have to get a goal at the last hour, and they do it here yet again.
That 11th hour being the last 30 seconds now. Half that to 15. Yep. Buck lifts over G-Wood. Samez, straight to Chowder. Off the top of the box, got the flip reset. Action PB sees through the facade. Buck got full boost. Not able to get past Action PB. Opportunity here. Infield pass dealt with by Crow. And Crow throws it downfield. Buck, there's no cherry pick here. Thrown away. Action PB misses. OT. What an opportunity for Storm Shadows.
And we didn't see a single OT in that last series either. Could have gotten close to it in the first game, but Crow will quickly close things down. And we got some updates on the other series here, Relic. The Typhoons are currently up 2-1 over Space Force Gaming off air.
Oh wow, that's a real that's a real upset based at least on the form that we're seeing today. And it would, well, again, we have to look into the overall losses here, because that's the important thing. Space Force have picked up a point in that series. Storm Shadows are riding straight into the gun barrel of a 4-0 sweep here, which could mean that even if Space Force lose, they might still win in terms of the round robin bracket.
That's so true. Yeah, just based off the map differential specifically. Typhoons, because they're kind of far down the totem pole there specifically. I think they started with like a -5 going into this round. I don't think they have a chance to get second or third seed, depending. But, you know, stranger things have happened, and we'll have to consult with the experts at the end of it on what exactly the bracket will look like, and I'm sure they'll make sure that they check it twice and see who's naughty or nice. And right now, Air Force Gaming, in terms of these kickoffs, no, it's the host instead that saves the day. It saves Christmas.
Oh yes, Christmas, that wonderful holiday located in, let me check my watch, June. -5 game differential, by the way, for the Typhoons. So yeah, even if every single result went as in an extreme direction in their favor, they still wouldn't be able to match either Space Force or Storm Shadows. It's why picking up these games is all the more important, and why it is critical now that Storm Shadows, at the very least, tries to find one.
Need to get on the board, otherwise it will be an Air Force Gaming series-wise sweep of the group stages. And at this point too, you know, since we saw the +11, now it's guaranteed to at least be +1 more, very likely, for Air Force Gaming. No real chance for the rest of the competition to take that first seed from them, and they want to be, you know, sitting pretty for tomorrow's matches, which matter the most. This is more for seeding, so even if they did drop a couple more games here for Air Force Gaming, it's not really going to matter to them too much other than their own pride. And well, it could have been pretty happy if that goal went through. Unfortunately, it is going to take a little bit of a hit to their pride that it didn't go through.
Oh, that's really nice from Action. Just, again, takes it low. That's the thing about Air Force Gaming, is that they are so good at the game that sometimes they do play to a higher level, where actually playing the simple diamond level play is actually going to catch them by surprise. Sometimes. I wouldn't always rely on that, but what I would rely on is Crow here in defense, who travels with the ball very smartly, very cleanly, is bumped, gets a free demo onto Action because of the bump behind him. And as we head towards the halfway mark, still 0-0, which I think the Storm Shadows will take. Never mind.
The classic caster curse here from Relic. It's an unfortunate touch from Samhez, because Action was tracking it, and then unfortunately, again, not able to go for the angle that they wanted. So the jinx comes true when Air Force Gaming will collect $200 after passing go. And unfortunately for Storm Shadows, they are finding themselves in jail without a get out of jail free card.
I want to give Chowder a lot of credit as well. Like, there was very little boost to work with there, and once he reached the ball, he had nothing. So that was you have to get everything aligned perfectly here, and he did, because he's an excellent player. Got a bit of a trigger happiness there. A double demo of that Crow and G-Wood. Self-assured extermination here as we have passed halftime now. Still, obviously, though, that 1-goal lead. Treacherous Action PB comes storming in and finds that equalizer.
Okay, we have a game on our hands, similar to the last one, but a little bit more down to the wire, especially in the second half here. Wide open, too. Two members of Air Force Gaming just kind of waiting for the booster respawn in the corner and caught lacking there as well. And unfortunately for them, they're not going to be able to replay that one. No mulligans in Rocket League.
Crow. It's an easy demo to find, isn't it?
Yeah.
Easy demo to find. Target acquired, and Chowder with a simple tap-in.
Chowder's been so consistent throughout the previous series and this one too on those finishes, the follow-throughs, and whatever they really need to do to get the win for their team. And I mean, it's going to be insane to see, you know, what the competition looks like next year, as we were talking about that. But either way, Storm Shadows, all eyes on them for how they can recover. I mean, they did quite a good job of it last time in the previous game, right? Where they back-to-back were able to get goals and eventually bring it to a potential chance for them to come out on top. Just the OT didn't go in their favor. So I'm more looking for what G-Wood can do in the future, but right now the future is looking bleak.
Yeah, I mean, he has to secure that 100 boost, but the clearance just isn't great, and both of his teammates are behind that chasing line of Air Force who break with real authority. 3-1, 96 seconds left, and I assume that there has been an update from our off-stream series.
Yeah, tied 2-2 now in that best of 7. So fighting as best they can to see which team will come out on top in their final group stage matchup there as well. Storm Shadows, again, not going down without a fight too in this series specifically. Trying to see if they can be the second team to take a game off of Air Force Gaming in the regular competition in the past 3 years of it. But G-Wood, all eyes on them. Does it go for the dribble? Baits out one. Gets the second.
Stop it!
True, they need the follow through though from Samhez. Action is there, and no, they don't get the connection either. It's misery business in front of the box.
Wow. Well, we were talking about films earlier. That was box office, wasn't it? And unfortunately, RAF Storm Shadows ran out of money when they were told to buy the tickets. And there goes Action PB again, throwing himself. Desperation. And now here comes the breakaway. G, we're taking out Crow. It's Chowder who tries to so nonchalantly waltz his way through the defense. Crow with a little bit more panache onto the backboard. Away it goes. Action PB, though, that's a big challenge. Win is out on target. It's gone in. 17 seconds to find an equalizer.
They wanted it earlier to have a better shot and at least sending it to overtime, but this gives them at least a breath of fresh air, a moment to rejuvenate into the kickoff and hope that they can get something going in their favor to tie things up in these next 15 seconds, but they need possession of the ball now.
Not a great kickoff, not a great kickoff at all. But keeps it simple. Chowder underside to the car, off the post. Chowder demos Action PB. It's all G-Wood. Never mind, the chassis has been destroyed. It's been eviscerated. And Air Force Gaming get the business done. 4-0. Again, another great effort from a great team, but not great enough, it seems, to dismantle this legacy.
Oh, so close, yet so far from getting that touch at the end there, too. But unfortunately, it did touch down there on their side. So a tough spot to be in for the Storm Shadows, but they did give it their all. Congratulations, though, to Air Force Gaming, your #1 seed going into the bracket tomorrow, the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. And I mean, still a very entertaining series for what was a 4-0 sweep here, Relic.
No, 100%. The Storm Shadows really kept it competitive. I think we just look at that offensive side of things. I think the Storm, again, similar to Space Force, their defense is really, really strong. But there were a few times, especially in key moments, that would have turned the tide in, getting them an equalizer or getting them the lead or extending them the lead, where they just don't find that shot opportunity, or they don't find that shot on target which, because of how aggressive Air Force Gaming can be, would almost certainly result in a goal. That's just how it goes sometimes, but it appears that our wonderful production team, VOD, has given us a little bit of a treat, a little bit of dessert to the main course, as we can key in with Space Force versus the Typhoons.
Yeah, one thing to note too, after that 4-0 sweep, I believe that means that we did see good goal by Sir Sisley. That it went down to a +1 game differential for the Storm Shadows. And Space Force Gaming, they were at a +2, I believe, going into this matchup. So currently, they're still at a +2. If they win, they're still into that second seed regardless. If they lose, though, it depends on if they win this game. At least go to a game 7, they'll still be fine, I believe, because they beat Storm Shadows. But if Typhoon somehow come back in this next minute and 18 seconds and win the series, they can make it so Space Force does not get that second seed.
This is the most important game. This is the most important game based on the context. What a great time to join this series, because simply put, if Space Force Gaming win, as they are doing with 60 seconds to go, off the bar, they've still got to get it over the line, but should they do it, they are confirmed second seed going into the knockout bracket.
Yeah, it's a huge boon for them if they can do it. Typhoons, though, I mean, this is more of like a motivational thing for them specifically. They would have had to like 4-0 and then some extra help to make it into the second or third seed, of course. Unfortunately for them, they're kind of stuck where they're at with that 4th seed, regardless of if they win or lose, just based off of like that head-to-head as we're talking about, because of the map differential specifically. But 20 seconds to go here. Space Force Gaming, I mean, they're looking pretty sharp to lock things down. They've clutched up, and after dropping those 2 games and hearing that we might be taking a peek at their series, they're like, okay, we got to make sure we secure this.
Lock in. The brown van does not evade my curiosity, Mr. Sir Sisley, but it most certainly does pique my curiosity, mostly because of how it sets up the bracket. Pierce almost there with a consolation goal, but Space Force Gaming, having secured that 3rd point in series, moving on to match point within series, are your second seeds for the knockout bracket.
Yeah, massive there as well. Shout out to production already for getting the cameras into the room with them. And oh, we got a mock fest going on here already. Wow.
Oh dear. They pulled this yesterday as well. And I'm like, you know, you're giving it all this. You're giving all this.
They needed to do that against Air Force Gaming. We didn't see any of that during their series. Maybe that's why they weren't able to get the victory against them. You know, that could be the case. The Mogonomics were not there for them.
The Mogonomics. That is certainly something which I did not explore during my time at university.
You gotta invest early, man.
But hey, you know what? I am willing to learn. Point me in the right direction, those who know better than me.
Well, Space Force Gaming trying to be in the right direction here, right? Close out the series, celebrate their victory, not have to play that early match, or I guess late match tonight of the bracket stage specifically, trying to avoid that. If they do get the second seed, they will avoid it. So that's huge for them. Storm Shadows, of course, with that 3rd seed themselves. So they will be playing later on today, or the final series against the Netherlands military into that 1st round upper bracket matchup for the playoff bracket.
Absolutely, right. Well, first minute's come and gone, and no goals for either side, and both sides have had decent looks, not clear-cut opportunities as of yet, but I'm sure that will change as the minutes roll on by. This is kind of a weird giveaway for Fruit Loop, as Bale, with plenty of boosts, is able to just drive back to their own backboard in complete control and sends it right back out for a counter-attack. It's Stelios who's going to pick up the drive, but a bit of a melee here. A demo on Bale breaks it up. P's going to have a shot on target, but Andres Camillo, even with limited boosts, is going to get that every day.
relatively uneventful compared to, you know, how we joined into the action of the last game specifically. I feel like Space Force, you know, sigh of relief that they know that, you know, worst case, they have a -1 if they lose these next 2 games. But now they're on top of crazy angles coming out there.
Yeah, it's just a weird bounce, which obviously can happen in terms of clearing sideways and off that lip on the wall. And it's just unfortunate from a Typhoon's perspective that the ball ricochets not once but twice off the woodwork and falls so pleasantly at the proverbial feet of
Wow,
Andre.
look at that Merc from Sir Sizzly, by the way. With
That's
the,
what I'm saying. I've got questions.
flag, too.
I got questions. And I'm not sure whether I actually want them answered.
Yeah, I'm really curious too. We won't be doing a specific interview after this one as well, since you know, it is the final round. We don't want to keep the players too much longer, but before that last series of the day, we will hear from some of the Air Force Gaming folks, which will be pretty nice to, you know, get their opinions on some snacks and other things that are going on in the venue itself. The venue's really sick, by the way. Shout out again to Team Liquid for letting us use their Alienware training facility. I'm saying that 10 times fast. But yeah, it's a pretty dope space to see them competing in.
Absolutely. And, well, obviously, it's been at the Ramstein Air Force Base in previous years, the Arrow Forces Esports Invitational. I think, honestly, wherever we go in the world, good times and good vibes are sure to follow.
Truly.
But I definitely have heard from a lot of people working behind the scenes, production, the players and such, that this is definitely a step up in terms of that esports atmosphere that we're looking to cultivate.
Truly. It's a good space for that, for sure. And I mean, we've been seeing the cultivation of the talent throughout this tournament so far, and Space Force Gaming really locking in now that the spotlight is on them in comparison to where we got the update initially that they were down 2-1 to the RAF Typhoons there as well. But time ticking down, potential for the last game here of the group stages, unless the Typhoons have something to say about it.
Let's fail away. Fruit Loop. No pass opportunity. In fact, Stelios has kind of done half the work for her. There's Andres who's going to shoot wide. Fruit Loop back for more. That's wide. Sir Sizzly, third time of asking, doesn't miss.
The style points as well with what they score this goal in. Feels like a bot match at that point with the Merc on the field. But, you know, even then, it's all in good fun. This group stage is ultimately for seeding either way, so every team making it on to that playoff bracket. But Typhoons have their work cut out for them because they'll have a rematch, actually, against Space Force Gaming in the bracket, because the second versus fourth seed in their series. And then winner of that, of course, plays off against the winner of the first seed and the third and fifth seed matchup.
Stelios, 2P. That's a great connection. And it required great acrobatics from Sir Sizzly. Bails back for more. Fruit Loop is destroyed in front of our very eyes. But there's Sir Sizzly again. Great drive downfield. Buys a lot of space. Attempted pinch play has actually backfired. But Andres has got that completely wrong.
You know, that's what I say after my brother finishes his cereal in the morning. Either way, though, less than 10 seconds. Typhoons, all but a formality at this point, unless they can get one for the road. Space Force Gaming will lock in that second seed for the bracket.
Indeed, they might be rocking the bronze Merc, but they have set a gold standard here. So close to another goal right there at the end, but that is a 4-2 victory for Space Force to round things off. They will play second seed to Air Force Gaming. And as you say, in terms of the bracket, they're actually going to be basically facing Typhoons again straight away in a rematch. It's funny how these things work out.
Yeah, it's crazy how it goes. Shout out to production being quick on the draw here for a round robin standings at the end of it. Neatly tied up with a bow here, actually. No tiebreakers really needing to have been made. So Air Force Gaming number 1, Space Force number 2, Royal Air Force Esports Storm Shadows as number 3. They'll continue to play later on after this series. And then you have the Royal Air Force Typhoons for 4th place, in the Netherlands military unfortunately could not get a series, but did get some games here and there. And here is your bracket. As you see, we are going to still play that first upper bracket matchup so that we can at least complete the rest of the matches tomorrow, as we got a lot of best of 7s to go through. But I'm excited to see that rematch. You know, it was a 4-0 earlier on in round 4, but I feel like the Netherlands military, after being sustained by their lovely snacks that they had from the chef on site, that might be enough for them to be refueled and re-energized for that series.
Now, this does look like a little bit of a weird bracket if you are familiar with double elimination. Just to very quickly go over it, since we are diving into it, basically, the loser of this upcoming series goes into the lower bracket first, and then because Air Force Gaming is the top seed, the loser of that match basically gets to drop into the match after that. So thank you very much, production, for bringing it back up. So we'll actually tomorrow, I believe, be starting off with that Space Force Gaming RAF Typhoons series, and the loser of that is going to drop to face the loser of Storm Shadows Netherlands military. So basically, it's sort of just like
that's actually, it looks like our second series for tomorrow for that one.
Excellent, thank you.
First series will still be the seed 1 versus the winner of our last series today, specifically. But yeah, still will determine, you know, who are in those lower bracket matchups specifically. But we are headed to a break. That's it for me on the broadcast today, but Relic and Jam are going to close out the broadcast with Tofu Elliott. And speaking of Tofu Elliott, after the break we'll be talking to the AFG team, so don't go anywhere too far. We'll be back with some more action after this.
Over a century ago, our founders made a promise to each other, to their families, that they'd always take care of their own. And that promise is still at the heart of everything we do. And how our members know, we'll do what's right for those who served, their spouses, kids, and then grandkids. USAA, taking care of our own.
Welcome back once again. Air Force Gaming are here in the winners interview, and to be honest with you, more of the same. 4-0, same again. On to the next segment. How about that, guys? That was fantastic. How are you enjoying the Netherlands?
I think we're loving it. It's been really fun out here. We've been able to go out every night, have good food, good company. So I think it's been a great location and an overall really fun time.
And you got to see the USA game, the World Cup match 2 nights ago, and then last night the Netherlands match. Live, were you out at a bar?
Yeah, we were at a bar. We were having a good time with the ambassadors and other players, cheering on Netherlands. We bought some merch for them. We were Dutchmen for a night, so it was a good time.
Dutchmen for the night, a Netherlands military leading the cheering, no doubt, and leading the energy inside this facility. Those guys have been all smiles the entire tournament long. But AFG, we've got some treats for you, especially seeing as you are now through to the knockout stages as the #1 seed. I know, I couldn't have seen it coming either. No one predicted this, but we're here. Do I still remember what this is called? Of course I do. It's today's terrific teams taste test tier list.
It's a lot of teas.
It's a lot of teas, 6. Yeah. Sextuple tea. And we might add a 7th. We'll see how we go. But listen, guys, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to pressure you on camera to try and pronounce these Dutch phrases.
Beschuit met moeizes.
It's close, right?
Beschuit met
moeizes. From across the room.
I feel like it's going to be like a C sound, you know, like biscuit. So like biscuit met moeizes.
Silence, absolute silence throughout the room, and I can only assume that means you pronounced that perfectly. Very well done. Take a test. Take a taste test. Take a little bite. Let the people know your feelings.
Are we gonna Lady and the Tramp it or what?
Live on broadcast. Dude, it's in your mouth. How are these not the same? Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. Guys, what do you think?
It tastes like licorice.
It tastes like licorice?
Yeah. Like black licorice, yeah.
It's just really dry. I don't like dry.
Really dry. All right, well, look, we've got the picture is actually already up on the board. The Dutch team moved it into the S tier, into terrific Air Force Gaming. You have the power to leave it
Highest.
there, or you can move it. Feel free.
They've never had real sweets before, clearly. Not for that.
Oh, tolerable.
Overrated.
Tolerable. Tolerable. Well, let's move on to our next. I think this one looks very good, to be honest with you. And I'll hold that up to the camera so that you guys can see at home. I think this is an easier one to pronounce.
Tompos.
Tompos.
Yeah, I'll go Tompos.
This makes no sense without having a Dutch person here to confirm or deny whether these are correct, but I'm enjoying it either way. Oh, Tompos. I don't know. Did I say that right? Oh, I asked my producer if I said it right, and he went, yes. I'm going to take that as spot on, and these look really good. Guys, tuck in.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh my God. There's a fork there.
There's a fork there. You want it?
A caveman?
Somehow managed to dodge the mustache.
To be honest.
That tastes very good.
I mean, this seems much more appreciative as a response than we were before.
I think we just go ahead and put that in S tier. I mean,
Yeah.
Slap it straight in terrific. Oh, it's not on the board yet. You guys are the first team to taste the Tompos.
We put that in like the S and then like in the front of the S.
In the front of it, yeah, by all
Put it in
means.
front of the other ones because that's way too bad. That's way too.
I dig this, but I don't know where this came from, but the teams have just decided amongst themselves that the further to the left they are, the better. So it's like we have a ranking system within a ranking system. It's very clever. Oh, you guys have... I was about to blame you, and then I looked up and saw the sticky bit still on the board. I don't think we could blame. Technical error. All right, now it's Crow's
We know
fault.
where it goes.
You just lick the back of it. It's like a postage stamp. All right, in the meantime, let's have you guys pronounce this. Chowder. Well, oh, whoa, we can't say this on broadcast.
Hagelslag.
Hagelslag.
That's actually pretty good.
Really?
Yeah, based on what my producer said in my ear, like, that is not a million miles away at all.
Well, there we go.
Couple miles.
Hagelslag.
And I think this is... He said, pretty close, which we will
It
take.
looks the same.
I'm gonna need one of our Dutch production members to explain to me and the players how these are not the same thing. How on earth are these and this? This is just
Those frosting
with pink sprinkles. What on?
They're different shapes.
That's yeah, you're true. This has some cylinders and these are all balls.
There's a lot of sprinkles. Damn.
Did you just shake off the sprinkles? He was like, I want plain toast.
Last time I got bullied for dropping them on the floor.
It just tastes like bread with a little bit of frosting and sprinkles.
It's better than regular.
But not by much.
But not by enough.
It's again just kind of bland.
Yeah.
So I guess you kind of like ranked that. It's better than the other one, but not by much. So I guess it's going in B. I mean, I don't want to pressure you guys.
Yeah.
Feel free. Make your own decision.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Tempting. I don't know. Do you know what? I'm getting too invested, but I kind of feel like, from what you said, you kind of want the blue ones to be tasteless and that one to be tolerable. Why am I getting in the way? You know what? You guys have decided. I'll let you move them around as you feel afterwards. Last one.
What's
I mean, you've seen that this is an English word, right?
That's too obvious, right? It's got to be like droop.
Droop.
I can't even read a word that big. Drop.
What am I? Droop? Did I say that right?
You were close.
I said droop.
No, they said Buck was the closest, actually.
Ooh, there you go.
Pretty much Dutch. Told you. Last night I was Dutch.
Are they different?
They are different. The long ones are different from these ones, I think. I don't know about the ones underneath that aren't long, but they pointed out the long ones specifically, and they were like, but I think it's probably just this bowl is different to this bowl.
The car is cool.
It's like a windshield wiper. I think it is.
It's off an octane.
Oh.
Oh.
Wow, nailed.
It's not great.
It's not great.
It's a rough chew.
Is this even a food?
Oh, God.
This is genuinely just chemicals.
This is awful. This is awful.
An American with the audacity.
I feel like they made like a solid version of bleach. It said, "Yeah, eat this."
Somebody already ranked
I'm
this
sure
one?
these aren't Tide Pods for the Dutch.
Well, listen, guys.
finishing that.
The team to try this before you were the RAF Storm Shadows, and
put in an effort.
they felt exactly.
Can
the
we
same
move it
way.
lower?
It's
Yeah,
in
there you go. No, you got to put it to the
gotta
right
put it to
because it's
the
the
right.
worst.
So it's being moved down below Herring or Haring. I'm not entirely sure.
I'm still trying to chew it.
Drope. Drope has dropped to the bottom of the table. AFG are through to the knockout stages in first seed. Guys, enjoy the rest of today. Enjoy the taste of Drope in your mouth. And let's go back to our casters. It's Jar of Jam and Relic one last time. Guys, are you having a good one?
We would love to have some snacks here. Jeez, making us hungry over here, and nobody's sending us any of that good stuff that you've been advertising so much. I have a lot of licorice actually at home, but that's because my wife loves it so much. I'm usually going for this sweet one if I ever had one. But games, Relic. Let's jump into our final one of the day and the first one of the double elimination bracket. Yes, we're finally down to that territory.
Indeed, Storm Shadows and the Netherlands military. That is the 3rd and 5th seeded teams that'll be kicking off this year rodeo. The loser of which is they have the honor of dropping into the lower bracket where you are still not eliminated. It is important to note that all 5 teams will be going into Monday's action, and they will have as much chance as anyone else as taking home victory at AFI 2026. But if you are the Netherlands military, you are having to upset all of the apple carts. You are having to turn all of the tables, because in that round robin bracket that we have just completed, the Netherlands military lost 4-0 to their opponents. So even taking one game jam would be an improvement on that last performance.
Absolutely. So for them, it is, again, not done just yet, but a performance right here would set them in a really good stat. Let's see what they can bring. I keep seeing them emoting, posing that, oh, nighty-night and shh. But this is no time to sleep. Maybe it's because they're a bit sleepy, that's the problem. Another problem is I am not seeing that Storm Shadows have G-Wood in the house. Usually he's right behind them, commanding them, telling them what to do. But this time around, it's just the 3 boys and G-Wood is out. He said he's taking the day off. Clearly he has taken the day off. He's not even there.
Maybe he's the cameraman, and he certainly wasn't taking the day off because he was playing for them earlier today. So Reedy is back in to form the trio that we saw yesterday, and immediately result.
Wow, Samhez does not spend any extra time scoring this one. Great from Reedy. We've seen him score a hat-trick earlier today. But now the passes go the other way. And RAF Storm Shadows, if you want to make a statement, this is best of 7. This is the best way to do it. 13 seconds in, already goal.
Oh, and as if the point in question wasn't made as obvious for the Netherlands military, there it is with the exclamation mark. We have come to play, say the Storm Shadows. We are not going to make this easy, say the Storm Shadows. Now, how easy will the Netherlands military make this for themselves? Because they can play very strong defensively as a game. We've seen this before, Jam, but they do need to break out eventually. Otherwise, they simply will not be able to equalize, especially not if they concede a second triple commit.
Or in that case, almost a triple save, as the Netherlands military had to jump over to make a save on that tremendously powerful shot from RAF Storm Shadows. Now, they survived this one, and they would love to switch from survival mode straight to striving mode. Right now, they're looking to bring the ball out of their own half. Action, making his way over to wherever he can squeeze the ball in, and waiting for either Reedy or Samhes to receive it. Now we're going the other way. Blocked already in the midfield on Netherlands military. And back out we go. Long shot. Heath put it to the side.
If anyone is going to make the difference in the final third for the Netherlands military, you'd think it would be Instinct! But Samez there has picked the pocket and almost picked apart the hearts of the Netherlands military. Still a one-goal game, however, and as long as it remains like that, one errant mistake, one errant mistouch, and the Netherlands military to be back on double terms.
I'm quickly checking. We don't even know the current rank of Limbiki. That would be nice to see, but it is indeed Instinct, who I believe right now is the top player for that roster. So no wonder we're expecting for him to really be bringing out the stuff on the field. One goal came in pretty early, but since then we have not seen, I cursed them, no, we haven't seen any of the goals from RAF Storm Shadows or the Netherlands military either. The game has slowed down, but still the Dutch are not really getting any looks on the other side of the pitch.
As it stands, this suits the Storm Shadows just fine. If the Netherlands military start to look a little more dangerous in the blue side of the field, then perhaps we change that narrative to maybe that second goal would suit you well. That was certainly a great opportunity for Heath. Here comes the second ball! And there is danger, Will Robinson!
And a couple of strong moments. Yeah, Sam has, without making any clears, and Reedy, I think, either Reedy stays in the net or... Interesting. Maybe we had more time to look at it, but replays come and go. And the goals for sure stay. Netherlands military on the board and not allowing RAF Storm Shadows just to take this game 1-0. No siree.
Yeah, kind of against the run of play, but that's exactly what I meant by errant. 2 minutes left. One apiece. And Netherlands military back on the defense as they have been for the majority of this game. Instinct will lose out on the 100 boost and lose out on their life, momentarily at the very least. Heave, can't get it past action. Sames for the drop down. It's kind of loitering. That gives an opportunity to the defense to clear. They don't. Here comes Reedy. Another triple commit. The solo standard special. Sames throws it back in. Heave throws it up high. Action PB has no boost. Sames turns it around the corner. Hits the woodwork again. Limbeke didn't know anything about that save. He makes it nonetheless. Reedy going for another go. Oh, and this time it's gone underneath the crossbar. I thought they weren't going to get the luck of the draw, but quick draw they did.
With every single move, Netherlands military players were pushed deeper and deeper into the net. Not a moment to even venture out to grab any boost. A little bit of a break allowed RAF Storm Shadows to go to the closest storm, probably midfield, and collect that 100. And it was what with that 100 that Reedy came in and make sure that the goal finally goes in. After the Netherlands military just spent everything they had trying to swat away the RAF Storm Shadows.
So, the Netherlands military have to find another. Can they find another? Sames. I certainly don't want to be finding two with 50 seconds left. It's Reedy now. Flick up. Action PB. Drop down. Is there a striker? Yes, there is, but they don't get to the ball in time. Great work from Instinct to buy the space.
All right, Storm Shadows will be starting from their half with the ball and 35 seconds on the clock. Again, they're feeling comfortable. They are ahead. Instinct past one. Who does he have? A demo on Sam has. That would be great. And Instinct cannot immediately put it in. Heave. Interesting idea, left corner, but even then he gets denied. A perfect opportunity for Netherlands military to tie up the game, goes begging. Now it already goes to the other side. To get a chance of this caliber again, the remaining 10 seconds for the Dutch team, it's going to be nigh impossible. But there's Heave intercepted and cleared by action to Reedy to the net, 3-1. It is as clear as day. First game will go to RAF Storm Shadows.
They ran the Hail Mary. Storm Shadow said, "Hey Mary, check this out." And that is a pinpoint to start this series off then. The Storm Shadows, 3 goals to the singular 1. Not exactly having it all their own way, Jar of Jam, but comfortable enough for the majority of gameplay outside of the box.
My God, that is bad manners. The Storm Shadows are whittling down the noisemaker of the Netherlands team. How did that even end up on that side? That is just taunting them like, oh yeah, we have these. What are you gonna do? This is my Dutch impression, apparently. Well, take it or leave.
It was?
I know, it was incredibly hard to tell.
I didn't know what you were going for. I was just going along with it.
Yeah, just whatever, yeah. We'll end it here and never mention it again. Game number 2 starts of this best of 7, and with RAF Storm Shadows in the lead overall. And looking like the stronger of the two teams. But the matter of fact is, those military still have these great chances. And again, that last one that almost tied up the game in the previous one as the game was running out was close, but the conversion rate needs to improve if they want to get anything out of the series.
Capable of winning games, capable of winning multiple games. As we saw yesterday, capable of winning series as well. But they really were the team that I think every other team today was looking at and thinking, this could be the game, the series, to get our form back on track. And the Storm Shadows certainly not letting up from that particular view. The Netherlands military backs against the wall, closed out in midfield by Sames.
Continuing, it's Sames and beats everybody with no boost. This more of a touch is going to be bringing it to Netherlands military, but right there still were the chances for them to go. Counter-attacked Instinct has the ball. It's already being passed to the corner, Reedy in the air. No flip reset for him. It goes to the corner, where Storm Shadows would love to take camp. For now, Instinct to Heave. Heave got the boost. Instinct retrieves it action with a block. And out go the RAF Storm Shadows. Can Reedy make a touch? Not this time.
He had the idea, he just didn't have the execution. Another go-ahead goal, putting the Netherlands military to the sword. You wonder what that will do to morale. You wonder how that will affect their overall team stance here, because they are playing defensively responsible. If a little bit unspectacular right now, Heave will just look to get it over the halfway line, which they do, but not for too much longer. That is a big miss as they look to drive forward. Limbeke watching as Sames brings this forward. Well read and well thrown away. But again, here comes the Storm Shadows.
Reedy with yet another attempt for RAF in action. Looking for something on the backboard. Limbeke needs to be very careful as Sames was already coming up and ready to jump on that ball. Reedy bump, knowing that the ball is just going to drop somewhere in front of the net, so yeah, better just remove the defender, especially from the backboard, where having a defender is really important. And if one is missing, then you can just set up something. Crossbar, all that stands between Sames and an amazing goal as he skips the ball off his roof. But our Storm Shadows will have to come up with something else to find their first goal of this game number 2. This might work. Heave denies it.
Yeah, it just opened up, didn't it? And Heave, out of nowhere, from out of our vision when we were on board with Reedy there, makes the crucial save that keeps this thing to the donut stall. 0-0. Less than 2 minutes left. Sames. That's a strong lift, isn't it? Limbeke's got a lot of responsibility. And although they pay for it with a demo, they use that responsibility well. Big challenge in midfield. Instinct goes all the way! Leads Netherlands!
As these counterattacks, these deadly counters, Instinct just flies out, and his positioning versus that of the attacker of RAF Storm Shadows was perfect. All he needed to finish it up, and again, one of the hardest things to do, I suppose, as you're breaking on a runaway with nobody to stop you but yourself and the woodwork. But he does it well. With 19 seconds remaining, the Dutch military are in the lead and will be looking to try and keep it that way.
Limbeke expending basically all of his boost just to not get demoed. Here's Reedy! How about that?
He was ready. He was absolutely ready. Brings it past everybody flying in. I mean, they're the Royal Air Force, so he is the Royal Air Ace. 1-1. I said 90 seconds. 13 seconds later, you already have a tie game. Tries they might Netherlands military, we have to look for yet another goal to put them up ahead in his game number 2. And each one of them was great, but took a lot of time and resources to put on target and actually put on the board. How about this chance? Goes to the side.
It is a proper scrap. They want a piece of it, any piece of it. Players throwing themselves, hoping to get a good look at the ball, but look at Limbeke, cool as a cucumber. Mr. Ice out here. Limbeke almost puts the cherry on top of what would have been a very beautiful ice cream cake. Sadly not able to get the goal for himself, but with 30 seconds left. The Netherlands military still not out of it.
Here's Heath, who's going to be starting yet another attack for the Netherlands military. Keeps it afloat, runs in the way of the RF Storm Shadows players, and Instinct already high up in the air. Gets the ball under his control. Just a small touch, no reset. Down deep on the midfield line, Lebeki's beat. That goes to the side. Unfortunately, there's a touch from Samus that is good enough. The angle does not shy him off. He finds it ongoing. Just like that, another late hit from Storm Shadows.
You could just see the entire thing unraveling. Limbeke caught in two minds. Do I stay back? Do I go for it? He takes the decision too late, which means that his starting position is too far back. And Instinct, although they do get the opportunity to try and make a block, they've used all of their boost to get back into that position, which means that if they don't get that jump right, they're not going to be saving that shot. Right at the death, Storm Shadows break Netherlands military hearts.
Oh, wow. But at this point, you are playing for elimination, or at least dropping down to the elimination round. So as friendly as everybody was here throughout these 2 days so far, with third one upcoming, and I'm not even counting the days that the teams were just chilling, making photos, going out to Utrecht, or as Tofu Elliott goes, wow, Utrecht. Yeah, it's time for some real battles, and that's what's currently happening between Storm Shadows and the Netherlands military.
Not going to run with the Utrecht.
That's good.
That's it. That's all I've got. That's all I've got.
That's all you got. I wasn't sure if that's how Elliot actually said it, because I'm pretty sure. I think I watched it once on mute.
I believe that the way he said it was, oh wow.
Oh wow.
And speaking of,
oh wow. Action, camera, light, and yet another goal for RAF Storm Shadows. And just a little pass. He didn't have to make a touch. But yet, he steals one for himself. Action PB opens up the scoring for RAF Storm Shadows in game number 3.
they win the kickoff, they lose possession. Action PB looking to find that second, or at least set it up. Reedy, wrong place, wrong time. Sames will have a better look at this. Sames, second shot denied by Instinct. Reedy, I think, steals away the 100 boost. That is naughty. Off the backboard, here he comes. Oh my word, rubbing salt into the wound.
It just continues on being a shot after shot with... I'm seeing Action. It's more by this presence and not even by that bump at the very end that he stopped. He just had nowhere to go. And so the poor guy stays in the net. This very same poor guy is now rushing out, trying to get something off the kickoff. Throwing the players are the Dutch. But so far, it is not enough to get a goal for themselves. Action will be coming in for yet another one. 2 players in the air for Netherlands military. Up to the wall, Koekser pinch. I think he pinched himself more than the ball. Heath stays there. Netherlands military are looking to start closing down this these goal disadvantage.
It's that feeling, isn't it? We're at that point in the series where the back could be broken. And I think the Storm Shadows and Netherlands military both can sense it. Sames will have to take this wide. Heave past Action. Look at Instinct. Launched at that like a panther on prey. 2-1.
there's still some fire in the Dutch side, and Instinct is the one who is driving this team forward. Something about his, no pun intended, instinct that drives him forward to the moments where our Storm Shadows are the weakest is allowing the Dutch military to at least keep close enough. But for the team in orange, there's still a long way, and Instinct needs so many more chances. So do his teammates. Make sure that this game goes to tie, to overtime, or, which most preferable, to Netherlands military.
It's their greatest test. They are coming up with the answers so far. They need one more goal to really start to put the cat amongst the pigeons. That's not a great look for Limbeke. The follow-up will not trouble, neither will this. Eve calls off Limbeke. They're going to move forward. Action PB watching brief. Got that full 100 tank. Instinct picks the pocket of Reedy off the backboard. Heave, good read. Backboard. Missed by everyone. Reedy gets a touch though. Instinct keeps it up high. Uses all of their boost only to then lose out to Samez. Here comes Heave. Back into a dangerous area. And Action throws it to the side.
Goes all the way to the orange side of the field. And Limbeke, Heave, that's the player finally with the touch to make a save. And tried to bring the ball out, but there's a miss. Instinct, Samez. Opportunity to pinch was there, but the ball gets out any old way. Another dominance that we've seen previously, it was Fruit Loop bringing out hers. Now it's Instinct. Not the most popular car nowadays, but at some point, that meta of using that or the Octane. Pretty serious action. Sets up the backboard with Sam has already coming in, and there's just not enough players from Netherlands military to stop it. There goes one, there goes the other one. We're out.
Heart in mouth moment as Action PB almost played spoiler. There was nothing that they could do about that if they had hit the ball, but they didn't. And the Storm Shadows are grateful for it. 2-goal lead re-established. And now for the Netherlands military, all to do again as if they didn't have enough to do, but that's a miss, that's a chip, that's the woodwork hit, and still the Storm Shadows get away with it.
Was close. Close is just not gonna cut it at this level in this tournament. Folks, we are on LAN in Utrecht, Netherlands. And Samhez is running away and does not even care that it's the home team that's playing versus him. 4-1 for REF Storm Shadows. And while the time is still on the clock, matter of the fact is, this game has been all in the name of REF Storm Shadows. 1 goal notwithstanding.
As a great Rocket League scholar once said, you can destroy the Fennec, but you can't destroy the idea. And even though they were destroyed, the ball was heading towards the net. Bit of a goal steal, but we'll let that one slip. I'm sure the Storm Shadows fans will be letting that one slip. 3 goals to the good, less than 60 seconds left. A unenviable task, let's say, for the Netherlands military, and even more so is it now an impossible task, Jam.
Unfortunately, so Reedy pushes it on through past everybody, waits in front of the ball just to catch a demo on whoever is going to be dropping to stop that ball. And as a result, for a stylish 5-1, REF Storm Shadows are sensing that match point looming, and it's the match point in their favor. Netherlands military. Honestly, Chef, bring out all of the Dutch snacks right there to the table of the Dutch players. Start feeding it to them. Make sure that they power up with frikadelbrode and whatever else. Obviously, the stroopwafels were ranked very high by everybody out there. Yeah, just they need the Dutch energy right now. I don't know, stomp on the clogs, anything that will work out. Samhez makes it 6-1 as I blabber on about Dutch things.
I think just avoid the drop and you should be okay. But are the Netherlands military going? Everybody said no. I did actually have to look it up because everyone was mentioning licorice, and I'm like, actually, I quite like licorice myself. Apparently, Dutch licorice is very different to regular licorice, so I will have to invest some stonks in looking to acquire some drop for myself to investigate. But, well, we were talking about the tests, we were talking about the oncoming storm, we were talking about a case study. Well, is this soon to be case closed? It does feel like we're on the final chapter here in the Netherlands military's upper bracket run. 3-0 to the good Storm Shadows. Match point scenario.
Right, with G Wood right behind the team. And everybody sharing a little bit of a nice drink over there. It is time for Netherlands military to do the impossible and run for a reverse sweep. That's right, the only chance of them moving on to the upper bracket after this series is gonna be winning 4 games in a row. But even if they lose, they're only dropping to the lower bracket. Matches from that are gonna be happening tomorrow, and those matches are gonna be the elimination one. As it stands, yes, today this is the last series, but tomorrow we have even more Rocket League than yesterday or today. It's gonna be the finale of 2026 Allied Forces Esports Invitational.
You do not want to miss it. You want to note it in your calendars, I believe. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Starting same time tomorrow as we were today. So looking at stream live at roughly, like 10 a.m. CEST. I believe we're going to use the local time zone. But the only time that matters to these 6 players now is that clock at the top. 30 seconds have already evaporated. And 0-0, good for the moment for the Netherlands military, but really, truly, they need a lead. Because actually, Jam, when they have had one, they've held it pretty successfully.
That's the thing, and right now they already had one really great choice at the very start of the game. Then another opportunity as Reedy all of a sudden was left all alone, but he was playing incredibly carefully and was not allowed to be outplayed. Yet still, for this first minute, I'm not sure if RAF Storm Shadows even had a shot necessarily. This might be their first one if it's anywhere close to the net. Yeah, and it will get registered to Samus. But first minute was all Netherlands military. Instinct once again goes in the air. He wishes he had the boost, but with a combination of Heave and himself, Instinct pushes the ball in. Let's see the replay.
Yeah, it's been a couple of double commits I've noted in the past 30 seconds or so, which does suggest that Netherlands military are throwing caution to the wind. But when it works out as fortuitously as what we see right there, where the Netherlands military now have a lead in a game in this series, all of Jam, I feel, is forgiven.
Yeah, anything that happened before does not matter. Makey. Maybe there with Heave trying to stop whatever RF Storm Shadows are trying to begin with. Bump on Instinct. MC Action just running him off the pitch. It's not going to work out. Now the toughest part begins. They've scored. That's tough as it is. Now the toughest part to keep it away from RAF Storm Shadows, who again have been really prolific with their scoring so far in this series. So keeping them to nothing would be quite an achievement. Heave is going to roll in a second one. 2 minutes, 2 goals from Netherlands military, and they're up ahead and feeling comfortable.
There's one thing better than 1 goal, and that is 2 goals. And Storm Shadows, that's as lax on defense as I think we've seen them in a hot second. Completely unprepared, looping ball. And a simple application on the finish, and they want more than Dutch military right now. They're in the groove, and they're not letting go of the reins.
Let's see what Netherlands military can do with this. For now, I think this is a bit of a lift for them. Great passing, Heave. Oh, this was his opportunity. Was coming on down. Reedy was just falling on the ball, and yet he gets it to the spot. Well done by him. Instinct and the rest of the Dutch squad is still pushing on. Whatever they have, RF Storm Shadows are feeling like sometimes they're forced to play faster than they would like to. And that's all due to the fact that Netherlands military are just pushing that much harder when it comes to attack.
Going to be kept to the midfield line where they'll find Sames. Really bumped out the way, but it is another double commit. Action PB on target. Easy enough for Heave. Straight to Sames through the corner. That should be easy enough for Instinct. Does burn a lot of boost. Heave goes up. Doesn't get the ball. Really lovely second touch. Awkward bounce into the midfield. Heave gets it all the way down to the enemy backboard where it flashes across the goal mouth. Reedy misses out on the touch, but Sames is on cleanup duty.
Great opportunities for the Dutch, but this time around, no goal. A matter of fact is, though, in some of the previous games we've seen on stream, they were low in terms of shots, but right now I'd say the shots and opportunities are coming. It's a matter of converting that opportunity to something, because previously they really had to rely on getting at least some sort of a chance and converting it with almost 100% conversion rate just for them to get something out of the games that they've been playing. For now, this game in particular just looking solid, and I think a lot of it comes out of the speed and the confidence the Netherlands military have found. Another one that's going to be high, denied this time around. Action quite high, goes up. 3 defenders on the line. Unfortunately, we've seen how Netherlands military conceded in situations like that because they were just starved out of boost and pushed into their own net.
They're winning a lot of challenges, Jam, but they're winning a lot of challenges partially because they've got 2 cars up against the 1. And sometimes physics will favor you, but one well-placed car, and that 1 car will beat the 2 that it's facing. Backs against the wall, Netherlands military survived yet another onslaught. And time running out for the Storm Shadows. They won't be panicking too much, even if they do go on to lose this game. But they don't want to be dropping anything unnecessarily. The Netherlands have been made to work for this.
It's not done job just yet, say the Dutch roster. They're going to be looking out to move not into the next day, but just into the next game. Clean sweep denied. And Netherlands military get 1 game on the board, making it 3-1 in total. Still in a match point of RAF Storm Shadows. But this has been quite a match. There's a long message from one of the Dutch players. I don't know what it's saying, but probably something to say ha 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 ha.
It's got to feel good, doesn't it? They have now already bettered the result from their previous series against the Storm Shadows today, where they did indeed lose in sweep fashion. But now our thoughts turn, like you say, Jam, 1 game at a time, certainly. But when you do have a team winning 3 in a row in a best of 7, and then the opposition team wins 1 game, the closet, which involves mops and such devices, slowly creaking open.
It's a lot of sweeping and cleaning. Got confirmation from Martin, wonderful Martin for Rally Cry, one of the organizers for the whole event, that the message in the chat was, so this is how winning a game feels like. I thought that was the exact quote from the chat rather than his suggestion, but yeah, lovely. And yeah, indeed, that's exactly how winning feels like. Welcome to the club.
Now are they going to be able to replicate that feeling for a 2nd consecutive game? Instinct taking matters into his own hands there. Action PB. Nice 50. Really nice 50. And Samez denied by the heave-ho of Heave. Upfield, Instinct wins that challenge. Heave steps up. And Reedy, good read. Funnily enough. Instinct can't get past Samez. And now Limbeke steps forward, but no real consistency from either side just yet.
It's a game that everybody's now going to approach quite gingerly. Or Storm Shadows, because they just lost and are not sure how to. Clearly, they're going to think, okay, we clearly done something wrong. Let's put it back to the simplest of the basics and not make any mistakes and just keep our heads up and on. For Netherlands military, they're going to be thinking, okay, great, we won. Can we replicate it? Let's carefully try and do just that, and that's why nobody's really approaching. They're also expecting one another to also readjust their playstyle just a little bit. So everybody's just a little bit tiptoeing around everybody else.
Asking a little too much there of Instinct. His action once again, up to Reedy. Infield, backboard, action. The lift up, so already they knew that Samez wasn't there. He is there now. Forces the save from Instinct. That's sideways. That's straight to Instinct, who's looking for the breakout moment. Instinct all on his own in front of net. Dangerous Heave denied by Action PB.
Right there in the net. It was up close and personal. You could almost touch the post. The player stuck in the net. Did not work out. Netherlands military is going to have to try again. Action Pibina for a chance for REF Storm Shadow, but it's a long clear. And these are the kinds that Netherlands military were used before to great advantage. Just find one sweet spot, a long shot, or maybe just a counter. I think they have recorded quite a slew of goals when it came to that.
The ball stuck to Instinct's car there. Action PB with the unstick. Sames just trying to get in the way of Heave, but that's over the top of him. Reedy infield. Action PB misses the ball. That was a really good opportunity there with the Netherlands defense asunder. And here he is again, man of the moment. The lift up for Sames towards net. And Instinct returns to sender.
Well, look at that. Already passing it all out back to the same players staying in the offense. RF Storm Shadows always know that there could be a continuation. Just because the ball has been sent out for the original block doesn't mean that there's not a chance to just keep on going. Now Reedy's going to try to do the same with volleyball. Spike up high. Instinct tries to out dribble action. He gets it past him. Not much in terms of control, and now Sam has already dribbling past one. Two are going to be on the flank for the Dutch. Can really beat them both. Everybody from RF Storm Shadow is just staying far away, but Reedy actually stays in the center. And only through the fact that that shot was not powerful at all means that Netherlands military, for the second time in the last 5 to 10 seconds, are able to send the ball away from the net and avoid a goal.
Then Baker looking for a pinch, and they do get it, but they don't get the ricochet. Towards net, it's Instinct. It's a save for Reedy. Nice control, taken away from him. And he gives himself the ball right back. Wins the challenge. Heave over the top of him. Oh, Limbeki with a potential fake. Maybe he just missed the ball, but Samus with the potential breakaway. Instinct to Reedy. That's going to head on target, and that's going to go straight in. Unbelievable. Storm Shadows.
Try as they might, Netherlands military. At the very end, with only 21 seconds remaining, one touch that sends the ball favorable to their opponent is all that's needed for REM Storm Shadows to latch onto it and make the goal happen. And now, straight after kickoff, it's control for Storm Shadows, meaning that another 10 or so seconds are gone. Samhes will be there just in time, even if he used all of his boost to do so. Netherlands military are around Instinct, the main goal scorer for the Dutch team. Players are on top, send ball to the side, but Limbeki was looking for the net, only found the woodwork. We were looking for what is going to be the Storm Shadows moving on to the next round, or is it going to be the next game? It's the former. RF Storm Shadows. Sorry, the vibe on the shot was negative. Let's just say that. But yeah, they're just goofing around. They're just goofing around.
It's a rough look, but again, I think that the Netherlands military can be happy, especially as one of the newer teams here. You know, they're building themselves up. They've got, they're certainly enjoying themselves. We've heard it from them, from their own mouths, of course. And so, we're going to trust that at face value. But what are you looking at this event like as a new team? Well, you want improvement and you want progression. And again, they took a game off the Storm Shadows. I know that we didn't see the series in of itself live on stream, but I have to imagine that it was a heck of a lot closer game by game than what we saw or from what was previously happening. So the Netherlands military, therefore, will be dropping down into the lower bracket. They know, Jam, that their next opponents are one of Space Force Gaming or the RAF Typhoons. And so they can do their homework overnight now. They've got to be prepared.
Honestly, maybe right now it's a little bit too late already, but my suggestion for the Netherlands military for next year, get Violent Panda, legendary player and coach for Rocket League. He is Dutch. He is be able to help out the team and make sure that next time around they are in such a shape that the Air Force Gaming is just swept aside by the Orange Power.
So there's our bracket then, leading into tomorrow. Yes, it is a Monday, and yes, we're going to make it a heck of a lot better than most of them. Storm Shadows confirm their victory over the Netherlands military 4-1, sending Netherlands military through the trap door into the lower bracket, with the Storm Shadows flying high and taking to the sky to face the number 1 seed of Air Force Gaming. I believe that we have confirmed that will be our first series up on the docket tomorrow, so you do not want to miss it at 10 a.m. CEST. Then, of course, we've got Space Force Gaming going up against the RAF Typhoons, and it's a bit of a domino effect then, Jam, as individual teams trickle into the lower bracket before we eventually reach our grand finals. It's best of sevens, by the way, all the way, but there is the potential for a bracket reset should we need it at the very end.
Alrighty. I'm pretty sure there was a message from a production, but I didn't catch a word of it. So if there's an interview, cut to that. Fantastic. There was much more than just the interview. I thought it was that. So it's thank you from myself, Jar of Jane, from Relic, from Audible, who has been with us throughout the whole day. There's one more day of action remaining. And of course, there's one more thing to hear from Tofael.
That was gold. I was honestly waiting for it to just cut to me, and I was doubled over. Thank you very much to our casters, Jar of Jam. It's been a long day. Relic and Vodable. They've been absolutely incredible. The passion really, really shines through, and everyone here has been talking about that as well. But one more winners interview for the first day of the LAN. My God, Sam. Action PB, by the way. We've just been having a conversation about this. He was like, call me Sam. Action PB, what?
Yeah, it comes from an Xbox gamer tag, and I just shortened it to Action PB, but Sam's a lot easier for people.
Sam is a lot easier, but I assume Sam was taken, so...
Yeah, I tried Action as well, and that was gone as well, straight away. Even with an underscore, I was like, that's got to be there. No, take.
Criminal. Yeah, 6 underscores in a row. Sam.
Tried 1 too as well.
Storm Shadows.
Yeah.
Knocking Netherlands Military down into the lower bracket. You guys are staying up. Round robin behind you now.
Yeah.
How are you feeling going into the final day?
We're confident after that. Like a win puts us on a good way. We're playing the Air Force game in next to. Obviously, I think they went 4-0, which is. We'd rather play them a bit later, but it's going to be a good test. Our last game went a bit heavy on the demos as we were all chasing each other, as seen. So yeah, it's going to be a tough one to get behind us after obviously losing to them already, but it should be fine for us. Hopefully we'll just swing back and win against them for the second time. So.
And you've got to beat them at some point, obviously.
That's
but
it, yeah.
Today I noticed that you swapped Reedy out for G-Wood in your game against AFG. Is that the plan for tomorrow as well? Because you had Reedy back in just then and he looked very strong.
Yeah, so we play with a sub anyway, so we like getting everyone the game time, and it just felt, I think we'd solidified third at that point, so we were like, we'll bring everyone in so we get each other playing. And to be fair, it just depends how we play tomorrow in the morning. I think it was G-Wood wanted to play at that because G-Wood's a very demo heavy player and we know that, and we wanted to see if that works against them, obviously. They were also very demo heavy, so we're like, shit, this isn't going to work for us. So we decided to put Reedy back in, and then obviously it went well against the Netherlands. So we'll see what happens tomorrow in training before and practice. But it's just whoever warms up best at the moment. So it's just however that works in the morning.
What are you going to be doing tonight to prepare?
Well, last night we watched the Netherlands game and then knocked them out. So we'll have to re-watch the USA game and then knock them out. So that's our best option. So we don't know, but I think tonight we're going to try and get a better sleep. The storm last night here was pretty rough for us. It was lighting the whole house up with a thunder. So hopefully it should be a good time tonight. But I imagine we played football in our garden yesterday, so hopefully we'll just do that again and then come back and do better. So it should be a good game though.
I'm excited for it. Hopefully a fantastic day of Rocket League for the RAF Storm Shadows. Thank you very much for joining me, Sam. Please sleep better tonight. Come back and put AFG down into the lower bracket in that first game. That would be nice. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you very much. And thank you very much to young Tom Selleck. And thank you very much, Gertjan, our camera. Sorry, this is not good content for everyone else who can't see the people I'm pointing at. I'm looking at Stelios now. In fact, come on, Gertjan. It's the end of the day. It's time to go off script, off the wall. I have had an amazing time the last couple of days here at the Alienware training facility. It has been something else, a new family here amongst this production team and all of the service members and their entourages. My goodness, smiling faces all around. Guys, have you had a good time? Yes. It's unreal. It's actually unreal. It's unreal. You know what? I don't want to go home. I don't want to go home. I want to stay here, and you can't make me leave. I'm going to be here all night long until tomorrow morning. So let's get cozy and say a big thank you to everyone in the production team and everyone who has helped to make this event possible so that I can have such a good time. And also a big thank you to all of the dads out there who helped to make all of these people who have made my weekend so wonderful. It is Father's Day, so happy Father's Day to everyone out there. And you know what, guys, happy Father's Day to you, regardless of who you are or where you are. It's been such a pleasure, and I will see you all bright and early for the final day of the Allied Forces Esports Invitational tomorrow.
I guess you know what I've been looking for. Success and glow. Don't mind to start a war. I move so fast. Don't ask me to go slow. I got everything I need and I'm ready to go. Got the sugar, got the face. Got no time to make amends. I'm the product, I'm the brand. I'm the one, I am the plan. Pull the strings, call the shots. Set the tone, lead the charge. I got everything I need and I'm ready to start. Everybody wants the fame, they all the same. I don't even know the name, I take the blame. They don't even understand, they claim what's mine. I'm fine, I'm doing me, I'm one of one, I'm done. Don't need no stress, I'm blessed, unforgettable. And if you wanna get it, then you gotta be incredible. Got the sugar, got the face, got no time to make amends. I'm the product, I'm the brand, I'm the one, I am the plan.
I am everything. Get that money, get that bling. I want everything. I want everything. I am everything. Do like this when you are the boss. It don't matter what the cost. Game changer, raise a bar. Let them know who's in charge. Independent, making noise. I do everything with boys. I'm a ghost, I like a Royce. I don't do no work before. See me killing it, yeah. I am the boss, the one in the mirror. I got the ball, I'm killing it, yeah. Take the stats and really appear.